Alrighty. Hi, everyone. Asia is still showing as if she's from Chicago. She's not from Chicago. We're trying to fix that. She's from Atlanta, in case you were wondering. But hey, welcome. I'm going to give a couple more minutes for people to join because we are a couple of minutes earlier. I am so excited to see everyone here. Welcome.
Yes, welcome.
Yesterday was absolutely awesome. We had so many guests. We had so many people here, attendees, just jumping in, asking questions. Asia, just so that you know, you are in for a treat because so many people, like if you're asking questions, so many people just gonna reply in the chat. So that would be actually awesome. The group is absolutely awesome.
Awesome.
Everyone, welcome to day 2 of the SaaS Growth Summit. This is a 2-day online event where 25 industry experts share their best with you. Yesterday, I think we had around 12 speakers, and then today we're going to have our last day, another half of the speakers. But it's just amazing action-packed day that we had yesterday with Nathan Latka, Wes Bush, who's birthday was yesterday, by the way. Pep Laya, Rand Fishkin, and many other were just crushing it. And I couldn't stop laughing watching Pep's presentation. It was so fun. We also had an amazing session with just attendees in Zoom right after all the sessions were done. So we're going to try and do the same session today. So if you would be interested, stay until the end. I'll drop the link to the Zoom room, and then all of us, maybe even some speakers, can join, and that would be amazing. Alrighty, and I would like to introduce my first speaker today, and that's Asia, better known as Asia Matus. But now, for the past few months, was it a year now, Asia, that you've changed your last name?
Yes, I got married, so it is Asia Arangio now.
All right, and now it's Asia Arangio. Asia,
Yes.
We are so excited to have you today. Help frame the conversation, what it is that you're going to share with us today.
Yes. Okay. So we are going to talk all about how to define go-to-market strategy in 5 steps. And we have a bunch of material to cover today, but I'm super pumped to chat through this. I've gotten a lot of great feedback about this talk, so I'm excited to give it to and deliver it to this audience. But please ask questions. I'm coming in with a lot of energy this morning, so I'm really ready to jump right in and answer any questions you guys have.
Woohoo! So folks, you can actually drop your questions in the Q&A sections. Also be very active with Asia here in the feed. And also, if you raise your hand and there's time at the end, I'm gonna let you in just like we did with Rand Fishkin yesterday, where you actually can come on stage and ask your questions live. So let's see if we'll have enough time. And if you have any questions, just raise your hand and drop it in the Q&A section. All right, Asia, take it away.
Awesome. Thanks so much. Okay, I'm gonna share my screen. And then we're going to present. And I want to say that you guys can see everything okay? If possible. I technically can't see you guys, but okay, I'm just going to keep going. If anything is wrong, definitely let me know. Okay, so my name is Asia Arangio, and I'm the CEO and founder of Demand Maven. So at Demand Maven, we work with SaaS companies and startups on reaching those very first growth milestones. And also, we help them troubleshoot their growth, overcome growth challenges, and then what we're going to be talking about today, which is defining go-to-market strategy. All right, so go-to-market strategy is one of those really fun terms where there's a bunch of different definitions for this, and a lot of people hear the term go-to-market strategy and just go-to-market, and they're like, I don't really know what that means, but I feel like it has something to do with marketing. And to that, I would say my absolute favorite definition of go-to-market strategy is hands down how you plan to win in a market or a customer segment. So go-to-market, the basic definition of that to me is how we plan to ultimately win. And the cool thing about this is that we do actually get to define what winning ultimately means. So the other really interesting thing about go-to-market and go-to-market strategy is that you might find that you're actually constantly making decisions about go-to-market. Every time you decide to change the model, every time you decide to change your plans, every time you decide to target a new customer segment, every time you decide to add a new feature, you are making decisions about go-to-market and therefore informing, using go-to-market strategy to inform go-to-market. The other thing about this, however, is that if you have a team, if you are a CEO, you have a head of marketing, a head of product, a head of customer success, they are also making decisions about go-to-market as well, whether you realize it or not, which is why whenever we talk about go-to-market strategy, it's critical that we have something to align everyone around and not just the CEO or just head of marketing or just any one particular team. Go-to-market aligns everyone. Every single team and department has something to do with go-to-market, and some a little bit more obvious than others, which is marketing and product and sales and customer success, but others not so obvious. And today we are going to discuss exactly how you can define and plan your go-to-market strategy in 5 steps. So I'm actually going to cover exactly where we're headed today. Here's what you're going to need in order to define your go-to-market strategy. The first thing that we're going to talk about is really defining that clear objective or goal. The next thing we're going to discuss is going to be that product market model channel fit. And this is actually a framework that I use when it comes to really getting that bird's eye view of what go-to-market probably looks like. After that, we are going to talk about how we get that crystal clear definition of a target customer. And part of what turns all of this into an ultimate strategy are actually steps 4 and 5. And that is going to be understanding your success gaps, or what capabilities we're ultimately going to need in order to achieve our goals. And then finally, guiding principles, which is one of, I would say, steps 4 and 5, probably some of my favorite things to discuss, but just because these last 2 steps are actually what takes all of your research and your planning and it turns it into an actual strategy. So we're going to dig deep into all of that as well. Okay, defining clear objectives. So this just wouldn't be a go-to-market strategy if we didn't ultimately know where we were going. There are tons of frameworks that you can use to define objectives or goals, so I'm not going to wax too much poetic about what to use. Ultimately, at the end of the day, it's going to be whatever framework that works best for you and your team. OKRs are incredibly helpful and useful, but so are SMART goals, smarter goals. It just depends on, again, the makeup of your business, how large your team is, if it's just you, if it's you and maybe 5 other people. Any of these approaches, totally acceptable. The only thing that matters is that you are using something that ultimately helps you define where it is that you're going. Something that is extremely common, especially among early stage SaaS companies, is the founder doesn't necessarily have a clear definition of what the goal is or what it is that we would consider to be a win. If we're going to do anything go-to-market wise, we have to know what we would consider to be winning and what do we ultimately want to achieve from a market perspective. Oftentimes I'll hear phrases like, well, we just kind of want to see, how big we can get. And to that, I would say that's, I love the aspiration here. But that's not necessarily something I can delegate to another person. I couldn't necessarily go to my head of marketing and say, just like see how big we can get. There's a really good chance that they're going to look back and say, I don't know what quantitatively that means. And sometimes I hear things like, well, we want to gain a share of the market. And this is another similar situation where it's kind of like, okay, well, there are certainly some markets that are incredibly defined, and we can certainly measure this as accurately as we possibly can. But there are other scenarios where, well, technically you already do have a share of the market. It's just 0.0000012%. It's incredibly small. And even then, we might actually have a pretty sizable chunk or share of the market. But how do you measure that? So these are the kinds of fluffier objectives that I would say we want to make sure that we try to stay away from. And don't get me wrong, they're great to have, but let's get a little bit more specific. Here's a way that we can get a little bit more specific, and even just reframing the objective or really digging deeper into what we want to do can automatically give us something a little bit more quantitative and also help us align where are we ultimately trying to go to market wise. This is an objective that is a little bit more correlated to marketing, but the objective could be as simple as we need to increase our revenue or we need to improve our product adoption. It could be really anything based off of what your business is ultimately experiencing. But maybe the objective is we need to increase revenue, but we think we can get there by increasing traffic. So this is another example of yes, like we started with something a little bit fluffier, but we just took the extra step to get a little bit more specific. We can correlate what our ultimate overall objectives are into something that is going to be much more action oriented and also help inspire the team to accomplish those goals. Next, we're going to talk about one of my absolute favorite frameworks to use when it comes to go-to-market strategy. Now, this is actually a framework that was not originally designed to be leveraged for go-to-market, but I actually took this framework and I have adopted it and implemented it into my own processes when it comes to defining this for our clients. And the guy on the bottom left, his name is Brian Balfour. You might have heard of him, but this is his product market model channel fit framework that he wrote an incredible series about, explaining that it's really not just about product market fit, and even really, it's really market product fit, if you know. But he added on that it's more than just having a market and having a product. We need to have the right models for that market and for that product. And on top of that, we need to have the right channels. How are we ultimately going to reach this market? How are we ultimately going to deliver the product? And what are the plans and packages and pricing implications that we need to be aware of and then ultimately plan for? So whenever it comes to step number 2, if we've defined, okay, well, we know where we're going, we know what we ultimately want to achieve from a go-to-market perspective, and maybe even digging a step deeper, here's how that correlates to maybe a particular goal or KPI. The next step is now taking a step back and thinking about, as a whole, what does our product, our market, and our model and channel what are the implications or the bets that we're making in each of those quadrants? So I want you to imagine 4 squares, just like what we saw in the previous slide. Imagine a product quadrant. Imagine a market quadrant, one for model and then one for channel. And then each of those, we're actually going to define the bets that we are making already, what we already have, and even future aspirations can be included in this too. Under product, you're going to list, here's what you're ultimately selling. Here's what the product ultimately is. Here are the features even, or the aspects of the platform, micro products if you've got a very large platform or many different revenue streams. And then next to that, you're going to list out what the market is. This actually does include competitors. This includes any potential market opportunities that you see. This includes thinking about customer segments and potential audiences, both present and future. Next, you're going to list out from a model perspective, here's what we're ultimately thinking about going to market with, or here's what we're already offering to the market. This includes certain plans. Do you have a demo model? Is this a free trial? Are you doing freemium? It can be incredibly expansive when it comes to model, but the goal is to ultimately define either where you're at or where you think you'd like to go based off of the phase that you're in. If you're super early stage and you're not really sure what to put in any of these quadrants, it's going to have to be your best guesses. And then if you don't know, well, we'll cover that in steps 4 and 5. But the ultimate goal, of course, is to list something in every single one of these quadrants. And then finally, channels. So where do you plan on acquiring customers, both digitally and offline? What are some of the partnerships, business development channels that you can leverage? How do you ultimately expect to acquire customers? Now, what I love about this is this is an actual real world example of what this could look like from a strategic perspective. But what I love about this is when you take a look at your business on this quadrant or with this framework in mind, and knowing also where you want to go, you can start to see that some things might actually not necessarily correlate with each other at all. So you might actually be making some bets in the market, but maybe the model doesn't actually match that at all. This is a real example of how we would use this for an actual client. However, what's interesting is in this particular case, everything is actually relatively consistent. But there are some instances where, let's say you want to target enterprise clients, for example, but your model it's not really conducive to servicing the product in that kind of way. And there's a number of implications there, just depending on the software. But you can already start to see where some things might not necessarily align. That's actually part of the reason why we do this exercise. When you see it from the bird's eye view, you can start to check for consistencies and inconsistencies. And that's the power of using this particular framework. Right after using the framework to just get the bird's eye view of your business and really document what are the bets that you are ultimately making in each of these quadrants, right after that, we're going to start thinking about, okay, at the end of the day, growth is going to come from somewhere. And when it comes to go-to-market, we ultimately want to expand within a particular customer segment or part of the market. The next step has everything to do with understanding your customers so well you could complete their sentences. And this, I would say, is from a marketing perspective and a sales perspective, and even customer success. I mean, honestly, the entire go-to-market team, this is absolutely critical. Growth ultimately does come from somewhere, and that does mean people, actual people. They are saying yes, they are taking out their credit cards, and they continue to say yes every single month over month, hopefully, and hopefully for years to come. They become long-lasting, raving fans of the product. And then, of course, we have to take a step back and we have to say, okay, we know where we're going, we know what bets we're making, but where is this growth ultimately going to come from? We want to make sure that we understand our customer segments so well that we know what pains they have, we know what solutions they've considered, we want to know why our solution is technically the best or why they would consider our solution to be the best. We want to know ultimately what was the job to be done with our product, especially in context with others if you have competitors or competing alternatives. And then, of course, we want to know where they hang out, how they make decisions, how do they find software, how do they decide on what to ultimately implement in their own organizations. We want to know these customer segments extremely well. And part of the reason why we have to dig deep into these segments is it's pretty great to have a general understanding of the market and to know generally who the customers are going to be. But to really truly know them and to know them like the back of your hand, it's going to translate to literally everything you do. It's going to help you build better product. It's going to help you find better acquisition channels. And it's also going to give you a leg up when it comes to churn and then, of course, retention. So this is why we have to spend the time to make sure we really understand our target customers. Who are the ultimate customer segments that we're going after? Let's dig deeper and get into personas. And then from there, we can start to identify, okay, if we want to expand here, how are we going to do that? This is what helps us inform our strategy. All right, so we've gone through a few steps. The first step was, let's make sure that we know what our goal is. The second step was, let's use a framework to just put the business on just a screen and just see it from the bird's eye view and document what bets we're making and also what bets are maybe inconsistent with other bets placed in some of the other quadrants. What's present state and what's future state. Right after that, we defined our customers. We want to really get into the nitty-gritty details of how these customer segments think and how they act and how they make decisions. By the time that we get to step 4, this is where we start really jumping into how do we strategically plan, and then also based off of where we want to go, how can we overcome what's going to block us? So I have this slide here, partly as a pause, as a very poetic pause, if you will. Because what we're going to discuss next are blockers, are success gaps. Okay, so step number 4 is really understanding what your success gaps are from a go-to-market perspective. Success gaps are used in a couple of ways. The more common way that I've heard is actually a success gap for a customer. So imagine a customer has signed up for your product or they've requested a demo and now they're into the free trial or the pilot program or whatever it is, whatever the model is that you're using. Some people will use success gaps to describe what they need to do in order to achieve success with the product. And that is therefore the success gap that they have to cross. Another way to use success gaps is actually the way that I'm going to talk about here, which is from a more go-to-market strategic perspective. And that is actually what's actually blocking us from achieving our goals. So from a business perspective, what is blocking us today? What capabilities do we need? What resources do we need? Do we have the right skill sets internally, or do we need to bring some of those on in some kind of way? Are we able to actually measure success? What does success ultimately mean at the end of the day? And what do we need to learn or research in order for us to know as much as possible about what it is that we're really hoping to achieve and maybe even get into, especially when it comes to making particular investments? So success gaps in this particular case, if we know where we're going, we have a general understanding of what our product, market, model, channel, fit, et cetera, is going to look like. And then from there, we know who we're going to target. Now we have to just pause for a second and ask ourselves, what's blocking us? What are we great at? What are we not so great at? What are our known unknowns? And also, are there things that we just don't know at all that we're going to have to either accept as a risk or a threat, or it's something we can work to overcome? Something I want to also cover is, well, we're absolutely going to get into a few examples, but it's really critical to take this step when it comes to the strategic planning, and we'll actually get into why. Okay, so some things I hear quite often is, we can't easily measure how many free trial conversions that we get. And that would be a great example of a success gap. Another one might be, okay, well, we don't necessarily know how this customer segment is going to perform. It's going to be a test. That could be a success gap for us. And that's okay. As long as we know, that's still a step in the right direction. We'll need to hire an experienced content marketer in order for us to achieve this goal. Okay, that could be a success gap, but it's one that we know is a resource constraint. We need to bring on the resource. In order for us to effectively compete, we'll need to have these particular features added to the product, not necessarily to meet feature parity, but to get somewhat close, because that's a market expectation, and we're probably not going to be successful if we don't have these particular features. This is another example of what could be a success gap, but by way of product or product market fit in general. The ultimate goal with defining your success gaps is not to feel bad. It is not to feel self-conscious. It is not to inspire fear. More than anything, it's there to help you plan to overcome them. I want to be really careful here that this is not a pity party. Step number 4 is not a pity party, and it's not like oh my God, we kind of suck. It is far more to inspire you and also to help you plan to overcome these things. If we document our controllables and what's within our control, and if we know that certain things are lacking, then part of our go-to-market strategy is going to be implementing all of the right things and put those things into place to overcome it so we can get ultimately closer to our goal. Finally, we're going to talk about step number 5, and that is guiding principles. Okay, so I find that a guiding principle is something that we're going to define, but I find that the best CEOs naturally do this, whether they realize it or not. Sometimes it's intentional whenever they create strategy documents or strategy briefs to align the entire organization. Sometimes they actually already do this, which is awesome. And if you don't already do this, then we're going to unpack and define it and describe why we do it and what it actually means. But guiding principles, okay, you can think of guiding principles as these are kind of like the new rules or the mantras that you are going to live by in order to accomplish your goals. You can think about them as they're kind of like how do you plan, or how does the team plan to act differently in order to win based off of what our objective ultimately is and based off of the bets that we're willing to make in the market. How do we plan on making decisions moving forward? This could also, a guiding principle could also be in a similar vein of what do we expect to double down on? What other strategic bets are we going to make that's going to help drive us forward? And a guiding principle could also be what you won't do anymore. The interesting thing about guiding principles, and I'll give you a few examples in just a second, but the interesting thing about them is that they're not necessarily there for forever. They're not quite like core values or any, culture codes or anything like that. It's much more, here's what we need to focus on, and here's what we need to embody in order to reach the goal. And then when we reach the goal, we'll evaluate them. Do we still need these guiding principles? Do we need new ones? I find that the guiding principles are evolutionary. They are iterative. They evolve over time. But the most critical thing is that they are not tasks. And we'll get to that in just a second. But let me just give you an example, because guiding principles is kind of like, I don't really know what that means, but I kind of feel like I know what it means. Here's an example. Let's say we've been in quarantine for too long, which, probably necessary. But we have maybe puffed up a little bit more than we would like to admit. So maybe we gained, 10 pounds, whatever. This is a perfect example of how we can actually use guiding principles to inspire us to take action, and also, until we reach our goal, reevaluate them. So maybe our objective is to lose the quarantine weight, we want to depuff a little bit. Our guiding principles might look like, okay, getting enough sleep, maybe based off of your own health and your own personal health history. You know that you really struggle with insomnia or sleep. I absolutely struggle with insomnia. So it's something that I have to keep in mind. Keeping cortisol levels low, managing and regulating hormones that might also just be based off of you and your body, or yours actually might look completely different from this list here, but your guiding principles might look completely different. But the ultimate mission here, however, is you'll notice that these are mantras. So I need to get enough sleep. I need to do workouts I actually enjoy. I need to drink enough water. Like, those are going to be my new mantras moving forward. We're going to give them a shot. And if they don't work, then we can reevaluate them and implement new ones based off of what we think our strategy should be next. That's the power of a guiding principle. Let's put this into an actual SaaS context. This is actually a real example of guiding principles from a client, but the objective was to ultimately improve retention or reduce churn, whichever one makes more sense for you. The guiding principles that we implemented from a strategic perspective was, it is critical that we provide an amazing experience from sign up to conversion. So amazing product experience, especially onboarding experience. That was a huge guiding principle for us moving forward. The next one right after that was creating value from day one in the product. How do we shift different aspects of the product and also marketing and also go-to-market in general in order for us to accomplish this new guiding principle? The next right after that was focusing on attracting the best fit customers. There were some initiatives and projects that we were doing historically that weren't necessarily contributing to the best fit customers. So what do we need to do in order to focus on the actual best fit customers? What projects we need to put in place in order for us to accomplish that? And then finally, building a public. So at the time, this particular client wasn't necessarily giving a whole lot of product roadmap transparency. And then also they were holding on to product for too long before they put it in front of a customer or a prospect. These 3 to 4 new guiding principles were set, and the entire team was aligned around each of these new guiding principles. And then from there, the CEO basically said, okay, we've got these new guiding principles, head of marketing, head of product, head of customer success. How do we align around these? Like, what is the plan to implement these? And that is the power of a guiding principle when it comes to go-to-market. It's really important to note that guiding principles are not tasks. They are not tasks. They're not necessarily things I can delegate to just one person. They inspire action across all departments, across all functions, and across all teams. And if it's just you as the solo founder, your new guiding principles, I have my personal ones for Demand Maven on, like, their sticky notes on the wall, behind this camera, but they are going to be the things that you constantly remind yourself when it comes to taking action, and then also taking action in the right direction to, of course, accomplish the goals. So that, my friends, those were the 5 steps. Quick recap: have a clear objective, use a product market model channel fit framework, or if there's a framework that you prefer better, that's fine. Use that instead of the one that I've suggested. Any framework that's going to help you just see from a bird's eye view the business and the bets you're making, that's a good framework, especially if it helps you see what doesn't necessarily fit and what's inconsistent. After that, we need to know our target customer. We need to ultimately know where this growth is going to come from and who those people are, so we can either convert them better, acquire more of them, whatever that is, retain them better, same thing. Next, we define our success gaps, what's currently blocking us from reaching our go-to-market goals in general. And then finally, what are the new guiding principles, the mantras, the rules we are going to live by, embody, and collaborate on in order for us to get there? And what's ultimately going to help us inspire action? That is probably one of the most critical aspects of a great set of guiding principles. Okay, so that was everything. Thank you so much for watching and for listening and participating. I'm going to jump over into Air Meet in just a second, but if you liked this presentation, if you liked some of the things that I was talking about, if you'd like to learn more, definitely follow me on Twitter. And also, there's a YouTube channel. There's also a podcast. So if you like my voice, there's also that as well available to you. We talk go-to-market, we talk SaaS, we talk marketing, growth, pretty much all the things when it comes to go-to-market strategy. So thank you so much, and I'll see you in just a second.
Alrighty, so we have time for just one person. So whoever wants to raise their hand is going to be number one to just jump in here and ask Asia your question. You can do that now. We don't have anyone just yet, so we're waiting for you to raise your hand. We don't have any questions. Oh, actually, there's one question in Q&A. Can you send the presentation, Asia?
Yes, absolutely. Absolutely.
All righty. I will send you an email and ask for that. All righty. We don't have any speakers. What? All righty. Maria is the first one. And Maria are you from Austin?
Yes, I'm in Austin. How are you?
All righty. Welcome.
So I wanted to ask you about demand, Maven. What kind of size of SaaS are you working with?
Yeah. I mean, we are the first, I would say 100 to 1,000 customers. So it completely depends on what the challenges are, but we've worked with companies up to, I'd say 10 to 20 million. I also sit on the board at Moz. So from a size perspective, it's really more about what the challenges are. That's what we focus on more about.
Awesome. Thank you.
Yeah, of course.
All righty. Asia is a pro. I actually sent a couple of my contacts for her for her to work with. So go ahead and reach out to her. She's done a bunch of great sessions. Asia, thank you so much for your time and so much wealth of information. And we'll see you again soon.
Yes, thanks for having me. Bye, guys.
Bye, and everyone. We'll see you in the next session. 2, 1, blast off. We're live. Hey, everyone. Actually, David, you know what? I'm going to stop presenting your screen if that's okay. I want people to see you first, and then you can go ahead and start sharing your screen. But hey, welcome back, everyone. I'd like to introduce my next speaker here, and that's David. And David was with a company called Launch Mappers. And this is an on-demand growth marketing team that you can hire. And David is going to talk a little bit more about marketing automation. David, if you can just frame a little bit of a conversation, what it is that you'll talk about, and go ahead and share your screen. Oh my goodness, David, where are you? Alrighty. You're back. Sounds good. I was like, where are you?
Tech is so complicated for me. I swear, too many issues.
Sorry about that. Hey, go ahead and if you want to start sharing your screen. Sorry, I kicked it out. I just want people to see your face. Otherwise, there's going to be just a tiny face and a huge screen. But hey, the floor is yours.
Cool. Well, thanks for having me, first of all. I'm going to share the screen now.
Yeah.
And here it is. Can you see it properly?
Yes, we can see it.
Cool. Well, guys, thanks a lot for having me. I think, it'd be good to get to know each other a bit better. I'm going to start. My name is David. I think you will understand where I am from based on my accent. And I run Launch Mappers, which is an on-demand growth team from startups. And basically, we're a team of experts in marketing automation, CRM, performance marketing, copywriting, SEO, and product design. And so, I would really like this presentation to be tailored to you as a participant. And so, it'd be great to understand what do you do? Are you, a SaaS founder? Do you work in e-commerce? Are you a service provider? Just use the live chat and tell us, a bit more about you and what you do. And I'm not from Quebec. I am from France. Yeah. Actually, it's the truth. Cool. Great. So we got someone in SaaS. I see some people speak French. Cool. So yeah, this presentation will be very much focused on SaaS businesses, but please do take these takeaways and apply it to your own business, whether you're a service, whether you're e-commerce. Everything works with marketing automation and with user.com. So that's about us. I want to get started and talk about, the evolution of marketing since the 1950s and when the first creative agencies came in. At first, everyone was focused on the brand, how to express the message, how to create amazing visual, how to be great at copywriting. And then, as technologies came in, there was a huge focus in performance marketing, being well referenced on search engines like Google or Yahoo at the time. So that was quite a revolution for the marketing world. And then came in, the last decade between 2010 and 2020, where I think we can call it the inbound revolution. We can thank HubSpot for that because they did a lot of education. So, they did a good job on that side. And I think everyone here will be familiar with inbound marketing. And I think now we're entering a new era in which marketing automation is going to be at the cornerstone of every business. And I think one of the first reasons is that it encompasses all teams, whether you're in sales, support, marketing automation, sales, support, what else? Marketing, obviously, but also operational finance. Marketing automation can help you. And today it can help anyone in any team work on any step of the customer journey. I want to give us some examples of, what automation can do for SaaS businesses, and especially when you think about the SaaS funnel. Because if you think about what I was saying earlier, which is basically automation serves the whole business, we need to understand how does it work for sales, finance, and things like that. So, if you think about basic step, acquisition, activation, revenue, retention, referral, here are some couple of examples and what marketing automation allows you to do. Automate immediately a series of emails when someone leaves their contact details on a landing page or on a blog post or things like that. When someone's checking the pricing page and is on your CRM, bam, you can send an email from your sales team and tell them that you can do a free demo, you can offer them a promotion or things like that. You can make sure that you can send a notification to the right people in your team when people are not paying, which is always nice. People always like to be paid on time, I guess. Marketing automation plays a huge role in customer retention because you're really able to understand and get notifications in real time when people are not, coming back to your product, interacting with your key features. It's a great way to use it. And also referral, because with any product, and that's even more true with SaaS businesses, referral is super important. And we need to identify it in the customer journey. We need to celebrate the key moments in our customer journey to make sure that people feel rewarded. And if you notice on the slide, I insist also on internal referral. And I think it's going to be relevant for some SaaS owners over here in the sense that we always think about referrals in terms of, how many new customers can we get in from an existing one? But sometimes, depending on your pricing model, if you're on a seat per user pricing, maybe, internal referral is the key for you to grow. And HubSpot is a great example. They're really leveraging internal referral. Any project management software is also relying a lot on internal referral. So, maybe you can think about it after this presentation and if it's relevant for you. And, the common denominator of all of these examples is that we're responding to key events in the customer journey. And that's really important because that's what marketing automation allows you to do. Respond to what people are doing without needing to go into your back office every now and then and see what people are doing. That's why it's so valuable. And your automation strategy will reflect this and the actions they are taking and the actions they are not taking, which is also very important. You want people to be activated. You want people to use your product, but it's not because they sign up for a free trial that they're going to do it. So if you think about, what customers are doing when they sign up, maybe they're going to use the product, maybe not. If they do use the product, you can send them one thing, celebrate this with them. If they don't use it, then maybe you want to invite them to use it, explain to them why they're going to get so much value from your product, and you need to map all of these events. And we're going to get to it right now. To get there, you need to understand what is your entire customer journey from lead generation to referral, from sign up to a free trial to subscription renewal, all of these kind of things. What are the key metrics that you want to work on in this customer journey? And what are the key events that moves people in your funnel? That is really, really important because it's based on these key events that you're going to react, you're going to interact with people based on what they do. In a way, you're not being proactive with marketing automation. You're being responsive, which is slightly different. You don't need to reach out to customers all the time. You need to have a system in place which can help you do that. Also, one very important point, automation software currently, if so, which one? And do you use it as well for CRM purposes? Intercom. User.com, great choice. Active Campaign, great choice. Great. That's awesome, guys. I see that we have a lot of people who are already doing these things. That's amazing. That's amazing. And I guess, if you're using Active Campaign, HubSpot, you are already using the CRM. And yeah, HubSpot and Active Campaign is also a good combination. I really like HubSpot for sales purposes and Active Campaign for marketing. So that's definitely an interesting one. And you need to make sure that everything is synced, because if people are, not doing something at some point, if it's a tier 1 account, you really want to be on top of them. You really want to make sure that the sales rep is on top of these people. So yeah, bear in mind that the synchronization between your marketing automation platform and your CRM is crucial. Some key events, guys, I think you already know this, so let's not spend too much time, but this is really important to react to these key events. There are many more, obviously. One thing about marketing automation: do not try to automate everything. Please don't. Remain human. Try to develop relationships. Try to develop authentic relationships. Do not look like you're a bot. If you're a bot company, people will not trust you. They will churn. They won't pay. You won't be able to upsell. And so you need to make sure that this doesn't come at the expense of real and authentic relationships that you can develop. So if you remember in the previous slides, I was talking about the customer journey and how important it is to map it, to really understand what it is. So I just laid out one example, that's quite a simple customer journey, to be honest. And, you can see the level of complexity in the sense that, here we have two paths, depending if the user does something or if they don't do something. And that's really the mentality you need to keep in mind all the time. What happens if they do something? What happens if they don't? Segment your database early on. Segment your database based on persona. Segment your database based on how people are behaving is really what marketing automation is for. And you need to understand all of the different use cases you're going to encounter in your product. For instance, if someone signs up and they don't use your product, it's really something you need to be aware of. It's really something you need to be able to control, and it's something you need to be able to solve because you want people to work on your product. So maybe that's the time to insert a feedback loop, for instance. And data in marketing automation is actually what gets the engine rolling. Without any data, then basically you can't do anything. And your marketing automation really uses that. So again, when you think about the type of data, it can be many different things. It can be numbers, the amount people are spending. It can be, how much they clicked on a link, if they reacted to your blog post. Do they go back to your website? Do they go back to your pricing page? All of these kind of things, you need to be able to take that into account, feed the marketing automation engine, and understand what you'll do depending on what people are doing. Obviously, if you're acquiring customers from different sources, each of them will need to have a tailored journey. And we're going to look at it with a specific example later on. But, I want to stress out again that your CRM and marketing automation needs to be synced, and that's through data. Let's take this same example again. If you're generating, a new SQL, a new sales qualified lead, they're entering your automation funnel, they're receiving these 3 series of email. If during that journey you understand that this is a really important company for your business, you really want to sign them, make sure you can get this data and it can be accessible for your sales rep, and they can be on top of them. So sync this data as much as you can. If you're using Active Campaign, if you're using user.com, great job, everything will be synced. If you're using HubSpot, great job, everything will be synced. If you're using other things, maybe you will need to use something like Zapier to make sure that all events are synced. And if that's not enough, have a look at Segment, which is a great customer data platform to make sure that data is synchronized from any kind of data source into any kind of destination which has an API. Let's look at this example to understand, why data is important and why you need to understand that through your marketing automation platform. If you're doing a white paper, your objective is to get marketing qualified lead, right? but the objective of generating any kind of lead is to convert them into paying customer. So when this person enters your software, you need to make sure you're tracking that they are coming from this specific white paper. And, then later down in time, you realize that only 1 people out of 50 converted into paying customer. So the actual return on investment on this and the actual cost of acquisition through the white paper is £250 or dollars or whatever currency you're using. On the other side, we're looking at, sales landing page, and we'll realize that we're paying £10, £20 per lead, which at first may seem like, okay, so it's 4 times more expensive than the white paper. Should we go and do this white paper? Who knows, let's look at what the data tells us. Data doesn't lie, people lie. I hope you don't lie, guys. 40 days later, we'll realize that, people coming from the landing page, they convert much better. And if you look at the CPA, it's much lower, So this is just really valuable insight to be able to track the lead source at the marketing automation level. And because it gives us informed decision, it gives us informed data. And from this informed data, we can get decisions based on the financial impact. So again, if you think about what I was saying earlier, marketing automation helps marketing. Well, it's kind of marketing thing. It helps sales because it syncs with your CRM. It helps sales rep in doing their job better. It helps finance teams because you can drive, better financial results for your company. Ops team and customer support, we're going to go into that in a moment. What can you automate? I think it might be one of the first questions you had when you entered this presentation, right? How good is this for me? Well, I'm tempted to say you can automate basically anything today, but if you were to focus on key events and key things you want to automate today, it's going to be email marketing, it's going to be notifications, whether it's transactional emails, whether it's your notification on your mobile app or a pop-up on your SaaS platform because users are doing something, anything related to your CRM, anything. If people are not picking up the phone, then maybe you want to send them an automated email. When they do pick up the phone, maybe you want to send them an automated follow-up email and things like that. You want to make sure that you're leveraging tags and segments in your marketing automation software. And we're actually seeing this, this combination. We talked about ActiveCampaign, we talked about HubSpot, we talked about Chooser.com. These platforms understood that it's very important to see CRM and marketing automation as one of the same things. So being able to segment your customers, depending if they're paying, trialing, churning, anything else is really important. Being able to add tags depending on what people are doing is also very important. If they're doing a specific action, you want to be able to understand that. So it processes data. It allows you to do data reporting. It allows you to automate invoice creation and collection, which is always good because we, as any business, we like to collect revenues, right? Let's go into the concrete things. How to go from mapping into implementation, which is, the most important thing, right? How do we go from theory to practice? That's the topic of this presentation. First of all, make sure to build the right team around your marketing automation project. Marketing will drive this project, they will lead this project, but involve everyone because anyone can benefit from this. So really, it's important. And when it comes to implementation, you will need one technical marketer who understands all of these platforms, who understands how to play with APIs and things like that. You need a copywriter because it's going to involve a lot of content. And sometimes you will need the help of a full-stack developer because things can get pretty technical. It's not always needed, but just take that in mind. And when it comes about implementation, just keep this mindset in mind, keep this framework in mind. If, then else. If someone does one thing, then let's do this. If they don't, then let's do this. And it's going to ease your life like crazy. If, then else. It's the most logical thing to explore when doing marketing automation. But, marketing automation is nothing without the right platforms, without the right providers or the right partners, as I'd like to see them, because it really makes some people's life much easier, including mine and the one of our customers. So, I just want to finish this presentation by giving you concrete insights on how to choose the right platform for your business and also some concrete examples of what this platform allow you to do. So you have basically 3 big families about marketing automation platforms. Process builders, email marketing or omnichannel marketing software like user.com, or you have CRM platforms like HubSpot or even Salesforce to some extent. And it's very likely that you'll need a combination of all of them. If you're B2C, I reckon that platforms like user.com or ActiveCampaign have a just good enough CRM for you to work. If you're really doing a lot of volume and don't care about, very large accounts, this is more than enough for you. So first, let's talk about the two big players in process building, Zapier and Integromat. Zapier requires zero coding skill, large catalog of pre-built integration. If you've looked at Nathan's presentation yesterday, you can see that it's very important to growth. It can be very important to drive growth. On the other side, you have Integromat, which is much better for people who like to play with APIs without really needing to code. Also connects a lot of platforms together. You can build this complex workflow, so it's more difficult to comprehend, but gives you a lot of capabilities as well. So that's really good. Then you have these platforms, which are used for email marketing or any kind of communication. I've taken 3 big examples: Autopilot as well, ActiveCampaign, user.com, and customer.io, which are some of the biggest players at the moment. User.com is great. You can do omni-channel marketing from live chat to notification, SMS, email, of course, build complex workflow. It's quite easy to integrate through Google Tag Manager. You can put it into your mobile app as well. So really comprehensive platform. My only feedback is that if you really want to experience the product, you need to get on the business plan, which is at $250 per month. Otherwise, you will just want to upgrade. So might as well get it from day one. ActiveCampaign on the other end is a bit more straightforward. It's a bit easier to integrate as well. Only, add a couple of HTML lines into your header. So if you're not using Google Tag Manager, maybe it's easier for you. It's really good. The platform is a bit slow, but, lots of good stuff. Customer.io is more complex, requires more technical help to set it up. But, as we'll see, if you use segments, it's going to make your life much better. So, user.com, great if you're a low ticket B2B company and you don't need to really understand the size of your accounts, all of this data enrichment, which CRMs like HubSpot can provide. If that's not too important for you, go ahead. If you're B2C, go ahead. This is great for you. Customer.io is quite interesting if you really want to merge transactional and marketing emails into a single platform, saving costs at some level. If you're using segments, it's going to make your life really easy because they have a one-click integration which works just like that. So that's really nice. Can seem expensive at first because you're paying $150 per account, but in the end you get 10,000 contacts, which is quite good. If you're using ActiveCampaign, 10,000 contacts, you will pay more. So yeah, here we are. For D2C companies, ActiveCampaign is great. They have great integration for e-commerce products as well with Shopify and e-commerce integration. So that's really cool. Platform is really old, so you can see and find a lot of content around there. They have a very basic CRM, but that works well. So, really some cool thing can happen with ActiveCampaign, just like with user.com. They have, each of them have their own pros and cons. And what about HubSpot? HubSpot is the oldest player in CRM marketing automation software, My view on HubSpot, great for sales. Great. Don't use it for marketing. If you use it for marketing, first of all, you'll find that, with most all-in-one platforms, well, you're going to be pretty limited in what you want to do, in the sense that for the vast majority of the products they offer, you can find better features elsewhere. So, I'm the type of person who likes to work with specialists and not with generalists. I think that, everyone has their own specialty and let's just embrace it. So maybe there's something better. It can be very expensive as well. So I really want to spend some time in doing this Q&A. So I will show you a bit more in practice. How does it work? So you start from your process builder. Something's happening. It's called a trigger. And from then, you can work on your segmentation, because if it's different persona, if in your lead form, you can already segment people, that's great. And it makes your marketing life much better, I must say. From then, they enter this more complex automation in which, you want to make sure that you're working on qualified leads. You want to work on invoicing. You want to make sure that, everyone in the team is celebrating the fact that we got a new lead. That's always an encouraging sign. It's good to make sure that, everyone is sticking together into the same objective. And the last bit, bring the sales qualified lead into your marketing automation platform. For this example, I've used ActiveCampaign. So this is triggered by Zapier, this tag adding, which allows me later on to reuse the people who meet these segments and contact them in a specific way. I can also look at how they are behaving, how all of them are behaving in terms of purchasing. Do they buy, or is there another persona which converts better for me? And if another persona performs better for me, I'll focus my strategy around them. So as you can see from them, enter the CRM, use a Google Sheet for backup, using Facebook customer audiences for retargeting people in my funnel. I really like to do that because it can help in the conversion rates. And then in practice, the if-then-else framework. Does the contact pay? Yes, great. Let's do something else. If they don't, let's keep following up. Let's keep following up until they do. So that's really a concrete example. But maybe you're doing marketing automation today, maybe you're not. And if you're not, trust me, you've already experienced it in some kind of way. And I've used Airbnb as an example, Trigger, user looks for a place to stay in a specific location. In this case, Bath, a small city in the UK, which however is beautiful. So segmentation. If user does not book the trip to Bath, let's send them a notification. Let's remind them that they wanted to go there and, travel basically. If user has booked, then it's the else, then let's not do anything. But let's assume that they are not traveling. They have not booked their location. What you're going to see on your Facebook feed or on your Instagram, if user did not book this rental in this city, you're going to see this ad, which is tailored to you. And that's great. As you know, Airbnb is $1 billion business. They're doing great and they're really good in marketing. So if they're doing it, maybe we should all do it, I guess. Guys, these are the main messages I wanted to convey today. I hope this was useful and I hope you have some questions. I would really like to cover them in the Q&A.
We absolutely have some questions. Hey, everyone. First of all, raise your hand if you have a question, and then I'll bring you on stage here. We do have a couple questions from the Q&A section. Let me ask you those. Number one is, what is the best MarTech stack to identify user intent as top funnel interaction?
The best MarTech stack to identify top funnel leads in terms of customer interaction.
To identify user intent.
Okay. It's difficult to say. I think the one thing you need to be able to do is to track what's happening on your website. In that sense, platforms like user.com, we can use it as an example. You install a bit of code on your website, and if someone is visiting the pricing page a couple of times, maybe it's time to send them a live chat notification, things like that. A lot of platforms are doing that. To be honest, I don't really like the question as in what's the best, because the best will always depend on your use case, your company, and your product. So I think if you tell me more about your product, maybe I can give you a more tailored answer. But the short one is platforms like user.com are great for that. Platforms like Intercom or Drift can also serve you in this purpose. But the one bit that's missing in your question is, do we already have this person's email address or not? If not, you're really limited in what you can do. And if yes, possibilities are infinite.
Very good. Mohammed, feel free to reach out to David here. Here's the email. Next question is from Layla. At the moment, we use HubSpot in sales. This is our historical sales CRM. Do you think it is still not worthy to use it for marketing to send out email campaigns?
You're going to be limited in what you can do. So my advice to you is to look into other platforms. If you use HubSpot for marketing, you're going to be able to build some kind of workflows, but it's not going to be, you're not going to be able to do exactly what you want. And if you look at other platforms, ActiveCampaign, Autopilot, user.com, all of these platforms can be synced with your HubSpot, So anything that you want to do email-wise, look at specialists and what the specialists can offer to you. And use Zapier, use Segment to match your data between the two software. I think you're going to be more productive. You're going to save a lot of money.
Awesome. Last question from a very active user, and that's Catherine. Catherine is asking a recommendation for how long to wait before triggering that follow-up email.
That's a good question. I think it really depends on the use case. In the slide I showed you, it was about a product with a very immediate buying intent. So when I work on strategies, that's one of the first questions that I ask myself. Is there a real buying intent? Or, are people discovering something new to them? Do they need more time? So ask yourself this question. If you have a very high buying intent, follow up as fast as you can. You can communicate email 1 on day 0, email 2 on day 1, email 3 on day 4, for instance. If you're looking into a product which is more complex, requires customer education, requires different party to know about your solution, and that it's going to take time, so speak to your sales team and ask them, how long does it take you to make a sale, and map your journey according to what they tell you. So, I was telling you about the fact it's really important that all teams are involved in this process. Speak with your team.
David, thank you so much for the wealth of knowledge. Everyone, thanks a lot for all the questions, and we're going to see you in the next session. Check out David's website, launchmappers.com, and reach out to him if you have any additional questions or you want one-on-one consultation about marketing automation. Thanks a lot, everyone. See you shortly.
Thanks a lot. I hope you enjoyed, and any questions, feel free to reach out to me directly. I'd be happy to help.
Lots of claps there. Thanks a lot, guys. Live. Alrighty, hi everyone. Good morning, Garrett. I wanted to invite everyone back to the session. Welcome. Alrighty, let's pick up the speed. Under 100 people. We usually are much more than that. Hey everyone, welcome back to the session. I want to introduce my next guest, and that's Garrett with a company called Directive. Directive is a leading performance marketing agency for B2B SaaS companies. Check out, they do a lot of great things. Garrett is also hosting a podcast. He's doing a bunch of different things for SaaS founders. Definitely check it out. He also has a Slack channel. I mean, they are, head deep into SaaS, right, Garrett? Alrighty. And today, Garrett is going to share with everyone paid social, right? Is that what we're talking about, Garrett? Hey, Garrett, can you hear us? Hey, can you hear us? I don't think you can hear us. Hey. Can you hear me? Hey, everyone, can you hear me? Can you drop here in the chat? Is it just me? Okay, you can hear me. Garrett cannot hear me. Garrett? Can you hear me? He's trying to rejoin again. Let's see how that's going to work. Yes, Slack channel. Ask him at the end of the session unless he mentions that. Check out that.
We did it.
All righty, welcome back.
Oh my God, look at us. We're technology geniuses.
2021, that's okay. Everyone's going to understand. And by the way, the crowd is so awesome here. They're just so, first of all, they're so active, engaging, and they're also like very nice and understanding. Yesterday we had a networking session and everyone's like, oh, it was so great, so great. So the crowd is absolutely awesome. Garrett, the floor is yours.
Oh, well, thank you. Well, hey, everybody. I always wanted to be a Twitch streamer, so I kind of feel like I'm a Twitch streamer right now. So I'm going to hang out with the chat, and we're going to have some fun today. Let me share my screen so y'all can see it. Oh, I'm going to share a window, so 1 second. So I can still chat with you guys. If I don't, I won't be able to see your chat. So let me move it over. Cool. Can you all see? Pretty good?
Yes, we can see that. Yep. Take it away.
Awesome. Well, thanks so much, everybody, for being here today. My name is Garrett Marigut. I do lead generation essentially for SaaS companies. Now, I get to have some fun, though, and I get to run growth for Directive, and I get to treat it like research and development. Now, the fun part that I've been trying to solve for about 7 years now, and that's how do I make performance marketing work when we have a high average order value? Now, the reason this is so important is if you think about it logically, we have two types of things going on in performance marketing. We have search intent, that has no firmographics. So let's talk about Google Ads, right? You're an ERP software, you're a CRO software, whatever kind of software you are. You're going to drive some of your most valuable leads and revenue from when there's purchase intent. So what I mean by that is when someone's explicitly looking for what you offer and they're modifying that by top ERP software, best ERP software vendors, and queries like this. Now, this is great for driving leads. That's why Google Ads has been such a large piece of people's budgets for so long. Now, the problem is, if you've ever run a ton of Google Ads, is quality control or your ability to go from small business or mid-market to enterprise. In other words, what Google Ads doesn't do well is people don't modify their intent so you know if they have money or not. What I mean by that is people don't search enterprise that often, like expensive that often. They just search. And so larger companies that maybe charge more for their services or their products only can service a small percentage of the total amount of people searching for a query, which creates a lot of financial waste. Okay? And so conversely, social, right? LinkedIn, Facebook, Instagram, even TikTok, all the other new channels right now have firmographics, but no intent. In other words, we know that we can target directors of demand gen with over 100 employees in the US who are currently using Marketo, so we know they're invested in marketing. However, when we advertise to them, they don't have a need for us, or we don't know if they do. And third-party intent data like Bombora and the rest of them are still average at best. And so without intent, we struggle to drive sales qualified leads from social because we don't have an offer strong enough to overcome the fact that people aren't in the market. It's kind of like sales development. If you ever worked with an SDR team, SDRs, their solution for poor results is traditionally more volume. And what happens is when they try to go on the better personalization of their messaging, personalization can't make up for the fact that there's no intent. And so all you end up doing is send out fewer emails and you still miss your numbers. So if you've ever felt this and felt like you were stuck, today's session is for you because I've been stuck for 7 years and we finally got a breakthrough. And what this breakthrough means is I'm able to better allocate my capital to digital than I am sales development for the first time in the history of the company to drive targeted account growth. And so historically, sales have been taking our lunch, right? What would happen? We would go to LinkedIn sales and we'd go to LinkedIn, we'd run lead gen ads, okay? And we're running these lead gen ads and we get them and we're like, woo, we're converting at 65% from lead gen ads. This is amazing. And we give them to SDRs and the SDRs are like, hello? And no one's picking up, right? They're not able to monetize our lead gen efforts. This is ubiquitous with almost every growth org, right? Marketing's generating top of funnel leads like ebook downloads and things like that. The 7 deadly sins of ERP software, they're sending it to sales development and sales development doesn't like the leads because they can't get someone from reading an ebook to wanting a demo. This is the gap. This is the problem we're all getting hurt by. And today we're going to talk about how to solve it. So the breakthrough we had came from this very simple concept and hypothesis, but completely changed our business. And that's what if we gave some of our budget back to our prospects instead of to our platforms? Okay, so think about it this way. When most of us do our math and determine what our cost per acquisition is, and we put that into our LTV CAC ratio, we do not budget any of the money to increasing our conversion rate. This is very ironic if you do financial modeling. In other words, when you look at a financial model, the most leverage you have from your financial model in advertising is on your conversion rate, not your acquisition rate. Okay, let me repeat this. When we do advertising, we compete in an auction environment, meaning we have a threshold of a floor for how much leverage we can get from lowering our initial cost per click, which then creates a floor for our target CPA. And there's not that much wiggle room. The only true magic moment you have of leverage in your advertising in 2021 is through your conversion rate. Yet when we do our budgets, we don't put any money aside to increase those conversion rates. Does this kind of make sense to everybody? So what we're going to do is we're going to look at what happened. I'm going to give you guys real data. And this is actually about 2 months old to a month old because I built this a while ago to prep for this when I had a little more time. we ran gift cards, okay? The gift card campaign was essentially, we're going to give someone $100 to take an intro call with us. Our hypothesis was that if we could get the conversion rate to increase enough, it would actually be cheaper than not offering a gift card. So here's just an example, and you can see the ROI and the cost per lead. Our cost per lead actually goes down the more money we give our prospect because we get our conversion rate that much higher. We've now done over, I'd say, $2 million, and all of that's come in the last month and a half. It took almost 7 months. The first 5 months of running this campaign, we made $0. We burned through hundreds of leads, and we messed a lot of things up. When we finally figured it out, it's completely changed our business, and it's the most valuable thing we've ever done. Okay? Now, to get to this point, though, we need to get our math right. This is a hard pitch internally. You can walk away from this session convinced you need to do it and struggle still to convince your CFO or your CEO or whoever's in charge that she needs to do this, okay? And so what I want to give you is a couple things that I take a lot of passion in that have allowed me to be a much more creative advertiser and a dynamic advertiser because I'm able to allocate my capital much more confidently. So first one we're going to look at here is this LTV CAC sheet. So I gave you all this sheet. This will allow you to build out models and look at all your channels by average contract value, close rate, SQL to operate, and MQL to SQL rate. This is the diligence and discipline you need in your financial modeling to feel confident about your capital allocation. I think the most important question a CMO or a leader in marketing can ask is having an answer to where they spend their next dollar. And that's what builds confidence in the broader company that marketing is the best allocation of capital to drive growth. This helps you build that confidence, okay? So here's a sheet you all can use. All these sheets, so Bacillus, all these sheets are going to be linked right here, my man. So you're going to be able to grab all of these and be able to use them, okay? Now, the next sheet we're going to look at is an ROI forecast, okay? So I put a lot of money and time and effort into building this forecast, but I'm going to give it to you all for free today. Okay, we use this to model out the impact of an investment. So you can kind of see here how much people are spending, how many demos they have, how many customers they want to close. And this will start to give us some of our KPIs. And then from this, we can model out projected increases in ad spend, leads, or demos. And then at what month we're going to have the impact. Okay, that'll then give us a forecasted new LTV CAC ratio, doing nothing, ARR, new customers, and all the necessary information to essentially make a purchasing decision. This is critical stuff. Proposing gift cards is met with so much adversity, it's hard to comprehend, right? We have almost 72 accounts here, from publicly traded to all mid-market SaaS companies. All of these have massive marketing departments, world-class talent. I am struggling almost universally to get people to give money to their prospect instead of just giving it to the ad platform. Hopefully, these models can help you make a business case, okay? You also have the paid outputs, and so you can actually validate all your data and your hypothesis here, okay? So you can go out 3 years in advance and validate your entire hypothesis and still present it, okay? Now, the last one I'm going to show you all that's going to be really, really helpful is this model for financial approval. Let's say you do have buy-in. What I want to do now is I want to change the culture of my marketing team so that next great idea they come to me with and they know how I'm going to approve it. So this right here essentially allows you to take your current monthly averages and your current growth metrics for your funnel stages and then forecast. So let's say I want to spend 10 grand to Search Engine Journal, and Search Engine Journal for their webinar is guaranteeing 700 leads. I essentially can put in here webinar costs 700 leads, and then based on all my historical averages, it'll output what the projected additional revenue would be of 64 grand, as well as forecasted incremental LTV CAC. So essentially what I've given you now is tools that allow you to financially validate marketing hypotheses to create buy-in so you can experiment more. Does that make sense to everybody? Are we good? Awesome. Cool. So we got our forecast, we got our budget approval, We've mapped out the incremental ROI. Now, let's talk about conversation ads, okay? Conversation ads has been the single most effective thing I've done in my 7-year career of just trying to own this. Now, yes, maybe I'm a little young, but all of this stuff has been tested with some of the largest accounts in the world. For example, we got the Allstate account as agency of record when I was 24 years old, okay? This is stuff that's been going at the highest level of teams, and it works. So what I want you to understand is after me trying every tactic I can think of, every approach or hypothesis to go to market, and every nuance of like what works, nothing has ever worked like conversation ads is working today in my entire career, and nothing's worked like gift giving. And so I want you to understand why these two things are working, because conversation ads won't work forever. Gift giving will. And let's understand it. So the way we're doing this is very simple. We're trying to take now directive, and I'm using this from my own experience right now so I can show you my own data, okay? Directive serves only SaaS companies. Our ability to focus into one vertical creates resonance with our messaging, okay? This is really, really important. So if I'm doing an advertisement and I market to everyone, I'm marketing to no one. And so the reason this is working, I want to put some of the things that are why this is working, is because we're just marketing to SaaS and we have a great portfolio of SaaS companies. You still need to have a differentiating edge to your exact persona, okay? So we're taking all of our data, our total addressable market. We have 3,000 accounts. We exported these from ZoomInfo, a client of ours. We then parsed through all the data manually. So we initially, between 50 employees and 1,000 employees, we had 8,000 companies. We knew a lot of that was waste with the way people niche computer software. You get a lot of development firms and other companies. So we manually went through all 8,000 target accounts and whittled that list down to 3,000 mid-market SaaS accounts. We have now been gaining 10% market share from these 3,000 accounts month over month with this approach because we're targeting exactly them and we're breaking into every one of them at scale with the quality of our offer, okay? So now you have your target account list. So you understand who you're going after, and then you're niching into your titles to create resonance in your copy, okay? So we're going after different lists. We'll have an ABM list. We'll have our job titles list. We'll have marketing directors list. We'll have CMOs list. Each of these now has copy speaking to them, okay? So the trick to making your message resonate at scale is segmentation. So if I'm going to market to a CMO, I'm going to say, finally, the agency a CMO actually needs. If I'm going after someone else, I'm going to say, ever wonder what other director of demand gens, how they keep beating you? Whatever that copy is, I'm speaking to their persona and their title to create resonance. And then this is how the convo ad format works. So you can see things like lead form completion rate almost at 70%, which is insane. And a cost per lead at 66. In my model, I can spend almost 300. So insane results coming from this. Now the trick is we're going hot. Hey, Directive, I'd like to have dinner delivered to you. I had ABM marketing for Directive, a performance marketing agency working with software companies like Sumo Logic, Betterment, and Sentinel One. Our bread and butter is demand gen. Take an intro call with one of our senior account executives, and I'll send you a $100 Uber Eats gift card. If they say yes, tell me more. Now we're going to qualify them, right? Do you oversee digital or manage a team? If they say nope, we send them to our free Slack group called Society. By the way, you all should check it out. If you ever have a question, you can DM me or anyone who's running these campaigns for my team. In other words, the entire growth team for Directive, who is doing R&D for us, is in this Slack group, and you can message them any question you want free of charge, and we'll answer it for you. So definitely check it out. It's called Society. Now, even if these don't work, now you have an alternate thing. So now we're pushing people who might not be ready for us or want this gift card into Society, so we're still able to monetize this offer, okay? This stuff helps. Now, let's say you can't get gift cards approved. If you can't get gift cards approved and you can't run the convo ads don't work without the gift card. I want to be crystal clear. It didn't work for me on a $50 gift card. It doesn't work on cheaper offers. You have to have an offer so good that you take someone from apathy to action, okay? That's really all it is. It's niching your messaging, speaking to your audience, and you need to have a world-class offer to get someone from I'm on LinkedIn looking for my next job or trying to build my personal brand to I want to talk with sales. Okay. The other critical part of that message is we're using Chili Piper so that once they give us their information, we're auto booking from Chili Piper directly into a call. If you don't have them auto book from the ad sequence to the call, you're going to experience huge drop-offs in your funnel and you're going to struggle to monetize. When we initially launched this campaign, we were only able to get 50% of leads to an intro call. Now we're at almost 80% of leads through using Chili Piper, event reminders, and other tools. So definitely important. Now, single persona campaigns, all this is something that works exceptionally well if you just need to do lead gen. You're just taking your best asset. So we all have a cornerstone asset, hopefully. The ultimate guide to demand generation, okay? All I want you to do is take that ultimate guide to demand generation and then change it to your title. So it's the Director of Demand Gen's ultimate guide to growth. It's the CMO's guide to demand generation. All you do is change the cover page, your creative, and your copy. This gives you massive scale. So you take one asset and scale to all your personas, and you should be able to get conversion rates greater than 35 to 50%. Now, the problem is it's hard to get people from downloading your asset to taking an intro call, like we talked about before. But if you're just getting crushed trying to generate MQLs, this can definitely do it for you. And you can kind of see here, one of the biggest things I found too, working with clients, is there's a lot of times a flawed assumption on who their buyer actually is. Like you'll work with a really large provider and they think they're selling someone in their business unit. Like let's say you sell sales software, they think they're selling account executives, but they're really selling sales ops people. And so the IT department might buy instead of the sales department. So there's a lot of nuance here. So you're definitely going to want to use your LinkedIn pixel to catch up on your demographics. That can be very helpful. Now, combo ads work if you have the right offer. So let's say they are working for you. Now, we finally got sponsored content to work. Now, unfortunately, on the sponsored content, it still has a high CPL. So like right now, the cost per lead is almost 50% more on sponsored content than it is on convo ads. And so what we want to do, if we want to scale, is figure out how we can take that offer from LinkedIn and bring it to Facebook. Now, historically, because for a lot of you who don't know, convo ads, I do all my slides in-house, guys. I have a great design team. Thank you. So this is my little idea. I like to be nostalgic from the 90s. A lot of us, when we're doing the convo ads, need to understand you can only send a message to one person once in 30 days. You have a ceiling on this ad channel. So in other words, once you start to see success and you max out your spend, you have a cap on ad frequency. It's every 30 days it resets, okay? And so every 30 days you get this big boom of leads and you reset. Now the problem is you can't scale past this. So what we wanted to do is we want to take the LinkedIn level targeting plus our $100 gift card and bring this to Facebook, okay? Now this was crazy. So what happened here is we're using a tool called Clearbit X. Clearbit X is allowing us to essentially, it's taking the data pipelines of like Zoom Info and then the CDPs of like a Stack Adapt, and we're able to now bring LinkedIn level targeting into Facebook, and this is creating scale. I think it's going to take me about 7 months to figure this out, okay? So this is critical, by the way. On the convo ads, we will probably do $3 million this quarter, beating our forecast by $2 million. Average order value of almost $150K. This is massive deals at massive scale, all from gift giving, essentially. About 80% of pipelines from gift giving. Now, it took 6 months to get the first dollar. Most of us, I've found in my experience, don't have the boldness, the confidence to keep spending and wasting money knowing it could work. So my encouragement to you all is know a couple facts of advertising. You cannot make money faster than your sales cycle. I know that sounds stupid, but I can't tell you how many people shut off ad campaigns faster than their sales cycle even exists. In other words, people tell me all the time it takes them 90 days to close a deal, but they only let me run a campaign for 60 days. That makes zero sense. And almost all of us are guilty of this, okay? So when you run this, and I hope you all do, remember it took us 6 months with a team of world-class in-house advertisers working on it every day, and it took us 6 months to close the first deal. Since then, we've been making millions of dollars every month. But it went from 0 to that. So my encouragement to you is keep it going. Pipeline growth is real. You will be able to drive insane pipeline from this. You just got to stay positive and consistent. Once you have that traction on LinkedIn, now you go to Clearbit X. This is going to allow you to scale like crazy, and you can control quality with exclusions, okay? You're still going to get a lot of junk in Facebook, so you got to be adding new exclusions, learning from your data, and have a really good, essentially, day-to-day management of these campaigns. You can then target technology. So I always tell people, try to find technology that's indicative of purchase intent. In other words, if I'm selling a software company and they have Marketo and Pardot, that means they have an infrastructure that could support our lead generation efforts, and it's indicative that they're willing to spend. What is that technology for you? Is it AWS? Is it a DevOps software? Is it a different type of tool? But whatever that is, try to layer your data with a technology that's indicative of purchase intent. And these signals are usually far stronger than revenue. Remember, these are private companies. Revenue-based firmographics is inaccurate compared to employee headcount, which you're pulling directly from LinkedIn, or technology, which they can scrape. Okay, just a couple notes. Once again, here's an example of the offer, running the $100 gift cards. And I want to show you all a couple more pieces. You can use this also for retargeting. So historically, you couldn't retarget on Google Ads that well because you couldn't layer it with firmographics. Now, you're able to use Clearbit to say not only people who viewed my pricing page but didn't convert, but also would be willing to buy more than 100 seats based on their firmographics. All of this is preventing waste, which then also creates scale on opportunities that work. Okay, so highly recommend their retargeting. Here's some of our results. We're at an 18% conversion rate. We got 1.3 in pipeline revenue and a cost per opportunity 26% less than LinkedIn. I've tried for years to try to get Facebook work. It's the first time ever. Highly recommend that you try to use Facebook once you get LinkedIn to work. And then lastly, some of you want to try Twitter. I've been able to make this work, but I did come up with a cheeky way for you to do B2B on Twitter with the way their ad platform works. You get an intern to essentially build a list. So you use LinkedIn Sales Navigator to identify every title in your firmographics. Then you copy their name, search it in Twitter, find them, and then add them to a list like SaaS CMOs, SaaS directors of demand gen, SaaS marketing managers. You can then use TweetDeck to export that list, and then you can import that list back into Twitter ads and then do essentially persona level advertising by targeting exact Twitter handles. So hopefully this helps, but thank you so much for attending this session. I got a couple last piece of data for you all. If you ever want to know what offers are working best in SaaS, this is across millions and millions of spend. You can see which call to actions are working the best. And thank you so much.
That was awesome. So much information. I see so many people just sharing their claps. Awesome. Thank you so much. Garrett, we have 2 questions. First, about your Slack channel. People want to join your Slack channel. How can they do it?
Cool. Let me get a link. I don't even know it off the top of my head.
Okay, I think I have the link. I'm going to post it here in the feed because I prepared that just for this. I think it's directiveconsulting.com. Join society.
Yep.
Alrighty, everyone, feel free to join that. What is your suggested gift with a SaaS product that is free? $39 and $79 a month.
Yeah, I mean, $39.79 doesn't matter because that's just your initial cost, right? What matters is your LTV. So I want you to use my LTV CAC sheet to figure out the mathematics behind what your lifetime value is. And then what you have to ask yourself is what's reasonable. Okay, so if you have your pricing set up in a way that's not reasonable, what I mean by reasonable is that, remember I talked about floor. There's a certain floor in advertising marketplaces for queries. In other words, you cannot get a cheaper lead than, let's say, $5 to $10 on Facebook, period, because of the cost per click and the conversion rate required. So my point is, make sure your pricing makes sense. So once you get your pricing and you get your average acquisition costs, then you have to look at your retention and say, cool, can we retain these users long enough? What's our gross margin? So once you do your LTV CAC ratio, as long as you can get it over 3, the key is don't try to magically get a conversion rate that you can't attain. Try to use your leftover budget on the offer. So that's why we're offering $100 gift cards, because it's cheaper to get our conversion rate up than it's not. So what offer should you use? You should use the most compelling offer you can afford and don't get cheap with it. The irony is the more generous you are with your prospects, the more you actually save. And a lot of us just don't realize it.
Awesome, Garrett. We are right at our time. And last question, where can people get the slides?
Oh, I can just put it in here for you guys right now.
Please do.
Yeah, why not? Cool. Let me set it up so y'all can copy. Anyone with link can view, so you guys don't mess it up and can just make a copy of it. Not that you guys would ever. All right. Let me see.
All right. Ola, go ahead and save that because people are going to start asking questions. And while we are ending this session, I look forward to seeing everyone in our next session with April. Going to be awesome presentation. See you there. Garrett, thank you so much. So much value that you've shared.
All right. Thanks, everybody.
I keep saying that. I'm sorry. My son just loves all things outer space, rocket ships and stuff like that. Hey, everyone. I want to welcome April Dunford to this session, our next speaker, an absolutely amazing speaker. Check out her book. Her book is absolutely amazing. There are so many nuggets that I've taken out from this. We'll see if there are a few things that you are not going to mention just because there's not enough time to mention everything in a 30-minute presentation. But I'll be sure to, ask you those questions at the end if we have time left. Don't want to take any extra second of this session. April, the floor is yours. Let's talk about, how to sell your point of view.
Yeah, so this is a new topic for me. It relates to positioning, obviously, because positioning is my jam. But I want to kind of take positioning and talk about a particular thing that we do with positioning once we've got it.
Awesome, very good. Thank you. You can go ahead and share your screen.
Can I share? Okay, here we go.
There you go.
How's that?
Awesome. We can see it. Thank you so much, April. And I am going to mute myself and you have the floor.
Okay. Excellent. Let me close some things. Hey, thanks everybody for coming. I'm super excited to do this talk in particular because it's something a little bit new. So if you've read my book or you see me speak at other conferences, you know that positioning is my topic. And normally I talk about that. I've been talking about that for a couple of years now. Today I wanted to talk about this thing, which is what do we do with positioning once we've got it? And can we take our positioning and craft it into what I call a point of view pitch that really, really helps you stand out and sell against your competition? So here's the idea behind this. We got two big problems when it comes to today's markets. One, markets are really crowded. It doesn't matter what market it is. And two, prospects don't understand how to buy. So let me talk about that a little bit. We're used to thinking about this from a vendor point of view, right? I sell a particular thing and oh my gosh, my market is so crowded. Like I'm one of 9,000 things on these landscapes. And how do I help my product stand out so that we can sell more of it? But let's back up a little bit and think about this from a customer's point of view. So if we're selling software, and in particular, if we're selling software to businesses, let's say I've got a CRM or email software. I don't care what it is. The person that has to buy that has likely never purchased that kind of software before. This has been true in almost every software that I've been responsible for marketing. The person says, their boss says, hey, we need to figure out this problem. Go get us some invoicing software or something to solve that problem. You say, okay. So the person that has to buy, what do? They Google around. And what do they get? They get this stuff. They get market landscapes with 8,000 companies on it. They go to G2 Crowd and they look at these matrices that even if I just tried to focus on things in the top right, there's like way too much stuff to pay attention to there. Or, if they're really sophisticated, they're out there looking at Gartner quadrants and stuff. How do they make choices? How do they figure out how to make a short list? How do they figure out what's important to pay attention to and what isn't? We're at a period now where customers are essentially drowning in information, but they are absolutely starved for insight. So, and if you look at the data backs us up on this. The data shows, if we're talking about B2B, most purchase processes, a lot of them end up in no decision. In fact, almost 40% of purchase processes end up with no decision. Think about that. That means we decided we were going to go buy something. We put a team together. We did a bunch of research. We talked to a bunch of vendors. Your salespeople are probably talking to these people, talked to a whole bunch of vendors, and we got down to the end and we're like, we can't make a decision. We're going to make the easiest decision, which is no decision at all. This is a disaster, actually. In some ways, if you think about it, no decision is a tougher competitor than anybody that lands on any of those charts. So what are we doing to try to fill that gap as marketing people or our salespeople? What are we doing? We're actually not doing a lot to help customers make decisions or make sense out of a market. If you look at the way most sales pitches go, the way startups do it anyways, which is a lot of the folks I'm working with, the sales pitches kind of land into three buckets. The far most common one is what I call the features pitch. Customer gets on the phone and they say, okay, tell me about your product. And the sales rep says, great. Let me show you a demo. Here's a feature. Here's a feature. Here's another feature. Here's another feature. Oh, by the way, we do this thing too. It's fantastic. And we have another thing and another thing and another thing and another thing. Meanwhile, the customer's sitting there going, why do any of these features matter? Do all the companies have these features, or do just some of the companies have this feature? So they're trying to figure out what's relevant to them. They're trying to figure out what's differentiated. And we aren't necessarily giving them too many clues about either of those things. Then the other kind of pitch we get, like sometimes we get the story pitch. And in startups, a lot of times the story pitch is like the company origin story. And these stories are great sometimes when they work because it helps customers feel like, you feel their pain. And you're like, look, I used to work at the convenience store. And you know what drove me crazy? The cash register drove me crazy. So I decided to buy a company or start a company. And that company is going to fix that cash register problem. And I feel your pain. And then we tell people that story. There's problems with that. Like one is it doesn't necessarily, again, define how your cash register is any different than any other cash registers. You're not the only one out there. There's tons. The other thing is that, if you've ever worked at a startup, not everybody's origin story is clean, right? Like some of the startups I worked at, if we were to tell the origin story, it would be like 3 people got together and we started a thing, but then it turned out that didn't really work. And then 2 of the people quit. And then the one person that was left found some other people and they got together and we built something else. And then it turned out nobody wanted that, but we got lucky that one customer did want something and then we built a different thing. And now that's what we're doing now. It's not very compelling in a sales situation. Here's the thing. Are we telling the right stories? No, we're kind of telling generic stories about generic customers with generic problems. It's not helping people make a short list. It's not teaching people how to make decisions. The last kind of pitch we get is this kind of like a big vision pitch, right? That's where we come out and we say, look, there is no competition, man. What we do is totally different. Like we're making a thing and, you're out there looking for email. We're not email. We're a flu-flummer thing dingy and it's totally different. And we don't compete with those guys. And let me tell you about why we're so great. Now, the problem with this is it ignores how customers buy. Like, customers know you have competition already. They've spent the last 2 months looking at those charts and you're on the chart with everybody else. So when you say that, it risks that it kind of sounds like bullshit. And even if they do buy into the idea that, okay, this is something completely different, what you've done is raised another new question. Like, oh, there's something different. Oh, geez, I better stop my purchase process right now and go figure that out. This requires some research. It actually increases the chance that your customer might end up in no decision because they could get paralyzed. So none of this stuff is actually helping customers make sense of the market. None of it is actually helping the customers in the job they're trying to do in the early parts of a sales process. So what do customers want in a sales process? Now, this is interesting. If we actually back up and look at the data, it's pretty clear what customers want. Like customers actually say, if you look at the data in this, what they say is, if you ask them, what do you want in an interaction with a salesperson? The number one thing they say is, I want unique and valuable perspectives on the market. I want to understand how to navigate alternatives. I don't actually want to know about your product. I want to know how to think about all the different approaches to solving my problem. That's what they want. So they don't want a product sales pitch. What they want is a way to figure out the market. Now, we don't usually do that. One of the reasons we don't do that is we don't want to talk about competitors. Like that would seem weird. We're not really in the business of bashing our competitors or talking about that directly. But that we can actually teach people about the market without going there. So I have yet to work with a good startup that doesn't actually have a unique point of view on the market. We're just not generally communicating that point of view. So what I mean by a point of view is like there are different approaches to solving the customer's problem. And we built our product because we believe our approach is better for a certain kind of customer. And the other approaches might be good in other situations, but for this kind of customer, our approach is better, and here's why. That is potentially hugely valuable to customers. That is actually exactly what your customer wants to hear. So if we can help customers make sense of a market so they can make decisions, we're actually giving them what they want. Now, let me give you an example of this. Big companies or bigger companies, some of them do an amazing job of this. And the first time I really encountered a really good job on this was a million years ago when I was working at IBM, if you can believe this. So I had this brief stint at IBM and I was in the database department. Like, talk about a product that is super mature and looks the same no matter what vendor you get it from. A relational database, my goodness. How do you differentiate that? Things have been around forever. They all look exactly the same. Our biggest competitor at the time was Oracle. Now, if you looked at the way Oracle positioned themselves in the market, Oracle was like, you know why you want to buy our database? You want to buy our database because it's integrated. And we've got database, middleware, applications, everything all comes together and it all comes from Oracle. And you want that because it's better for reliability. There's fewer bugs. You got one vendor to deal with instead of a whole bunch. It gets you to market way faster. You can deploy it way faster. The performance is better because it's all integrated. That's why you want to buy from us. Now, at IBM, we were selling to a slightly different customer. So we were selling to the biggest of the big, Fortune 50. And when you go talk to those folks, they don't actually care that much about time to market. That's actually not their jam. Their jam is innovation. Their jam is like flexibility. Their jam is like, how can we get ahead of our competitors? So we had a product that literally is 98% feature the same as Oracle, but that 2% was because we had a different point of view on the market. And our point of view on the market was, you know what matters? Openness. You want to buy our database because we do a better job with standards. We do a better job with partnerships. We better do a better job of innovation and research. And in order to do that, we need this openness to have it. So here we have two products that on the surface look exactly the same, but we have very different points of view. And we are winning in different markets by selling that point of view so that customers can make sense of that little 2% difference, because the 2% difference is actually really, really significant if you care about this point of view. Now, we're not great big companies like IBM. We're startups or we're SaaS people. How do we actually construct a point of view like that? Like I said, most of the companies I work with, they have it. The founders have it in their head. Somebody's got it in their head. They know this point of view. We're not necessarily communicating it. Can we construct a point of view pitch in a systematic way? And how would we go about doing that? This is a question that kind of got to me because I'm the positioning lady. I'm out there, I'm teaching people how to get their positioning straight, which is how are we different than our competition? What market are we intending to win? Well, the first thing you want to do with that positioning is like figure out how am I going to communicate that to the market? So I think we can actually construct this point of view kind of a thing in a systematic way. It kind of looks a bit like this. You frame the problem for the customer. You map the market for the customer, not necessarily talking about your competitors by name, but you map it in terms of approaches. These kinds of companies do it this way. These kinds of companies do it this way. There's a gap here, and that's what we fill. So we map the market. We draw a circle around this gap, which is the insight you get when you map the market. And you say, look, for folks like you need something that fits in here. If I can do that for a customer, what I'm giving them is a way to evaluate their different choices so that they know how to make a good choice for them. Here's how this works. If you've got your positioning, you can map your positioning to each of these things. I'm framing the problem for my best fit customer. If I understand that, I know how to do that. I have my competitive alternatives. Again, that's a key piece of your positioning. I can use that to map the entire market. This insight is essentially drawing a circle around the gap in the market that your differentiators fill. And then the last piece is basically you're defining what the perfect solution for customers like that look like. And that's your differentiated value in there. So let me give you an example of how this works. So here's a startup that I work with, these guys called Level Jump. I love them. They're so cool. And they're in a market that is terrible. It's super crowded. Here's the G2 crowd chart for it. There's a whole bunch of stuff in the top right here. How do they stand out from that? Like there's a dozen of them and they don't even make it into the top right because they're kind of small. And all these guys in the top right are really big. So they're just below the line. Customers are happy, but they're just not as big or as popular as the folks up there at the top. So what are these guys going to do to stand out? And when they get a customer on the line, they're going to say, wow, how are you different from these 19 things in the middle here on this chart? If you looked at their website at the time, you would see this kind of mishmash of stuff. Why would you pick us? Well, we're easy to use and everything's built in Salesforce, so it's nice and you can customize some things and we can make your onboarding faster and consistently drive revenue and reach quota faster. There's a lot of stuff on here. None of these things seems particularly differentiating. If I'm a sales onboarding platform or a sales enablement platform, all their competitors can say the same thing. Accelerate onboarding. Every sales enablement platform says that. If you sat in a sales pitch with their sales reps, it looked a bit like this. Like the sales pitch was, here's a feature, here's another feature, here's another feature. Let me show you the demo. There's another feature here too. So how do we solve this problem? First thing, we got to nail the positioning. The reason that all of this was so mushy is because they did not have a clear idea of who's our competitor. How are we different? What is the value that our differentiators drive? Who are the customers that really care a lot about that? And therefore, what's the market we intend to win? Now, I've only got half an hour in this talk, so I can't get into the whole how does positioning actually work. But if you want to go do the deep, gory dive on positioning, I wrote a whole book about it. It costs $7. You could go buy it. But step one on this, and this is very, very important, is you got to get straight on these component pieces of positioning. You can't build anything without this. You got to have this first. It's the foundation. So that's what we do. We follow the structured positioning process. Now we've got really tight definition. Here's who we compete against. Here's how we're different. This is the differentiated value. Here's who cares a lot about that. Now I can take that and I can start thinking about how do I actually map this into things. So in the case of Level Jump, who's their best fit customer? It's the head of sales enablement at a growing company. Who are the competitive alternatives? They kind of fall into three buckets. There's a whole long list of names, but they're it's two buckets. Either they just put stuff on a shared drive. That's where everybody starts with this stuff. Or they're using a CMS, which is like just a way to manage content and do version control and all that stuff. Or they're using a full-blown LMS, which is like a learning management system where I've got courses, the sales reps take courses, I can see who did the courses. That's how their landscape maps out. Now, how are they different? They're built native on Salesforce. That's a big differentiator. What's the value of that? The value of that is we're the only one that's built native on Salesforce. So we are the only one that can measure the impact of my sales onboarding programs with actual sales data. That's a big deal. None of the other guys can do that. Did that come across in their sales pitch before? No. Was that coming across on their website? No. So once I have clarity on that, then I can construct this point of view pitch. So here's how the sales pitch goes now. So again, frame the problem, map the landscape. What's the insight? Here's the perfect solution. Here's how the pitch works now. They're sitting across from the head of sales enablement. And they're like, hey, head of sales enablement, you know sales enablement's really important because every day your rep isn't meeting quota costs you money. And they got a beautiful slide that shows you how much money. But the head of sales enablement knows this. They go, yeah, you're right. You're right. Now, how are you going to solve that problem? You've got choices. You can put stuff in the shared drive. That's free and that's easy. But if you've got more than 2 sales reps, you're going to get in problems there with version control and are they using the right stuff? So then maybe you go to CMS. CMS fixes that problem. You know if they're using the right stuff. You just don't know who's using what. Did they take, are they using the materials or not? So maybe you go to an LMS. That's better. That tells you whether or not the people are taking the courses. Now we get to the insight. But you know what none of those things do? None of them tells me whether or not my sales enablement programs are actually improving any metrics that I care about. Time to first deal, time to make quota. How do you actually measure if you're doing a good job? In a perfect world, I would have a sales enablement solution that would allow me to measure that stuff with metrics, right? Now listen, did I pitch Level Jump's product? Not at all. I'm not talking about product. I'm talking about the way you solve this problem. It's my point of view on the market. If the person sitting across from me at that point leans in and goes, yeah, man, that actually makes a lot of sense. Yeah. Then I go, great. That's what we built. Here it is. Here's the value we deliver. Here's how we get it done. Buy some stuff. This is very different from a features pitch. Now, if you look at the way their website, that's how the sales pitch goes, which is super important. This is how the website looks like now. Everything revolves around this differentiated value, right? What are we? We're outcomes-based sales enablement. We're the sales enablement that cares about results. Let me show you some of the results. 86% faster time to opportunity, 20% accelerated time to second deal, 50% decrease in ramp time. All of this is teaching a customer how they should make a decision. If you're looking for sales enablement stuff, maybe what you really want is the sales enablement that actually drives outcomes. Now, beyond the actual pitch and the website, there's a lot of different ways that you can express your point of view on the market. Here's another example of a piece of content that these guys created. Everyone was so confused about all the different segments inside sales tech. They actually made this thing, and it was this kind of funny piece of content that got a lot of play. Even their competitors were sharing it. It's like sales tech explained using donuts. And so you go down the list, it's like sales intelligence. What is that? Oh, I know who likes the donuts. Here's 3 companies that fall into that. Zoom Info. They're in there. So if you go down, here's a CMS. What does a CMS do? I see what people are reading about donuts. And here's, Seismic, Highspot, Showpad. They're CMS, man. What about an LMS down at the bottom? Me, our customers and partners take courses about donuts. And that's what Docebo and Lessonly do. But if you look in there, there's a thing that says sales and readiness and enablement. I train to become the master at selling donuts. And there's Level Jump. And they're in there with MindTickle and LearnCore, who are their 2 big competitors that every single company is going to look at. And they say, yeah, if you want that, pick us 3. There's a short list right there. And they don't mind being up there against their competitors. They know how they're going to beat them. They just want to get on the short list. Anyways, that's it. There's the takeaways. 1, buyers struggle to understand the different approaches to the problem. 2, they actually want our help. But you got to do it focused on approaches. We're not here to bash our competitors. We're here to say, look, there's different ways of solving this problem. And here's our opinion on what the best way is for customers like you. Our point of view isn't about products. It's about comparing approaches. And then lastly, our point of view needs to be rooted in really clear positioning. We don't just make this up from nowhere. We got to do the positioning stuff first in order to know how we actually construct that. This is a new topic for me, and I would like your input on it. Does this make any sense? You can send me an email or tweet at me. There's my coordinates, and give me your feedback. And we have precisely 5 minutes to take some questions. I'm going to stop sharing my
awesome. Alrighty, everyone, feel free to raise your hand if you have a question, and I'm going to bring you right here to the stage to ask April your question. Or
And you can ask me generic positioning questions too, man, because that wasn't really the topic today, but I know that's what I usually talk about.
Like, usually we have more questions. Right now we have 0 questions, folks. No one raising their hand.
I kind of hit you with the wind tunnel of words there. So this is a bit of an advanced topic, and people need to kind of think about it. Somebody said, "Will you be my dating coach?" No, I won't. But good luck on your dating. I wish you well on your dating, and you can, yeah. Here's
Curtis.
So thanks for taking my question. So positioning is something we've had a really hard time with nailing, and it's been really difficult for us.
Yeah.
We try to emotionally get our customers or even our leads involved with our value propositions even before, we pitch them. We try and give them free tutorials. We try and engage them. But I thought I'd ask you, since, we have maybe just a minute here. Yeah. I work in online reputation. Our application identifies and disputes fake online reviews automatically, right?
I know what online reputation stuff does. Yeah, I got it.
Wonderful. Yeah. So our application, it looks for fake reviews, and then our server disputes fake reviews automatically on behalf of our customers. Excellent. And in regards to positioning, where do you think we should stand? I mean, we try and align ourselves with the customer, saying, "Hey, look, there's the bad guy, right? There's the terrible person. You need to, whether it's the person who wrote the review or if they remove it, administrators."
To think about on this is like, if I'm the customer, right? So I have choices, and you're not my only choice.
Yeah.
So I have choices. So I've got this reputational problem, right? And so one of my choices is do nothing. I can just do nothing. I can hope it goes away. I can hide under the bed. I don't know what I do, but one of the choices is do nothing. Second choice is I go to another online reputation company or service or software, or I can pick you. Right. Or maybe there's some other choice, like I can attempt to do this myself, maybe, or whatever. But the key is, it's not just about what you do. It's why should I pick you to solve that problem? And so, first is understanding, if you didn't exist, what would the customers be doing? And then what have you got that's different than all those other approaches or other companies or whatever? And then what is the value of the stuff that only you can do? And your positioning needs to orient around that. So it's not just about, online reputation or whatever. It's not just about that. It's also about, okay, I decide that I need to do something about this, and I got choices. So why pick you?
The differentiators. What makes us different?
Right. And what makes you different from not just other software, like services that do what you do, or maybe I'll just make a blog and post a bunch of blog posts, and maybe that'll start pushing the other stuff down. You know what I mean? I don't know what your customers do but it'd be interesting to find out, like, have they tried other things before they get to you? And what are those other things, and why didn't they work? And then what was it that made them wake up in the morning and say, you know what, I got to fix this another way. Let's go figure it out. And then when they do, what gets on the short list with you?
This is great stuff. Thank you so much.
I would be thinking about that.
Awesome. Thanks a lot. And then we also have another question from Priyank. Hey.
Hey, thank you so much, April. I've read your book, obviously awesome, and I really enjoyed it. My question is, I just took over a new marketing leadership role at a company that has construction software, and it's a pretty radical new technology, but it's a 2-horse race, and both of us have a product that's very similar. So a lot of our customers would say...
We only have 1 minute. I'm so sorry. If you can just shorten your question a little bit.
So basically my question is, if two competitors are trying to sell a new way of doing something with very identical products, what are the right places to find a differentiated point of view?
Well, so there's 2 things I would think about. So one is, how much of your market is just wide open greenfield. If it's a brand new thing and there's only two of you really battling it out, like I would do some thinking about, you know, what are my differentiators? Yes, but also who cares a lot about those differentiators? And, you know, you could basically win in the market by focusing on a particular subsegment of the market that really aligns with the little bit of stuff you have that's different, and start there. And then eventually you beat the other guys because you just got more traction and you're just moving faster. But usually, you know, it seems most of the companies that come and work with me, they'll say, oh my God, we have no differentiators. There's nothing. We're exactly the same. But then we do the exercise and it's like, no, there's actually a bunch of stuff here. And what we're not doing is understanding the value of it. And we're not trying to lead with that. So we're not trying to take this differentiator, find the value and say, look, what you really want is something that does this. And the other guys don't do that. And that's why we built this the way we built it. Like it is, and then the backside of that is not everybody cares about that differentiator. So who cares about it? And can we spend most of our marketing and sales efforts trying to focus just on those people?
Understood. Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
April, this was amazing. We're getting so many comments here. The session was absolutely amazing. Thank you so much. Not enough time. Hopefully in the near future, we'll do this one more time. Everyone, please check the book. I cannot highly recommend the book because it is just so much packed information there. There are so many great stories about the fish and net, about the donut versus the cake versus the muffins. I mean,
cake and muffins. Everybody loves cake and muffins.
Yes. Yep. April, thank you so much. And hopefully we'll chat again really soon.
Okay. Thanks so much.
See you in the next session, everyone. Do that for you. Hey, we are live with our next session. Welcome, everyone. Previous session was amazing. This session is not going to be any worse. Ilya is a great expert here, and he is with a company called ChartMogul. And we are going to talk about getting past the plateau, content marketing in the world where every brand is blogging. Ilya, I cannot wait to hear the presentation from you, and take it away.
Thank you, Natalie. I'm really glad to be here. Just give me a chance to share my slides. I've actually put together something.
Yes, we can see.
Awesome. So obviously I'm not April Dunford, and I felt like I needed to add a short introduction slide. So my name is Ilya. I am head of all things content at ChartMogul. ChartMogul is a subscription data platform. But today I want to talk to you about a problem that I think we're all having, or at least everyone who's like tried to dip their toes into content, and that's everyone's doing content. And while our ability to consume it is not really scaling, the amount of content that we're getting is just exploding. This is a graph I got from Mark Schaefer, and it's I think it's a couple years old now. And now the problem is even bigger. Even more brands are doing content, so it's getting even harder to make an impression with it. But then, does that mean that it's just useless? Like, if you're a new brand, you don't have a blog, you're just thinking about starting doing content, can you just do something else and like not have to worry about it at all? Well, if you think about it, there are a few reasons why that's not the case. First of all, if we look at paid, it's been saturated for at least a few years now, but advertising revenue for Google keeps growing. So people keep investing in paid. That obviously proves that there is value in it, and people still doing it. And content is very likely to become very similar in that way. So people will continue to do it. It will be hard. It will be saturated. Maybe the ROI won't be as great, but people will still do it. One of the reasons is that content compounds. And what I mean by that is that the more you produce, the more keywords you can rank for, the more people you can connect with and make customers. And that means you have even more resources to produce even more content and just keep spinning the wheel. Another reason is that content is not just a lead generation or like a branding exercise. It actually feeds many different parts of your company and your go-to-market strategy. So sales teams rely on content. Your overall brand recognition relies on content. Content is used to establish your brand and people from your company as thought leaders in a specific industry, and it will continue to play that role. So it's important to continue doing it. And finally, I think that content is probably the only channel where the more you do, and as I said, it compounds. The more you do, your cost of customer acquisition goes down over time as you do it. So that's another reason why it's you shouldn't stop doing it. However, you have to figure out how to do it right, and especially at a time when everyone's doing it, and the old tactics are not going to work. And I actually have 3 pieces of practical advice, I like to call it. So the first one is like publish good content, publish great content. And that's probably the most overworked piece of advice that you can get about content, because what is good? What is great? How do you write great content? I'll get to that in a second. The other 2 is that you don't have to keep doing it the way people have been doing it for the past 10 years. So it's time to move past the opt-in form and other similar tactics that we all know and that we really tired with right now. And finally, but definitely not last in importance, is that you should know how to measure the long-term impact of your content and understand what actually makes for good content and who's reading it. So this kind of connects to the first 2 points. Let's get into them. So what does it mean to publish great content? It's you need to find a person who's can write very well, but they actually know very well what they're writing about. And that's a bit of a unicorn, and that's why I have the emoji over there. I'm sure you figured it out yourself as well. But finding such people is really hard. That doesn't mean it's impossible to do it, or that you just have to look for this unicorn type of person and hire them on your team. First of all, I'm sure that there are many people on your team who have the knowledge, the expertise in their heads. Maybe they're not great writers, but that means that you have to find a process where you connect those 2 ends. So you find someone who has the knowledge, the skills, and can share them and help to produce a great piece of content. And then you pair them with a great writer who can get that knowledge out of them. The same way it works with data. Many companies have access to lots of valuable data. And what that means is that, again, you have to find a way to extract that data, extract the insight out of it, and then have someone who can write something out of it and produce a great piece of content. So the other thing that I think is important to mention here is that when you're looking for topics that you want to share with your audience, it's both art and science. So start with the art piece, so listen to podcasts, attend events like this one, and live events once we hopefully can go back to them, participate in communities, and just go to this with an open mind and with the expectation and with the intent to learn about your audience, what they care about, what kind of topics they want to learn about, what are some interesting things. But don't just leave it there. Don't just find a good topic on Reddit or Quora or whatever and write a blog post about it. Try to find something that gives you the proof that enough people care about this topic. There are many tools. I mentioned Ahrefs here, but there are other excellent tools as well that you can use to do keyword research, find topics that people provenly care about. And by provenly, I mean, data. Ahrefs gives you information about what people search for, what topics people search for, how many searches there are for a specific topic, how easy or hard it would be to rank for that topic. So use that as well, combine the 2 ends, And this will give you a very good basis to produce excellent content. Which gets us to my second point here, which is again about data. Why it's so important, I believe, is that it helps you create moats around your content. I'm sure you're familiar with the idea of companies creating moats using their strategy, but the same thing applies for content. And I have this example here from backlinko.com. Brian Dean, he's like probably the prevailing leader on all topics SEO and content marketing. So this is a piece of content he produced a few years ago, and he's been updating it ever since. It includes 183 free and paid tools for SEO, so things like Href, SEMrush, keyword research tools, technical SEO tools, and so on. And just this piece of content, just this page on his website, drives over 10,000 backlinks to his site, which is, for those of you who deal with SEO, this probably gives you an idea of how valuable this piece of content is for his website. And the reason why I have this example here is that this is not something that you need your own proper data to do. So if you're not a huge company that has access to troves of data and storing data, you're not Google, you're not any of those huge companies with all the data, you can still do this. You can still use this tactic to create amazing content. So do the work, create something that is hard to create, and it will help you create this mode. Another example that you can check on our website, we did a similar research with over 600 pricing pages of SaaS companies, and we wrote a report around it. Someone just said that they experienced an earthquake there. I hope it's not my presentation, or if it is, it's not. They're not hurt or anything. But to get back to the topic, so we wrote this. We combined, or we collected screenshots and data from over 600 SaaS companies about how they do pricing based on their pricing pages, which are public. And then we try to see what the insight is from that data and to get the data out and help people who are struggling with this. And a lot of SaaS companies, struggle with this topic. It's a huge thing, figuring out your pricing. And so far, the results from this have been great for us. Okay, next thing that I wanted to mention, that opt-in forms are, so passé, so you don't need to do them. But this actually applies for many tactics that people who do content still use. I'm focusing on opt-in forms here because I think they're probably one of the most annoying things about content marketing, I guess, still. Thank you, Thomas, for sharing the link in the chat. But this is something that, I always keep in mind, that every tactic, becomes saturated over time. This applies to content marketing as a big topic, big tactic, but it actually applies for specific tactical movements that people do inside it. So opt-in forms, I believe, are probably getting, either somewhere here or even going towards fatigue. And I understand that you can't always figure out what the next big thing is and take advantage of it while it's still new, but at least try to be, somewhere in like the upper part of the tail. Don't wait for a tactic to become super exhausted to do it and to keep doing it. So figure out new ways to do it. And one of the ways to do it is to use tools. There's so many valuable tools that you can use to use your content for lead generation. It doesn't have to be opt-in forms, so you can use things like Clearbit or tools like MadGuru and Leadfeeder, who help you figure out who's visiting your website, whether they're a good fit for your business, whether they're a good fit to become a lead and to be worked by sales. Tools like Drift allow you to collect information about your visitors and your potential leads anywhere they are. They don't even have to be on your blog. They can be on your marketing site, and you can ask them for information. And on the next slide, I have an example from Front, the messaging app. I was looking at their website yesterday. I was doing some kind of research for a piece I was writing, and this popped up for me, and I thought it was really interesting because I was already working on the slides for this presentation, and I said, well, here they are. They're exactly doing what I want to talk about. So it can be done in a very like they do it, but it doesn't even have to be that. There are other ways. There are even tactical ways that you can do to improve your lead gen. So experiment with things like account-based marketing. You start with your leads before you start producing content. So you start thinking about the content that you want to produce for specific people inside those leads. Finally, measuring the impact of your content marketing. So I know a lot of you are looking at this. I'm sure that everyone can recognize Google Analytics. I don't need to introduce it, but unfortunately, I don't believe it's enough anymore to just look at that, or even like to look at things like how many people have completed a specific goal. What I believe in is that you need to get very specific with what you measure, and to look at things not just at when they visit, or when they convert to a free trial, or when they convert to a piece of content that you ask them to leave their email for. So what I'm calling this is just form hypotheses around your content, and make sure you test them. So it can be something like, by producing content marketing, it helps us reduce our churn rate. Or by producing specific sales enablement pieces, we help sales close more deals. And what I have here, for those of you who haven't seen ChartMogul, this is a screenshot from ChartMogul. And ChartMogul is definitely not the only tool that allows you to do this, but you can get much more granular and dig much deeper with your analytics and ask specific questions and find the answers to them. So you can find whether using specific types of content drive expansion revenue over time, or if they drive higher conversions from free trial to paid, and things like that. So at every step of your funnel or flywheel, doesn't matter what you call it, you can check these things and figure out what works and what doesn't work so well. And again, you can do this even on specific piece of content, or you can look at campaigns, you can look at specific cohorts of people, and many things like that. And I think this is actually the last slide that I have. But if you're interested in doing something like this and experimenting with ChartMogul, I checked with our team, and we have a special offer, but it's like if you're interested in claiming it, just email me or let me know on LinkedIn or whatever, and I can set you up with it and help you claim it. Thank you very much for your attention. I want to give you a chance to ask questions. I see that there was a question around point 1, so I'll just go to that part of the presentation and let people think about any questions they might want to ask.
Yes, if you have any questions, feel free to raise your hand, and then I will let you join the stage here, the virtual stage. This is what it's called in 2021 these days. Let's see.
Just to get back to Julian, because I saw that he asked that question about point 1. So the idea here is to find a way to combine data and knowledge that you have inside your company. So data means insight, of course, but find ways to extract that and pair it with a great writer to produce great content. I think that's the secret.
Awesome. We have a brave soul, and that's Vincenzo. I wonder if that's the same Vincenzo that is holding the clubhouse room
It
for hours and
is.
hours, and who is actually comes in drunk to those rooms sometimes.
I'm back in Italy after California. I have to taste my wine. Come on, guys, it's normal, you know.
Hi, Vincenzo.
Welcome. Alrighty, what is your
Hello.
question to Ilya?
My question is, who are your competitors and why are you better than them?
Oh, you're returning me to April's talk, I believe.
Yes, that's exactly part of the April's talk. Yep.
That was amazing. So our competitors, direct competitors, are Barometrics and Profit is who we consider our competitors. It's not really a secret, and we are better than them because what you see in our platform is, first of all, much more reliable, and then you can do a lot more with your data. So we're working out. The vision for the platform is something that sits at the center of all your data and everything you want to do with data, and it actually trigger specific actions based on that data. So something like you have a new customer who converts or a new customer who goes to a higher plan, and this triggers a specific set of actions, maybe in HubSpot or in your marketing automation platform and things like that.
Perfect.
Does that answer your question?
Yeah, and I think, anyways, I'll have to take a look at the websites, but at least I know what to take a look at, and I'll look into yours. So thanks a lot.
Awesome, Vincenzo. I'll see you around the clubhouse rooms. And I want to see your cellar with a bunch of bottles of wines. And I see that you have beautiful library. Now you need to show us the cellar with the bottles. I don't know
I
how
will
many you
invite
have.
everybody
Probably a
as
lot.
soon as COVID is over. We'll have a big party. We have a big place here.
Oh, this session is recorded, Vincenzo. Be careful.
Yeah, or maybe just move your laptop for the next session, Vincenzo, to the cellar.
Thank you, guys.
Thanks a lot. Cheers.
Thank you.
All right, and next is Falak, and I wonder if Falak is the one who is from the what do you call
Pakistan.
the Indie newsletter.
Indie letters.
Indie letters. Yes. Thank you. Do you want to turn on your camera if you can? And what is your question?
Okay, my question is, what's your take on using AI tools for content creation at scale with minor modifications?
To be honest, I've never used AI tools for content creation, so I can't really say whether how good they are. But I think, to be honest, I don't know. It really depends, of course, on the niche you're operating in. But I'm not sure that scale is the problem for content nowadays. I think it's much more about quality. And as you saw, that example I gave from Backlink or from Brian Dean's site, this is just one piece of content. And up until maybe 1 or 2 years ago, he had less than 100 pieces of content on his website. And his website was consistently ranking, first page of Google, even like first 3 results for super competitive terms like SEO tools, keyword research, link building. Yeah, exactly. That's a great point. So I don't think it's so much about scale, but again, it really depends on the niche.
Okay, another question. What's your take on programmatic SEO, where we create multiple pages about for example, comparison pages with multiple software in our niche?
Mm-hmm. I think it's a great tactic. I've used it with several different companies I've worked with, and I think it works really well, especially if you do it well. We have comparison pages for Barometrics and Profitwell, like I just mentioned with Vincenzo. Another example, you can look at those if you want, but another example which I think is great is Drift's page about Intercom and Intercom's page about Drift. And especially Drift's page about Intercom is really good. It's like a letter. It starts with a letter to Intercom which says, "You've done a great job," and so on. So it's really not what you're expecting from a competitor comparison page. but it's actually a very good example, I think, of that tactic in action.
Thank you.
Awesome. Thanks a lot.
Thank you for
We
that.
don't have anyone else raising their hand. So if you'd like to, go ahead and raise your hand. Let's see. We have Thomas asking the question, what kind of time frame do you think it takes to really take off your content marketing for your SaaS?
It's hard to answer, but I think it's going to be at least 6 months before you start seeing some real results, even if you're like doing all the best. Again, it depends on how competitive the niche you're trying to establish yourself in is. Like if you're writing about, I don't know, marketing in Bulgarian, for example, probably is not so competitive. But if you try to write about digital marketing in English, it's going to take you a long time and it's going to be quite hard. But I would say at least between 3 and 6 months, you shouldn't expect to see any immediate results.
Awesome. Last question. Just curious on the level of marketing stack that you can share. What content tool would be for beginner, intermediate, and advanced level?
I don't think there's that much of a difference between like the different levels of sophistication. I'm a fan of WordPress, and it's what I've used for most blogs and different things I've worked on. But to be honest, any CMS works. I know that a lot of companies nowadays prefer to use HubSpot just because or something like that, because it allows them to integrate everything in one platform. And I think so. In terms of sophistication, I think the more important thing is to put the basics on, and then start building from there. So maybe you start with a blog, then you start building your email list. That doesn't mean opt-ins, it can be like a subscribe to a newsletter. It's what we do at ChartMogul. Then you start building your newsletter. Then you start, doing some lead scoring, with the leads you're generating. Then you start doing some marketing automation and just build that engine step by step to make sure you're getting more out of what you're doing.
Alrighty, very good. Thank you so much. Looks like we don't have any other questions. Really quick, we have 1 more minute, and I wanted to mention this because I didn't mention this in the beginning. But hey, join the SaaS Growth Automations Facebook group. We talk a lot of things there, share some screenshots there. I see that a lot of people have like a whole bunch of screenshots that they organize for themselves. Do not keep it just for yourselves. Share it with the world.
I'm there too.
All right. Sounds good. Awesome. Thank you so much. And then one more thing. How to consume the content. I am really curious to hear how you can, what is your plan? Yes, you have all of those great screenshots, but how do you organize that into actionable items? What I highly suggest is have at least one takeaway from each session that you write down and you bring to your team. If you are the one-person show, then you do it yourself, but then you kind of can create a spreadsheet with multiple columns, and let's say one column is going to be the speed of implementation. The next one is going to be how difficult it's going to be. The third one can be the potential ROI from implementing this tactic. And then you can sort that, by the highest ROI, lowest efforts that's going to take for you to implement that. And that is something that I usually do. Now, I would really want to hear your story, how you do that. So share that in the comments as well. Ilya, thank you so much for sharing this wealth of knowledge, and I'll see you all in the next session.
See you soon.
Particularly newsletter, and I think this was maybe Nathan Latka, and I said that we are going to have one session specifically dedicated to how SaaS companies can create their own newsletters. And here she is. Welcome to your to the session. Share with us a little bit about your company. I think the world needs to know about it, and then help frame the conversation about what it is that you'll share with us today.
Awesome. Hi, everyone. Please feel free to chat and just type in anything that you feel like sharing. I really want this to be a conversation. I obviously have a few boring slides we'll go through and some tips. But overall, please feel free to chat. I'm going to leave a little bit of the end of the session to just pull up some conversations from the feed in the QA and answer some questions. Let me give you an introduction about what I do. My name is Nuno, and basically I come from Startups Galaxy. I'm the founder and CEO, and Startups Galaxy aims to be the first MarTech platform, matchmaking between marketing experts, marketing tools, and startup founders. We find there's a huge gap between startups, what they need in growth, and the demand for marketeers and experts, and especially technical experts. It takes, by the way, marketeers are the next techies. It's going to be a lot more difficult to hire a marketeer in the coming times, or probably just as difficult as developers maybe. So I'm going to share my screen and start with telling you a few things about my own personal experience in creating the Startups Galaxy newsletter. And I'm happy that a lot of people do remember it in our community, and our users do also remember things we mention in the newsletter. So I'm just going to share my screen. I'll take you guys through really quickly a little bit of tips, my personal experience with the Startups Galaxy newsletter, and then I'll leave some time for questions. Let's go. I'll share my screen right now. I'm just going to minimize it here so I can see you guys as well if you have any questions. There we go. There we go. Nice. Trying to make it as interactive as possible. You know, I'm just like changing all the screens here. Sorry, guys. I just want to make sure I can see the chat, just in case someone has any general comments. So basically, let me tell you guys a little bit. Here we go. Looks like it's not going to work on both, so I'm just going to use one. Okay. So this is just an introduction slide. I've been doing growth marketing for 6 years. I love doing it every day, and especially sending emails. So let me tell you guys first what makes newsletters different. You know, when you go to the mall, or you're going to the supermarket, or I think the food courts are usually the best place to give this example. There's always someone out there that's just giving you a bite of fries, or like a little bit of a taste of a little pizza bite. And what they're trying to do is to make you feel like you really want pizza, and that you really are craving pizza, even though it wasn't on your schedule, it wasn't on your mind to actually eat pizza. And that's the thing with newsletters. It's not an automated campaign. It's not something that's going to get sent out to the user when they perform an actual trigger or an action. It's a newsletter that's curated for the actual industry or the persona that you are targeting. It's a bite. It's a taste of the pizza. It's not the pizza. It's not the toppings. It's to taste. So you always have to make sure that your newsletter doesn't include everything about you as well. It's the easiest form of communication to start, requires very little cost, and is not used to generate sales. Okay, this is really important, guys. SaaS, you know, we love to have leads, we love to convert users, and we love our enterprise clients, but newsletters do not generate sales. Newsletters nurture visitors to sign up and activate faster. That's a newsletter. And newsletter subscribers are not counted as acquired users yet. However, I want to tell you guys this, that our oldest newsletter subscribers are our strongest supporters and our best referral sources. So newsletters are really evergreen and will give you the best kind of users that will always be promoting your SaaS software. So it's very important to know that your newsletter has to deliver value. Step one, you set up your email automation tool. You need to choose a software that scales with you. Most email tools, most communication tools or CRM tools do allow you to send emails. I think every single CRM tool has some sort of like email plugin into it. But I prefer to have the email software tool separate from the CRM. Why? Because of cost reduction. When you have a CRM, use a CRM for leads, you know, pay for leads. With a newsletter, you want to keep it on the side a little bit because you want to save your budget. So I don't like sending a newsletter with a CRM tool. I like having something separate, applying for a startup credit to one of the most famous email tools. Use that credit for the newsletter. Use the CRM for leads, and that's it. I don't recommend using Substack and other purely newsletter creator tools. And the reason is they're based on individual publishers and writers. So you won't get that integration possibilities with you, and it's more into like making money out of your newsletter. That's a very different field. We're talking just about having this newsletter for nurturing leads right before they become an actual lead. So step one, pick your tool, make sure you've got like the right amount of contacts in your billing. It doesn't require any automation. The first thing is to choose your email tool. Moving on to that is, you have 0 users on your tool. You set up something and you have 0 email subscribers. Publish a lead magnet. It's time to create a PDF. Create an attractive lead magnet for your audience. It allows you to have a really big list very early on of very highly integrated and targeted users. So here's a screenshot from the first lead magnet we did on Startups Galaxy, and it was basically a free list of top tools for startups. It was published on February 2020. At that time, we barely had like even 5 users. Now, of course, it's a totally different ball game. It cost us 0. We got 127 companies interested in our services. The last lead we got was actually 4 months ago. Till now, we actually generating leads through these newsletter subscribers who came from our lead magnet. So step number 2, time to plug in some users in your email software that you just subscribed to. Publish a lead magnet. It's PDF time. Ask for details when you are when you publish the lead magnets: name, company, email, position. If you are having a very enterprise level software, include a position as well. Include a little bit more information. It will allow you to convert the lead much faster if you already know what they're coming for, and you can have your sales demo done right. So make sure your form is not too long and not too short, but it's just really important for you to collect data. Don't be afraid to collect information that's useful for you to convert the user. Don't be afraid to ask, what's the top feature you're looking to use in email software, for example, or what's the top feature you're looking to use for our chat widget, for example. Are you looking for chat widgets at the moment? Don't be afraid to ask very clear questions that help you more than they help the user. At the end of the day, you've just given them this awesome PDF that's summarizing something, or you've just given them value, and users are actually, or potential users will be able and are actually very willing to give you that kind of information because they just got something out of you. So don't be afraid to make, one of those annoying forms. Of course, not too long. Just, 5 is a good form to have. Ask 5 things. I want to tell you guys about the adjacent user theory. Now that we talked about lead magnets, the adjacent user theory definition is basically that there are some people who haven't tried your product yet. They're not yet engaged, but they haven't really adopted it, but they kind of like go around and rotate around your SaaS. So this was one of the most popular articles published by Andrew Chen. Andrew Chen is one of the most famous, obvious marketeers and investors and growth strategists. I've included the blog article link source as well if you guys want to check it out later. And basically, the adjacent user theory tells you that there's always someone out there who's right next to the user you are targeting that is not being able to adopt your product quite yet. Make sure your adjacent user theories are on your newsletter. If you feel like you haven't really launched a feature yet that is serving a purpose for an adjacent user, make sure you do something like another lead magnet for them that attracts them, and create the newsletter for a future feature launch, for a future feature improvement. If, for example, Intercom positioned itself as a customer support tool, and then they started, for example, a newsletter about product managers, then they were able to add more features related to product management in their tools that communicate with the user or send certain automations. Then they were able to pull in all these adjacent users right into their user funnel already by keeping them engaged in the newsletter. So it's basically as if you're warming them up. It's like the teammates on the benches. They warm them up. They're not in the game. They're not playing a position, but they're warming up. So make sure that with a newsletter, it's really cool, even if you have another newsletter that targets the adjacent user theory, which comes into step 3. Who is your wide level persona? Widen your spectrum compared to your product persona. You'll be surprised because there are always some adjacent users that are using or are looking forward to use your product, or their other teammates are using your product. Take care of their job titles and their industries and their location as well. Maybe you've completed this perfect persona of a certain region, but then you figure out there's someone exactly like that who is adjacent but doesn't speak the language your newsletter is in, for example. So we had that problem in Startups Galaxy because our location was mainly Arabic speakers, but we had English speakers as well that are starting to get attracted to newsletters. So there was a switch between Arabic and English, and then we thought about separating our newsletter into one in Arabic, one in English. So for us, for example, our wide level persona or our adjacent user were English speakers. So that's kind of what you need to widen your spectrum when it comes to a newsletter. So the more defined your product persona is, the less defined your newsletter persona should be. Step 4. Now that we have our email tool, now that we know exactly who we're talking to, now that we know that we have a lead magnet, we've got a couple of users out there, or even your SaaS has thousands of users, or 10,000, 20, 50,000 users, and you're sending them a newsletter, you can start from here. Step 4, subject lines. So what works for us after months of A/B testing was extremely short lines, one emoji, question mark, sentence case, and no title case. So I put here 3 screenshots from 3 subject lines that we actually sent. The middle one didn't work. The bottom one worked, and the first one worked. One emoji, face emoji. So we went that deep to the point of what kind of emojis worked best. Sentence case worked best. Title cases did not work for us. So this is one of the things as well. After months and months of A/B testing, we kind of figure out exactly what letters should be in capital and which ones shouldn't. So that's how much A/B testing we got to the point of the subject line. Make sure you have a maximum of 4 words, because on mobile phones, you can literally only see 4 words. Put in your longer sentences in the post header section. So it's the pre-header section. You can put in text there, but make your subject line extremely short, extremely attractive, and it's a flirtation. You're flirting with the user or potential user. You're not actually making a move. So you're kind of just like being cheesy or winking or something like this to make sure your subject lines are really attractive and are really getting on those click rates through. Step number 5, structure and content. So what worked and what I found to be the most beneficial structure is the one I've outlined on the right side. So after you have the hook from the subject line and you have your title in the newsletter, you have your main intro, maximum 2 paragraphs with one main link. So talk about one thing. Don't overflow the intro. One main link in the intro, and actually sometimes, so this is something that we discovered that worked for us, was that the URL as a text worked better than buttons. So the buttons are very salesy, and newsletters are really into just very mellow, very nice and kind of thing. You're not selling anything, you're not converting, you're not looking for actions or triggers, you're just talking with potential users. So don't overflow on the buttons. Try to make the URLs very simple. One main URL in the intro. Have a section break and then break into highlights. Highlights, try to use some images, not too many, and then have that as the main focus of the newsletter. So where you break into subtitles and then have little points. When you have major lead magnets like the one that we talked about in step 2, have the newsletter focus on that only. So your main intro would be the lead magnet. In your highlights, include like another topic or 2 other topics, and then mention the lead magnet again with a different image, a different focus, a different hook, but make sure you mention it again. That's the focus. Add some, like sprinkles here and there, but don't make it fight with anything else. So have your lead magnet as the main focus. Highlight in the intro and highlight number 2. Footer is a very underutilized part of the newsletter. Footers include links to sign up, include links to demos, include links to other lead magnets. Make sure your footer has like all these annoying, bulky links that are actually very important to you, but you're not pushing for during your newsletter. So your footer is one of the most important things in the newsletter, because guess what? The 5th time the potential user sees it, they will click on it. And I can promise you that it does very, very well. But don't look at the footer success in terms of one newsletter. I personally like to look at the footer in terms of every 5 newsletter success, and then see, the end of the line, where these people who came from the footer did on the SaaS that I'm working with at the moment. And then this is what tells me the footer worked. So I bulk verify a footer by looking at the cumulative click-through rate and the cumulative actual signups and revenue generated from these users of the footer by accumulating 5 newsletter numbers. Continuing the structure and the content, the unsubscribe link is very important. Some email software tools allow you to remove it. Don't ever do that. Don't ever remove your unsubscribe link. You're better off with a very clean newsletter and a very high deliverability rate than just a large amount of audience. Always clean your newsletter subscribers, those that bounce, or even those that don't open the emails frequently. Keep on removing them, and keep your newsletter as engaged as possible. These are actually really successful newsletters. Optimize dimensions. So Intercom once sent this newsletter opt-in. It wasn't even optimized for mobile, and you can see here, so I took a screenshot as well. You can see here, one of the best newsletters and one of the best blogs is Intercom, but they made this mistake. So don't be hard on yourself, just, we live and learn. So even Intercom had this mistake before, and it making sure that mobile-friendly newsletter is one of the most important things they should be taking care of. Make sure you start your newsletter with a logo as well, and a clickable logo. Make it tracked, UTM that logo, put it at the top, make it small for mobile, and that's how you start a really good one. Just make sure that you optimize for mobile. Don't be like Intercom. Reduce the number of images, maximum 3 images in your newsletter, or else it automatically goes into promotion of the amount of HTML code that it ends up happening, because you didn't send it through like HTML code. Most of us build our newsletter with drag and drop, and most of us are using third-party softwares such as MailChimp or ConvertKit or user.com, of course. Shout out to user.com or all the other kinds of softwares. Convert the drag and drop into HTML, okay? So if you actually view your newsletter in HTML, you'll find out that it's so massive, and it just blurs out all the important things and gets your newsletter sent into promotion. The best newsletters that go directly into inbox are actually text only. Your logo counts as an image, by the way, so make sure that you minimize the amount of images that you have. Of course, there are other tricks to go into the inbox, not to the promotion, but generally, I like to keep images on the low, and that really helps as well, making sure deliverability goes into inbox. Keep analytics simple. I like to track 3 things: list size, deliverability rates, and click-to-open ratio. Click-to-open ratio is different from click-through rate. So click-to-open rate is actually those who clicked over the number of opened emails. And it's good because it kind of just tests the quality of your content and not your subject line. So keep your analytics simple. I'm going to be sharing these slides anyway, so I'm just running through them because I want to leave time for engagement. Don't listen to this slide. Don't just share product updates or release notes. Don't share blog articles and links. So this slide's obviously everything starts with a don't. Don't spam people's inbox. Don't remove the unsubscribe link, and don't remove your newsletter footer. These are very important little things I would love for you guys to take care of. So I learned that, of course, the just sharing things about yourself and your SaaS is not a newsletter. That's a product update. That's a release note. That's a product manager communication. That's an onboarding email. That's an automation campaign or a drip campaign. Newsletters aren't about you. It's about you giving back, and one day it kind of like reflects back. So and of course, keep track of the time that when someone subscribes to a newsletter until they become an actual user, how long that takes. But the newsletter's success is not about sign up rate. It's about these three things. So that's how you track the value of a newsletter. And it works really well in the long term as well. It's not sort of like a plug and play kind of thing. Newsletters take time, but they actually one of the best converting activities for us, and I hope they become for you too as well. Number 10, scale your newsletter. Very easy. You can fix a footer on your website. You can advertise for it, and it's actually much cheaper to advertise for a newsletter and then convert from a newsletter than actually advertising for B2B SaaS. If you're a SaaS business, you know that it's such a headache for paid ads conversion. It takes a long time. It could take months, even years, to find your growth loop or your ads loop. And especially with the prices of LinkedIn, it gets really expensive to promote for SaaS on LinkedIn. It gets really weird to promote SaaS on Facebook and Instagram. So a really nice trick is to actually promote for the newsletter and just promote for content and promote for the lead magnet on these social networks. You'll get high conversion rates and then use these really, really good audience to convert them into your SaaS. And finally, of course, pop-ups, plugins, WordPress, things like this. Web forms will really also help with your newsletter scaling as well. Let's look at Intercom. I told you guys that they don't have a mobile optimized newsletter, but they're also one of my favorites in content and newsletter as well. So they're targeted at product managers, and the newsletter has increased the Intercom's brand loyalty, and extremely, and especially because it's really expensive. You need that early build through a newsletter as well. One of the tricks as well that I've seen very common is to include a share link for the newsletter or an area where they can forward it to subscribers. So that's also a really good way to sort of keep it intact. Intercom has a great newsletter as well, and Demand Curve also has a great growth newsletter. That was just a short intro about newsletters. I tried as much as possible not to take that much time, but there's just so much to talk about when it comes to newsletters. So I did want to make sure that we covered everything. Here is I'm just going to leave this shared screen as well. I'm happy to help anyone who has any questions as well about their newsletter or anything that they'd like to discuss. I'm going to open Q&A now. Just hopefully, okay, into primary inbox. Okay, so I'm going to share my screen as well. Just in case we don't get all the questions answered, if anyone here is actually on their desktop, you can just use the QR code here to scan and reach out to me on LinkedIn as well if I don't get to answer any of your questions, because I would love to answer every single question. Okay, let's start. Can you share this presentation? Definitely. I will share it with Natalie as well. And if you reach out to me on LinkedIn, I will convert it to PDF and send it to you as well if you promise to give me your email. See, now I'm using a newsletter build technique, right? Actually asking for your email so I can send it to you. So that's definitely something I will do. Any best or other techniques to get into the primary inbox? Low number of images, double opt-in. It's quite difficult with a double opt-in to get a good list size, but double opt-in is a good way to get into inbox. Number 3, ask people in the newsletter to reply. Like, ask them inside the newsletter, say, if you'd like to receive this newsletter in your inbox, please reply to the email. And that actually helps any email client to deliver your newsletter right to the inbox. Reduce images, tell them to reply. Double opt-in, I would rate them. Reply number 1. Number 2, reduce images. And number 3 is the double opt-in. How do you avoid your newsletter to end up in the spam inbox? Similar to what I said. usually make sure that first of all you check using an email verifier your validity of your emails as well, and your health score. Unbounce is a great way to check it, or email validator as well. There's another one, Lemlist blogged about. Lemlist also has a really good content about these things to do with emails as well. So Lemlist also has a partner in email deliverability. It costs like $12 or something. It's so worth paying for. So yes, you can definitely use these tools to clean your newsletter subscribers. So like I'm saying, don't focus on the size of your newsletter as much as it's really, really highly targeted individuals that you're talking to all the time. How important is design for a newsletter? Header is the most important. Just like the icon at the top, like Intercom had in the newsletter, and just basically like a little bit of a title or something. But do not design the full newsletter as an image, because first of all, responsiveness. Someone might be having like an iPad 3, iOS 9.2, and somehow, it just ruins the responsiveness of your image, and then they can't read your newsletter. So that's number one. Don't have like a full image newsletter. Number two, also because people search in their inbox when they remember a good tip. So you need to be searchable as well. If you put in something that they remember later on, you've got to be searchable. So use text. Number three is loading time. When you use a full image, it takes a long time to download compared to just text. So when people are on mobile and let's say they're riding the train or they're getting on or off a station, if they lose a connection for 1 second and they don't download that image that you're in your newsletter, you've lost them. So a lot of people actually read newsletters during commute. So reduce the number of images is a great way to increase deliverability. So I would say design, just make sure that the top looks sleek, is clear, and minimalist. Make sure that if you're using a transparent background, that it shows on dark mode as well, because when you send a newsletter and someone's mobile or MacBook or anything is on dark mode, it won't show if you have a transparent background. So make sure your design has a white background, and make sure that it's at the top as the most important part. What makes a successful newsletter is reading the presentation and following the steps.
Awesome. Such an awesome action-packed presentation you've gone through. Probably you are the only speaker who's gone through all the questions. There are so many of them. Well, thank you so much. It was my pleasure. Everyone follow Nuno on LinkedIn, and thank you so much. And I look forward to chatting with you again.
Likewise. We'll get in touch after the event. Bye, everyone.
All right, everyone. And we are live. Welcome back. This is another awesome session from another great speaker. Aaron Kroll is here. So a little bit background. Aaron has helped thousands of SaaS companies scale faster, work with their dream customers, and build a business they love working in. Aaron is an absolutely king in the onboarding space in the SaaS world. So Aaron, I'm excited to invite you here and help frame the conversation a little bit, what it is that you're going to share with us.
Awesome. So after working with so many different SaaS companies, we've discovered a way to leverage existing audiences to get you more users and more authority in your space. So I'm going to show you how to do that today.
Awesome. Let's kick it off.
All right, sweet. Let me share my screen. I don't have a lot of time, and I'm going to make this as impactful as I possibly can with the time that I have. And chances are you're probably going to have some questions. If you do, that's totally fine. Maybe we can chat after. Okay, so can you see my screen? No? Yes? Yes? Okay, awesome. You guys can hear me okay? Yeah, good. Everything good? Thumbs up? All right. Yeah. All right. I'm calling this presentation More Users Now, getting more users, paying users in the next 30 days using the Dream 100 strategy. Now, I understand some of you are in pre-beta, and then some of you probably are like 100 million plus ARR, okay? So I get that. I'm going to try to present something to you that's going to be valuable to you no matter where you are in any stage that you're at, okay? So as you're going through this, if you walk away with one nugget of valuable information that will change the way that you acquire users and make whatever you're doing more efficient, this is going to be a win. Okay, so not all of it's going to apply to you, but a lot of it will. Okay, so look at this as it's really hard to create a presentation for everyone at the same time. It's as a consultant, like that's the last thing I do is tell people to try to create something general. But this is, I think it's going to be good. Okay, so here's why you need this. Okay, if you don't have an audience you can promote to, a huge audience. Some SaaS companies are really lucky and they have an audience that they can promote to. They build an audience first and then they create a product. If you don't have that, this is for you. If you want to grow fast without spending lots and lots of money on ad spend, or if you're already spending tons of money on ad spend and you're not getting the results that you want, or you want to get better results, this is for you. And you're already growing and you want more high quality leads. Okay. The end is that you're going to get more qualified leads and they're going to be pre-sold. You're going to overcome their objections and you're going to really show them why your tool is the best. Okay, you're going to position yourself as the authority. Okay. Now here's the main strategy. First of all, we're going to identify who your dream customer is. Second, we're going to find out where your customers congregate. We're going to create content that attracts your dream clients. And then we're going to leverage existing audiences to get them to love you, to get group owners or owners of the existing audiences to love you, and a way for you to leverage those audiences to bring you new customers. Okay. And then in addition to that, I'm going to show you a strategy to create an incredible amount of quality content topics that you can use to pass off to your writers or create content for the next couple of years to bring in your ideal clients. Okay. All right. So let's talk about the basic strategy is we're going to leverage existing audiences who are already serving your dream customer. Okay. There's two ways to go get clients. One is to go out and get the clients yourself. And I call that like the one-to-one approach, is where you're just going and doing ads and you're calling, doing one-on-one outbound. All that is great. If you really want to grow quickly, take an audience that's already existing and leverage that audience to build authority and to get customers. It's really challenging to do that because a lot of audiences that exist and the owners of audiences don't really like it when you promote your stuff to their audience. How many of you have been kicked out of a group or been warned because the group owner was like, you can't promote? Yeah, a lot of sad faces. Okay. Yes, guess what? I run a group of 22,000 SaaS founders. I get pitched on stuff all the time. I have like almost an admin group full-time working on just kicking out people who promote their stuff to the audience. And there's a select few who get through to promote their stuff to my group, and I'm going to show you how to do it. Okay? All right, so secret keys. These are the secret keys to get this done. Number one, identify your dream customer. These are the angels. These are the ones that if you could clone this customer over and over and over again, you would build, you'd have an amazing SaaS company. Okay. How many of you work with clients that you don't really love working with? It's okay. It's okay to raise your hand. You can put a thumbs up. Everybody has clients you don't like working with. Okay. When you're starting out, it's okay. It's awesome to have clients you don't like working with, but you should be working on identifying who your dream customer is. The other term for that is product market fit. When you have product market fit, dude, things are going to go so much easier for you because you know who you serve and you know what kind of customers you can help and you know how to speak to them. Here's how to identify your dream customer. No one's ever talked about this. No one talks about how to identify your dream customer. They say find product market fit, find product market fit, PMF, and ICP. Yeah, ICP is another good one. Ideal customer. Target market, target niche. There's all these phrases that are thrown out. No one is really telling you how to do it. I'm going to show you how to do that right now. So, first of all, there's two circumstances you're probably in. One, you don't have any customers. If you don't have any customers, bring on customers, as many as you can. Okay? Bring on, just sell it to anyone, bring them on, provide a low-risk offer, deliver the outcome. If you can't deliver the outcome, let them go, refund them. If you do deliver the outcome, then keep track of the customers that you're really serving. If you already have customers, here's what you're going to do. Look at your current customers, identify who has paid you the most money so far, how long have they been a customer for, what is the problem you solved for them, How much was this pain costing them, and what is the specific results you achieved for them? So I have a spreadsheet with each one of these things: revenue to date, customer since, what is the problem you solved, how much is this pain costing them, what are the specific results you achieved. What you want is you want the customers that have been around the longest, they paid you the most money, you solved a very painful problem for them. So you could be solving pain problems for customers that are really small or really big. And you want to find the big problems that you're solving. You want to solve bigger. The bigger problems you solve, the less price resistance you're going to have. Okay? And you could be solving really small problems and you're getting price resistance. Stop solving small problems, go to bigger problems. And then what are the specific results you achieved for them? And it needs to be specific, okay? Not increased revenue. It needs to be like, yeah, we were able to increase our conversions by 3% by doing X, Y, Z. That's what your tool helped us do, okay? Pick your top 10 customers after looking at these. Analyze them. Don't analyze anything at this point. Just collect the data. And you want to interview them. You approach your customers and say, hey, we have loved working with you. We're talking to our top customers to see how we can solve more of your problems. Okay? And then talk to them. Record the conversation, transcribe it, and then you're going to really get clear on who your customers are, okay, who the best customers are. Another question that I ask is, who can you get results for 99% of the time? Or, as Dean Jackson would put it, if you only got paid based on results, what criteria would your customer have to meet? Okay, so I think you're not going to do that, but just think, if I only got paid based on results, who is the customer that I can absolutely help? That is your dream customer. The formula I use to identify your dream customer is, who do you want to attract? Plus, who can you absolutely get results for? Minus, this is the thing no one else talks about, who do you want to repel? Who do you not want to sell to? That is your ICP. That's your dream customer. Okay, and I'm gonna, just so you know, I have a worksheet for each one of these things that I'm gonna give you to make this super easy for you to go through. Okay. All right. Next, find your congregation points. Does this make sense? You guys digging this so far? Your dream customer. Can you imagine how awesome it's going to be to know exactly who your dream customer is, what they're thinking, what result you can get for them, and to know that if you bring them in, churn is low, they pay you a lot. Not awesome? Okay. Now we got to find congregation points. Does anybody know what this is here? It's called a watering hole. Watering hole is where everyone gathers together. A market isn't a person. A market is a place where your ideal customers congregate. There's a misnomer. Think of target market or market niche or whatever. A market is like a marketplace. It's where you go to get. It's where you go. It's where people congregate. So if I'm selling shoes, I'm going to go to sell the shoes at the market, not on the freeway, right? I'm not. My customers aren't on the freeway. They're at the store, right? So find congregation points. Where are they spending their time? I'm going to show you how to do that. If you're marketing the right offer at the wrong congregation point, you're going to think you have a bad product, or you're going to think your pricing is off, or your product is wrong, or you don't have a market. That's a huge mistake. If you put the right offer in front of the right market, then you're gonna sell. Okay, you don't need to be an expert in sales. You don't need to be an expert. I'll just put what is the right offer in front of the right market. Okay. Next, we need a way to create content fast. Okay. Creating content fast is so important because the more content you create, the better color content you create, the more impact you're going to have, the more results you're going to be able to bring people, and the more you're going to be able to position yourself as the expert. Okay. I'm going to show you how to do that. Next is building your storefront. Okay. So the biggest mistake people make when they go and do leveraging audiences is that they build their store right in the audience, like right in where the rest of. So it's like, as a group owner, I'm building my own store in my audience, in my group, right? Somebody comes in and tries to build a store on top of mine. It's not a good idea. The better idea is to come in, give value, and let people find your storefront. Find out more about you if they're interested. Okay? I'm mixing things together here Some of these ideas are going to apply to you if you're just creating content. If you want to go into group owners, I'm going to show you how to do that. And you absolutely need to have your own storefront. I'll show you what that looks like. My storefront looks like this. When you go to Aaron Crowell, you see my, you see what I do. I help companies, SaaS companies, do this. You can see I position myself as the expert. I have myself here talking. I went through hundreds of images and I picked the best image that I could find to position myself as the expert. If you are a salesperson, you need to have a storefront on your social. If you're the founder, you need to have, at this point, you are the one doing most of the sales, so you need to be the one that has a storefront. Eventually, at some point, you're not going to be able to do this doing the sales anymore, okay? And things will evolve. But for now, if you're trying to build revenue fast, have your salesperson or you have a storefront, okay? It looks like this. Describes who you are. I have 2 links down here. One way to make it clear what it is that you do is to put a URL that explains what they're going to get, right? A lot of people have their website, and then you don't even know what the website is, right? So I put SaaSvisionaries.com, free SaaS demo script, and then Aaron Crowell, who I can help. So those are URLs that make sense, that somebody can look at and go, oh, okay, here's the next step that I should take. And then that's my son, Arlo. And then on the left-hand side, you see this featured image that you can send people to take the next step. In this case, it's a free SaaS demo script. Get the demo script that converts cold traffic into paying users. Click here to download. When you click on that, it goes to this little link here, okay? So what you're doing, here's the cool thing, is when you post tons of content, and people are like, whoa, this guy knows what he's talking about. When they go to your profile, this is what they're going to see. They're going to see, oh, this is what he does. What's the next step? Oh, it's a really easy next step. Boom. Okay. Now, does it make sense so far, guys? I'm going through this really quick because I have 5 minutes left to show you all the rest of the resources. Okay. This is not even the good stuff yet. All right. So here's the actual framework. There's 3 documents I'm going to share with you right now. One is called the Niche Finder. One is the Dream 100 Discovery, and one is the Content Library. Let me show you these really quickly. Do you see this? I'm going to move this. Do you guys see this here? The Niche Finder. Yep. Can I drop it in the chat? You want to pull it up? You guys all have access to this. This is how you're going to identify your dream customer. I put together another video to how to explain how to find your ICP. I want you to go through this and answer these questions. Number 1, who do I want to attract? And I have an example filled out for you, just so you can see. Step 2, who can I guarantee results for? Step 3, who do I want to repel? That is your dream customer. That's your ICP. I just put the link in the chat. And then I have a bunch of other stuff. Boy, do I have a bunch of other stuff for you. How to interview customers. I have customer deep dive questions. How to get this is how to interview customers. I have a bunch of free bonuses. This is actually part of my Launchpad program. People pay to get access to this. I'm giving it to you for free. Okay, just don't tell anyone. So that's how you identify your niche finder. Okay. Understand your dream customer. Now, where do your customers congregate? This is going to blow your mind. This is the next one, Dream 100 Discovery. You guys could click on that. Open this up. Dream 100 Discovery. Now you're going to figure out where are your customers congregating. Here's what you're going to do. Here's a quick. Because now you know who your dream customer is. Now you know who your dream customer is. You can find out where they congregate. If you don't know who your dream customer is, your ICP, and you're like, I just want to target business owners. Well, guess what? Like, it's almost impossible to find, business owners at scale with no marketing budget or very little marketing budget, right? Even if you have a ton of marketing budget, like Squarespace, they're putting like millions of dollars into ads to try to attract everyone. You can't do that right now. That's okay. So here's what you do. Thanks, guys. Got 4 minutes. Dream 100 discovery. First of all, go through every group you can think of that has your ideal customer in it. How much reach do they have? So this is an example. If you go to the SARS group, this is a PR agency. They have access. The group is 23,000 people. And you put the URL to the group. What you want to do is all of these numbers should add up to at least 1 million. You want to have 1 million, access to 1 million people. Okay, not 1 million in one group. You could have 50 different groups, and I'm only asking you to do 10, but get as many as you can. And that's the total amount of reach. Okay, got all the groups in here. Lydia, you have a great question. I honestly have no idea where accountants congregate, but I love the niche. We'll talk about that in 3 minutes. Okay, just remember to ask me that question again because I want to answer your question specifically. I can help you. I do this all the time. Influencer names. What are the influencers they're following? How much reach do they have? Chris Winfield, Christy Dosh. Reach means like how many do they have access to on their podcast? How many book readers do they have? What is the URL to their website? Okay. Course name. What are the courses people are selling to your ideal customers? Lydia, accountants. So are there accountant courses? How to build an accounting business? How to be an accountant? How to start an accounting business? Whatever. All the courses that have to do with accounting. Teaching advanced accounting concepts. Make a list of all the courses in the URLs. Okay. What are the complementary services that people are providing your ideal customers? I'll use accountants again. Okay. Are there lawyers that are serving accountants only? Are there books or info products that are serving accountants? Templates. Is there like a website where they go to get their templates from? Info products are really great. You can use SaaS companies. Integrating your product into other people's SaaS companies is really great. Sometimes there's issues with that because they want to copy your tool or they're just not interested. And that's fine. Put SaaS companies in here too, but also put people that are not SaaS companies. Do you see what we're doing here? We're building this like list of all these people that serve your same market. What websites do they visit? What podcasts do they listen to? What books do they read? And what are the keywords people are searching for? Check this out. Accountants. I have no idea what accountants are searching for online. No clue. But for PR agencies, one of the things that they're searching for is pitch templates. Watch this. Check this out. Pitch templates. Go here. Canva, Venngage, Visme, SlideBean, SlidesGo. All these are companies that I can talk to and say, hey, looks like you have pitch templates for PR companies, right? Can we offer our service for free to you, or a special bonus for anyone that signs up? I'm just giving you an example. That's a little bit more advanced Dream 100 stuff. But by the end of this whole thing, you'll have tons of places that you can go to find your dream customers. These are all the congregation points. Okay, you guys digging this so far? Get like a thumbs up. Two thumbs up. All right. Anybody give me 3? Okay. Awesome. Let's go to the next one. Now this is where it starts to get really good. Okay. Now that we know who our target is, where they're congregating, what do we put out as far as content? And this is where the magnet content builder comes in. Dropping in the chat right now. So these are the questions I want you to answer. What keeps your customers up at night? And here's some examples. The more specific you get, the better. For example, what keeps your customers up at night? Not enough revenue is not specific enough. You have to get specific. One of the biggest challenges in PR agencies is that clients have unrealistic expectations, and it's really frustrating. Another big thing that keeps them up at night is a client comes to them and they don't earn enough exposure. They're not getting exposure, enough exposure they want for their clients, and they're thinking, how do we get more exposure for our PR clients? What are the biggest outcomes they desire? For PR agencies, they want happy clients because their brand is growing. They want increased brand recognition. They want increased credibility. What do they fear? They fear not landing media coverage for their clients. They really fear clients calling and emailing with complaints, impatient clients. Or they fear spending all this time getting media placements for their clients and having it be a low-tier media placement that doesn't generate any results. Is it making sense? What have they tried to solve the problem already? What are the biggest false beliefs they have around their outcome? This is really good. These are objections. You need to have a relationship with the person you're pitching podcasts to. You have to pay to get on podcasts. I can just download a podcast list for the year, for 1 year, and I have all the podcasts that I want to be on. These are all things, false beliefs they have around getting their outcome, which in this case, this product is a podcast pitch template. Okay, or it's a place for you to just type in what kind of person you want to build a relationship with, and it lists all the podcasts with their customer, with their name, email, all that stuff. Okay, what is everyone else saying they should be doing that you think they should do differently? This is a contrarian view. People are saying, just get a quick list and pitch them on podcasts. You have to get on big podcasts in order to do it. Another big mistake is just picking the podcast to join because it's because of the title. Okay. Another huge mistake is focusing on podcasts that are just too popular. It's actually called podcast clout. All right. So now that you got all of this content, watch. Check this out. I think. Let's see. I think I can pull it up. 52. Here we go. 52 headline hacks. Now that you got all this stuff together, now you got to create content. Okay. Now you're going to look at the top 10 pieces of content that you can create. Look at each one of these topics that you just came up with. What is the pain? Clients' unrealistic expectations. Then you look at how can you create an article around setting client expectations. Guys, check this out. This is 52 website or headline hacks. Some of these are kind of spammy. Don't use all of them. Just pick the ones that make sense. Okay. So what keeps your customer up at night? Clients' unrealistic expectations. How would you turn that into a piece of content? How to set up your client expectations so that ... You're not earning enough exposure. How could you create a piece of content around that? What to do if you're not generating enough leads for your clients? And you can be more specific. What to do if you're not generating enough exposure for your PR clients? Okay. How would you create a piece of content around these objections? So many good ones around the objections. And this is where I look at the website hacks or the headline hacks. Do you make these 9 or do you make these 3 podcast pitching mistakes? 7 podcast pitching mistakes that make you look dumb. These are some of these are kind of silly, so you just got to change these, right? How to pitch, how to get on popular podcasts, even if your client has no credibility. Why the biggest mistake your clients make when they get on a podcast is not pitching a freebie. These are all pieces of content that you can create. Okay, does that make sense? You guys realize that this magnet content builder is enough content for you to create dozens and dozens of content that brings in your ideal customer, pre-sells your product, addresses objections, and establishes you as the expert. You guys down? Does that make sense? Okay. And then you could just add, I really like this because you can move your things around. You can add the articles. If you click on it, you can add notes, stuff to it. So just it's a fun little tool to help you build all this stuff out. Okay. All right. So now that you've done that, now the question is, how do you get this content? So as a podcast, as a group owner, I get people trying to pitch me stuff all the time. It's just, and trying to post their own content in my group, trying to like weasel their way in, and it's just really, it's really annoying. I kick people out all the time. So, Natalie, how am I doing on time? Are good?
You have 2 minutes left.
All right. So, real quick, here's how to pitch to group owners. Say this: hey, name, I love your group. You're creating an amazing community. I'd love to contribute more to the group. Can you point me to the group rules or guidelines? If you already know the guidelines, do this. Hey, I noticed after searching the group, there are a few posts about whatever the problem you solve is. I went through and found all the questions I could find out about it and wanted to answer all these questions in your group and post in a video form. I won't pitch anything, link to any articles, or promote anything, just making sure this is okay. When I get this, I'm like, hell yeah. And then when they post a video in the group that says, hey, looks like there is a question from the group around XYZ topic, here's how to solve it. Hope this is helpful. Boom. Done, right? And then you do this. This is day 2. Day 3, find something the group owner has posted or commented on and repost it in their own group. I'm always posting stuff in my group. When somebody comes in and reposts, hey, did you guys check out Aaron's new webinar? It's amazing. Check it out. That I see that. Okay? And I look at that name and I go, oh, who's that guy? They're promoting my own stuff. Thank you. They make me look like the hero. Share it on Twitter, share it on your own Facebook group, and let them know. Post your content in your video asking, post your content in the group, okay? And then comment on posts where you have your expertise. Do this every day for 30 days. Do it in a different group every day. Do different content. Don't post the same content in every group. Oh, I hate that. It's got to be unique content specifically for your group. That'll give you a chance to test your content. You have people will reach out to you. You don't have to reach out to anyone. You build and then at some point, I have 30 seconds left. This is the most important part. At some point, approach the group owner and say, "Hey, can we? It looks like my content's really helpful. Can I provide some more content for you? Can we do like an AMA? Can we take it to the next step? And then the next step, and then the next step." Okay. 15 seconds left. Any questions that I can answer in 15
Any
seconds?
Questions? 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Done.
No questions? No questions, anyone? All right, fine. Wow, no questions. First time ever.
All right.
Yep. Thanks, guys.
You all know where to find Aaron? Type in the chat. Do you know where to find Aaron or no? Type in no. No way. All right, Aaron, where can people find you?
You guys don't know where to find me? Just go to aaroncrowell.io. Or just type in SaaS growth hacks. That's my Facebook community, and you can message me on Facebook.
Awesome.
There you go.
Aaron,
Thanks,
thank you
guys.
so much. There's been so much value here. People are asking, can you share the presentation?
Yes, I can. How do you want me to give it? How do you want me to give it to him, Natalie? Can I
If you have
share
the
that
link
with
that you can drop right now, you can drop it in the comments. Otherwise, you can just email it to me, and I'll share the link with everyone after
I'll
this.
email it to you. I'll email it to you.
Awesome.
Yeah, everyone.
Thanks a lot.
If you really want a copy, just message me and I'll send you a copy. Okay. If you want it fast.
All right. This was not fun. Thank you so much, Aaron. Look forward to chatting with you again. Everyone, I'll see you in the next session. Thanks a lot.
Thanks, guys. See ya.
One of the experts here, so I am excited to hear his presentation about social media marketing, lessons learned from 30 top SaaS companies. I'll give you a quick background. Ave is the CEO and co-founder of a company called SocialBee. He has helped several entrepreneurs succeed in building great products, finding the appropriate launch sequence, and the best levers to grow. Avi, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Natalie. It's great being here, and thanks for inviting us. Let me see. Let me know if you can see my screen.
Yes, we can see it.
Perfect. So indeed, of social B, where we help companies get more leads with less effort. We do that through a combination of our social media management platform that helps you automate your social profile so you can just set it and forget it. And on top of that, we also have some productized concierge services where our team of specialists can help you with various marketing activities. And what I want to talk to you about during this session is to show you the results of a study that we did where we looked at 30 top SaaS providers to really understand what they've been doing on social media in 2020. What are the different content types and ideas that they had? But then also I want to look a bit ahead to 2021 and try to talk about what success will look like in 2021. And then I want to end up by showing you how you can do this without having a top 30 SaaS budget. You can see here a few of the logos of the SaaS tools that we analyzed. I'm sure that you will recognize most, if not all of them. And what we try to do is to also go a bit wide in the type of platform that they are offering or the type of solution that they are offering in such a way that there are some takeaways for everybody, regardless of the category that you're in. These are the main categories of content types and ideas that we were able to find that are used across the board by all of the participants in this study, and I will go through all of them a bit in more details. So first of all, it's this category which we call spark the conversation, because we know that communication is a two-way street. And especially during this 2020, which of course, as everybody knows, it was a crazy one. It's even more important to have a two-way communication with your customers, to show empathy, to show that you are there with them. And then this type of categories usually come in the form of these fill in the blanks type of posts that ask people to leave a comment, polls and quizzes, and direct questions or a lot of emojis, because emojis are also used more and more on social. And the nice part about this type of content is that it helps you create some great engagement and also to spot trending topics and to spot the things that your customers want you to talk about. And then it also makes you show to your customers that you want to hear them, and then they feel heard, which is very important for them to know, like, and trust you, basically. You can see here a few examples of content in this category, and you can see that they are quite visual, and also they have a very specific call to action. Like when I made my first sale, and then basically they're asking, Shopify is asking their audience to fill in that blank, or I intend to, and then FreshBooks does the same, or HubSpot does a specific questionnaire here, a specific poll, asking again feedback from their audience. And then also you can go a bit more also in the fun side, where you ask people to just comment with a specific number, or sometimes it's even used with a specific emoji, and this really creates a lot of engagement. Then the next type of content is what we call funny content. It's more of an entertaining content, because especially during these times when everybody is so stressed even and tired, and I guess like everybody just had enough of this situation, humor is even more important. And humor has been also driven quite a lot during this period by the growth of TikTok and of IG Reels. We are really looking for more and more entertainment during these times when everybody's stuck in home. And you can see here there are a lot of examples of how you can create such funny content by using popular memes, or even laughing at the trouble that somebody could be in during these times. A lot of funny pets pictures, and so on. So you can see here a few of these examples. And you can also see that regardless of the type of the companies, even a Salesforce, which you would think they're quite serious company and quite corporate in their communication, you can see that on their social media. In this example on Instagram, they do use this type of fun, lightweight content to really get the conversation started with their audience and to get a lot of engagement. You can also think how to use this in terms of existing patterns of comedy that exist out there. So if you don't know specifically what you want to write about, one good example would be using patterns like saying you're a SaaS marketer or a SaaS founder without actually saying that. How would you do that? You can create a nice visual about that and then ask your audience to comment with their answers, or like Mondays be like, and then again ask your audience to comment. Then a lot of, obviously from the beginning of the situation, the startups and the SaaS providers did not shy away from acknowledging the COVID-related content. So here, basically, a lot of SaaS really leaned into this specific content, and they brought content that has to do with tips and how-tos for their specific solution or the specific needs of their customers. Various SaaS brought in stats and facts and trends. And then there was also a lot of support which was being offered, especially I think in March. In our case at SocialBee, we also offered quite heavy discounts for anybody in our audience who said that they were affected by COVID, and it was a discount without any other question asked. But a lot of companies are also providing a lot of, besides the discounts, they're also providing a lot of content, even about awareness about the mental health issues. And it's really about making the whole situation and making everything more human and to emphasize with your audience. You can see here from HubSpot again, content which really showcases what they learned during this period. Same from Square. They are offering how-tos for touch-free and remote payments, which obviously are quite important during these times. So there's a lot of really good options to create this type of content. Then obviously really tied together with COVID is the remote work, which everybody, or I guess almost everybody, is going through. And here, companies, again, especially the ones who already had experience with remote working, they try to share their tips and their tricks, but also the ones that just moved maybe first time to a remote working situation, there were some different tips that they could have shared, like from home office setup, and again about mental health awareness and different smart solutions to help companies work better remotely. And besides that, they also offered special deals and education. And even when it makes sense, a lot of companies created specific features to help people work remotely. And they highlighted those features as well. And of course, you can see here also like Zoom extended their 40-minute limit during the holiday period. So a lot of companies offered discounts related to remote work, or offered even for free various features related to remote work. But then also, again, this type of lighter content where showcasing what works looks nowadays, where it doesn't necessarily have to be from an office. It doesn't even necessarily have to be from the physical desk. And obviously, the pets have been more and more part of the work day during this time, which I for one think it's a positive addition. Then going further, there has been a lot of support for small businesses and founders. And as I told you, also, we at SocialBee, we offered a discount to any of our customers who needed that. But then we also were part of various relief funds where we offered our tools for companies that were really heavily affected by the corona situation. So a lot of other SaaS, of these 30 top SaaS that we analyzed, really tried to put a spotlight on the small businesses, on the local businesses, because especially during this time, we really learned how important it is to support your local community, and to then highlight maybe also some success stories of your own customers and of the local businesses, and to really highlight the importance to buy local and to buy from small businesses as well. And of course, these 30 SaaS providers that we offered are most of the times not local and not small, but they showcased their customers who were local and small, and they did that with great success. You can see here from various tools how they were highlighting some local small businesses, like in this example from Xero or from Wix. Then even Zoom created a small business Saturday. They joined in this part as well. And then more and more people were really trying to support the communities of their customers as well. And what you can see already here, and you will see across multiple of these categories, there are a lot of people, a lot of faces, sometimes faces with masks, of course, because this is also part of our reality nowadays. But you will see that there's a lot of human aspect to it, which has started even before Corona, but I think companies are really doubling down even more during these Corona times. Then again, obviously also this year meant this 2020 year, didn't only mean the Corona year, but there was also a lot of latent issues in our society that were brought to light, maybe even because of the pressure cooker, which is Corona, but also because of some events, unfortunate events which just happened. So a lot of the companies, and this is something that we can see more and more in these years, that companies are actually starting to take a stand. They are getting a bit more political, let's say so, and they do stand up for what they believe in. So a lot of companies show their support for the Black Lives Matters movement, for Pride Month, women empowerment, and so on. So there really was a spotlight on the people who maybe have been marginalized or should be that we should hear more from. So you can see here a lot of examples of the different types in which the big businesses joined in these movements. And obviously in our research, we wanted to focus on these top 30 SaaS, which are quite big companies, but you could see this also at a much smaller level. Even with our customers, a lot of them are using social media to schedule their content across their profiles, and we can see a lot of them sharing also their thoughts and views on these more political aspects. Then again, everybody has been also heads down whenever possible to create new features to help with the remote work and to help with the social distancing and to help with all of the realities that were brought to us by this previous year. And then we can see a lot of the content that was shared on social media to then also highlight that those specific features or those specific types of content or guides that help people to navigate these remote working years and also these Corona field years, let's say so. Then besides spotlighting their customers, companies also spotlighted quite a lot what their plans were, because during this time we also saw that a lot of companies were like in speed mode, and the years got somehow compressed. I know that for Shopify, for example, they said that they saw in 1 year the type of growth that they would normally see in 5 years. So the companies, especially that were on the side where they benefited from Corona, they really tried to double down on that and to have announcements about their future plans and their accomplishments, maybe if they got funding or specific partnerships, to really keep their audience up to date. So you can see here also some screenshots from a few of the companies and what they wanted to share with their audience. And this is an important thing to remember. Even if you're a very small SaaS founder, you're just starting out, you really don't have a lot of content to share. But all of these changelogs are a potential option for you to create some exciting content, to let your audience know that you have some new features that they will benefit, and to also keep your social media profiles fresh. Then again, there were a lot of how-tos, more on the, like, let's say, personal side with crafts and hobbies, step-by-step articles, and so on. And these are very important because we do want, I mean, that's why also why we are here during this summit, because we want to know how to move our businesses online in this example, or to create a professional website as Wix did. So these how-tos are really important and very powerful type of content for you to create, both on your blog in forms of guides, but also maybe on your social media in forms of some videos or stories, and to share them across your social profiles. Then again, as I told you, there has been a lot of spotlight on the humans, and here it really can be in forms of team members. So we can see here a lot of spotlights from team members, but it can also be from customers, as Xero has been doing it here. And there are a lot of feeds filled with faces. So you can see that there's a really desire that we have to connect, which is even more powerful during these times when everybody is stuck mostly in house and mostly meeting just a very small subset of friends. So that's why the SaaS or the SaaS providers that we analyzed really created a lot of content also around this specific topic. Then another type of content was related to the celebrity endorsements. And obviously, this is not for the faint of heart, and it's not for a SaaS just starting out. You need to have deep pockets for this. But if you can afford it, you can get a lot of valuable engagement and positive association with some very powerful brands for your startups. Of course, here, Salesforce and Twilio, they are both huge listed companies, but it doesn't mean that you cannot try to replicate this in your own unique way. We are now also during an online summit. So this year has been also, this 2020 has been really filled with different online conferences and digital summits, also because obviously the physical part of these conferences have mostly disappeared. So a lot of these SaaS providers moved online, as user.com is also doing with this great online summit. And there's a lot of thought leadership interviews that happen nowadays. And the nice part is that while in the past, especially for this really high profile SaaS, they always wanted to create these interviews in person, which meant that sometimes probably it was harder for them also to manage this. During this period, everybody is just used to everybody calling in from their living room or from their office or from their bedroom sometimes because their spouse is using the office or whatnot. So we saw a lot of this content, thought leadership that has been shared across all of the major SaaS that we analyzed. And of course, also a lot of live video was used with Facebook Lives and Instagram live sessions and so on, but also a lot more YouTube video content was created. And not only in the form of the regular how-to videos that showcase your SaaS, but also more really this type of podcast, video podcasting type of content, or more informational content, and so on. And then here we can see a breakdown of this type of these content categories that we analyzed. And you can see that indeed the celebrity endorsements had a very few. But then this year we can see really the number one category that was used was this one around activism and inclusivity, showing indeed that this top level SaaS are really taking a stand. But then besides that, you can see that all of these content types that I showcased before were more or less used in an equal way on the social profiles. And now that we looked at what happened in 2020 or towards the end of 2020, we have all seen the rise of Clubhouse, which is the cool new kid in town, but then also obviously Reels and TikTok. everywhere we look, there are stories nowadays, like even on a place like LinkedIn, where a few years ago you would have not even thought that LinkedIn and Facebook are in the same universe. Now we can see that they are merging more and more closely together. We really see the importance of having a brand with a purpose and showcasing your values, having a people-first social media. And then this also means that sometimes you will be using user-generated content. And for the ones who can afford it or can do it, maybe use influencer marketing in your social in your social media and in your marketing in general. And also partly due to TikTok, partly I would say also due to maybe even Elon Musk sometimes, this meme culture is here to stay and to grow. And then for the last part, I want to leave you with a very quick overview of how you can manage your social media in less time. And what I would urge you to do is to really plan your content in advance. And either if you do it in a spreadsheet or in a tool like SocialBee, planning in advance and working your content in batches will really save you a lot of time. And especially when you're starting out and you have so many hats on your head and you have so many things to do, time is the most important. So definitely also try to repurpose and recycle your content and use scheduling tools to automate repetitive tasks. And this is where also SocialBee comes into play. Again, you can use all of this and all of the learnings from my talk without using a tool like SocialBee, but with a tool like ours, you can save some more time. You can see that here, for example, because we are a category-based posting system, we can create this type of content categories that were used by the major platforms. You can add into the categories the different type of content that you want. You can customize it for each profile so they fit the vibe of each profile really quickly. But then also you can recycle this content if you want. And then set up a schedule where you say at which time during the day you want content to go out from which category, and then it's basically just set it and forget it. And if you do decide to use SocialBee, we also have a special deal for you at socialbee.io/SaaS Summit, where you will get a 20% discount for the first year of SocialBee. But again, you can use all of these learnings without using SocialBee. If we can help, we're really happy to help and to support you. And then just some final thoughts. In 2020, the SaaS company is really focused on empathy and humanizing and delivering better products. And 2021, I would say that brings a lot of new opportunities for you to really express your company's values. And if you haven't set them out specifically, take one day with your co-founders or with the management team and really think that through, because it will lay a very important foundation for you going forward. And then very important, keep posting and keep growing. You won't learn what works specifically for you before you get started. So that's really important all the time, basically. And with this, I want to say thank you. If we can help in any way, just please feel free to also email me. I'm really happy to hear from other founders and other entrepreneurs or marketers. So feel free to reach out. And then if there are any questions, I'm really happy to answer them.
Very good. Alrighty. So first question is, can we get a copy of this presentation?
Yes, you can. I don't know what would be the best way to do it.
If you just email it to me or send it my way. Hold on, my AirPods are dying. Then I'll add it for everyone as well.
Perfect.
One question that I see is in the QA section on activism and inclusivity. What are your suggestions on approaching social messaging from a corporate standpoint if the organization themselves do not have inbound initiatives?
So obviously, if you're a social media manager at a corporation, you have to check with the corporation and to see what is okay for them to share across their social profiles. You shouldn't overstep what their stance is. Sometimes it happened where individual people did that, and then sometimes it turned out well, sometimes not so well. But it's really important to make sure that you have that conversation internally if needed. And sometimes it's a tough conversation to have, but it's an important one to have. And then to really share that whatever your results of that conversation have been with your social following.
Alrighty, and everyone, don't forget to join the Facebook group, where I'm also probably going to be sharing all the slides in the group, so feel free to join that. Avi, thank you so much for sharing this. Everyone, quick reminder that at the end of the summit today, which is probably going to be in a couple more sessions, we are going to have a networking session. The session yesterday was such an awesome session on Zoom, and everyone just feel free to join, all the speakers, all the attendees, and share information about what it is that you are working on, what you are building, and just overall say hi to fellow founders. Alrighty, Avi, thank you so much, and look forward to chatting with you soon.
Thank you. I also pasted the link to the presentation in our chat for the ones who are live, but I will also send it to you via email. Thanks, everybody.
Thank you so much, everyone. I look forward to seeing you in the next session. Welcome back to another session with a great expert here, Gia. And let me pull up a couple of things that I wanted to share with you. Oh my goodness, I'm not ready. This is the first time I'm not ready to introduce a speaker. Gia helps SaaS teams build scalable and revenue-generating customer-led growth. And today, the topic was not finalized yet, but we're going to talk about, Gia is going to share with us customer-led growth. I'm sure you've heard of a company called Forget the Funnel. I mean, this is an amazing company. They're doing amazing things there. They also have a podcast. They have a community. They have so many things. Check them out. Gia, I am excited to have you here as a speaker. Help frame the conversation. What it is that you're going to share with us?
Yes, absolutely. Thanks so much for having me. I know this was a bit of a last minute. I was just talking backstage with Mike about the fact that I missed the message that came through. And so this is all kind of last minute. So hi, everybody. Thanks so much. I'm so glad to be here. I'm going to share screen because yes, I'm going to be talking about customer-led growth, but more specifically about how to scale using customer-led growth and what on earth customer-led growth even is. Let me just hide that and make sure that can everybody confirm that you can see?
Yes, we can see your screen, and okay. I am going to go hide myself, and then you take it away.
Awesome. Thanks. So, hey, everyone. It's nice to see you all. Hopefully you're all doing well after I know what has been a jam-packed couple of days. I know we're near the end of day 2, so thanks for still being here and still hanging out. My name is Georgiana. You can call me Gia because it's a very long name. I have been in marketing for over 20 years, and it always scares me when I say that. And I've been working with SaaS companies for about 12 years now, almost exclusively B2B SaaS companies. I just absolutely fell in love with this business model. When I first discovered it, I was freelancing in like web marketing, and I discovered SaaS, and I was like, you know what? The recurring revenue business model is just such a beautiful thing because it's based in relationships. And the other thing that sort of dawned on me when I discovered this business model was that marketing has such an important role to play across the entire customer experience, and the skill set of marketers and marketing and thinking like that is really, it's a really important driver of revenue for companies and SaaS companies in particular. So I never looked back after discovering SaaS. I've been working with like pre-launch all the way up to 100 million in ARR companies for a long time. I absolutely love it. And so that's why I'm here. This is me. I always have to tell this story, but this is me about 10 or 12 years into my marketing career. And I'm at a young SaaS company. I think I was employee number 15 at the time. And I was in charge of marketing, and I was responsible for all new growth at this, very sort of high stakes SaaS company. And I was operating like a chicken with my head cut off. There was so much pressure. I was looked to as like the expert at this company. I was pretty well, other than the founders, maybe I was probably the most senior person at the company at the time, and had a lot of responsibility and pressure to grow this company. So I was trying absolutely everything, and I was absolutely horrific at prioritizing. I was, like I said, I always describe it as operating like a chicken with my head cut off. So yes, the Nerf guns, the ping pong tables, all those, everything you think about startups is exactly the situation that I was in. Even more startup life for you. I was in San Francisco for a conference in April of 2013, and my friend who was living there at the time, Lenny Richitsky, who is a product manager at Airbnb, I was lucky enough, he invited myself as head of marketing, and my head of CS was there as well. He invited us to a beer Friday at Airbnb. And so we went, and it was awesome. And he gave us a tour of like the nice polished office. And then he took us downstairs to where the product managers work. And it was like this super like messy, chaotic, open concept office, obviously. And amongst all the chaos, I noticed there was like about 8 to 10 sheets of paper just taped to the wall, all in a row, sort of facing everybody's desks. And it looked to me like a customer journey, but it was not a customer journey I had ever seen before. So up until that time, I was very familiar with customer lifecycle marketing and leads and MQLs and SQLs and funnel metrics. I remember, Dave McClure had introduced pirate metrics just a couple years before this. I was very familiar, but this was totally different. This customer journey that I was looking at was all entirely through the eyes of customer value. There were like illustrations of the customers, and the words even on the page were really describing these moments of value that their customers were achieving in their relationship with them. It wasn't about Airbnb, it was about what was in it for the customer. And I had this like light bulb moment. Now, Airbnb is not a SaaS company, it's a marketplace, obviously, but I knew that looking at our customers through this lens could only be massively beneficial to a company that's based on, recurring revenue and lifetime value and these relationships like I knew SaaS was so dependent on. So I had this total light bulb moment, and within a couple of weeks, and we flew back to Vancouver, and within a couple of weeks, we had developed our own customer journey map. And obviously, I can't credit nearly 900% revenue growth in the next 2 years to just this customer journey map. However, it did really sort of, embed itself in the DNA of the company, how we measured success, the benchmarks we used to measure ourselves against, how we prioritized our projects, the handoff points between our teams, how we measured product activation, how we thought about lowering the cost to acquire customers. And my absolute favorite as the head of marketing, it made it so much easier for me to have conversations with my CTO and my head of product. And it just sort of did so much heavy lifting for me. I could go on and on and on about just that topic, honestly, but I will move on. But just know that revenue growth was, of course, an amazing byproduct of this, but there was a massive team that was sort of mobilized behind this that made this revenue growth possible. So the thing is with SaaS companies, as we all know, we're in the recurring revenue, lifetime value business. The fact that we have to provide the absolute best customer experience we absolutely can at the most cost-effective way possible, and we have to do this over time for our customers. This is true of every business model. This is not unique to SaaS, but it is especially true and especially critical for SaaS. So I want to talk to you about this customer-led growth framework. For sure, I want to get into that for sure. But before I do that, we need to talk about the stuff that sucks. I don't know if I can swear, but there's some really shitty. Let me know if anybody is against me swearing. Give me a thumbs up if you're okay with swearing, because I swear. So there's some really sort of terrible truths that are just sort of the reality of here. Okay, good. Lots of potty mouths lots of potty mouths here. So the thing is that in 2013, things were hard, right? There was a ton of pressure, and I, really wanted, and there was a lot of pressure to grow the company quickly, but it's worse today. It's absolutely worse today. So this stat, I hope every single one of you are familiar with this stat, and hopefully you've seen this before. This is from a Bain study that was conducted, a while ago, but this is even worse these days because competition is even more fierce than it used to be. There's a Salesforce study that was done as well that described that 67% of people purchasing in B2B admitted to switching for a more consumer-like experience. Also, 75% of customers say it's easier to take their business elsewhere, so switching costs have come way down. Hopefully you guys all caught Patrick Campbell talking yesterday from ProfitWell. He found that the cost to acquire customers, maybe this was covered, hopefully somebody talked about this, but the cost to acquire customers has increased almost 50% in the last 5 years. That is petrifying. It's just SaaS has exploded in the last 10 years. So it's even more important to get this stuff right than it was before. But let's say you get all of this right. Let's say you have a really great product strategy and you've got a really great team pulled together. If you cannot execute, absolutely none of this matters. And as your team begins to scale, this becomes a lot harder to do. 75% of cross-functional teams are dysfunctional. Anybody who has ever worked on a cross-functional team, it's no stretch of the imagination that this is actually the case. This doesn't surprise me at all. All to say that even when you have a really great strategy, you have to empower yourself to actually, and empower your team to actually execute on it. Ideas are great, but you have to put it into practice. So this is really hard work. SaaS is not an easy industry to be in, and it's just getting harder as this industry grows, of course. And I want to just sort of put it out there for you that I'm not going to be talking about any sort of growth tactics. I'm not going to tell you any growth hacks. I know you've got a ton of ideas from the past talks. I caught Aaron Kroll speaking before this about awesome strategies to build awareness and get new customers in the door when you're first growing, and that's absolutely fantastic. But I just want to make it clear, I am not going to be giving you tactics. I want to talk to you about actual growth strategy. I want you to zoom out and come up with and realize that you can put a really powerful framework together so that when you do get these ideas, when you get these experimentation or these hypotheses that you want to test or these tactics that you want to experiment with, you have a good framework to apply it within. So it can apply to any challenge. So I talk to, I don't even know, dozens of SaaS founders, heads of marketing, product managers, consultants that work with SaaS companies. I speak with dozens of SaaS companies a week. This is what I hear from them all the time, what they're working on right now. Let me know with a show of hands if what you are battling right now, if what you're tackling for your business is represented in this list. I do want to say that slow or inconsistent growth is pretty well a universal, like everybody kind of always has that, but COVID has changed a lot for a lot of people. I see a lot of companies are repositioning. I see a lot of companies are thinking about product-led growth and leveraging things like freemium. I see a lot of people moving into new markets, trying to, attempting to do globalization, people addressing churn, which is such a great thing to be focused on right now, especially in a volatile market, go-to-market strategies, updating pricing, all those things. So if hopefully you see yourself here. If you don't see yourself here, I would absolutely love to know if you're not here. One thing that is not listed here that I do hear a lot is especially when I talk to founders, is they are missing some skill sets on their team, or they know they've got inconsistent or slowed growth and want to grow more quickly, but they don't have the right experience on the team because there could be a shortage with experienced people in SaaS lately. So that one is not mentioned on here, but that is also totally addressable by using this framework. Okay, I'm going to move on. The thing that we're going to cover today that I'm going to blaze through is a couple of dirty little secrets for SaaS, but I'll focus on a dirty little secret that we hold in SaaS. All of us do. And then I'm going to zoom out and talk about how we measure success and how we mobilize our teams. So the SaaS's dirty little secret is that nobody does customer research. We talk about customer research. We say, hey, talk to your customers. We say, hey, you should interview your customers. We talk about how important it is. We talk about voice of customer. We talk about personas. We talk about, understanding their problems and all that stuff. But nobody actually does this shit. And as marketers, we talk about customer research all the time. SparkToro, shout out to Rand Fishkin, who spoke yesterday. We talk about customer research all the time. We love to. Nobody actually does it. Again, ProfitWell found 7 of 10 companies speak to 10 or few customers in a non-sales capacity per month. This does not improve as companies mature. Mature companies are just as bad at this as early stage companies are. There's tons of evidence that research works, and I'll get into that in 1 second, but also so many of us are talking about it. Like we love to talk about customer research, but we don't actually do it. And it's because, I don't know, it's kind of not that exciting, I guess. Like it's kind of old. Yeah, we all understand Customer research is important for many. I realize that, we did customer research in the early days when we were doing like problem validation and product discovery and customer discovery. We were talking to customers in early days, but as time goes on, as we gain a little bit of traction, we start to acquire customers, our team starts to grow, it all kind of falls by the wayside. Now, I want to be clear, and I see personas in the chat. I want to be clear, I'm not talking about demographic data. I don't care age range. I don't care about median income. I don't even care about job titles. I don't care about industry. None of that actually matters. What actually does matter is understanding the why behind your customers. And I know that a couple people have spoken about this before earlier today. I did manage to catch a couple of talks before this, and I'm so glad to hear that people are, again, talking about it, but we actually have to put it to work, right? So what I'm talking about with the jobs to be done framework, I'm not going to explain the jobs to be done framework. There are plenty of people smarter than me that you can learn about jobs to be done. But what I do want to emphasize here is that if you can understand things like what led your customer to seek a solution like yours, right? April Dunford was speaking about that earlier. What motivations and objections do they have while evaluating a solution like yours? And then now that they have your solution, what are they able to do now that they weren't able to do before? This is the type of customer research that you can do with your customers. And there's all kinds of similar type research that you could do with your target audience as well if you don't have customers yet. But imagine essentially, right, like what opportunities open up to you if you have this type of understanding. You have a superpower. You have a superpower because nobody else is actually doing this. It's insane. So one thing that I do want to mention here as well is that customer research, advocating for customer research doesn't mean taking what your customers say and just doing it. It's not about like, what are they doing? And, taking everything they say for, absolute, like it's absolute gold and you have to act on it. No, you as a business have a very important role to play in which customers you decide to prioritize and which customers you decide to ignore or even try to deter from your company and your product. And that is absolutely on the table. And that I consider to be part of the customer research process. That's a really important part of it. Who you listen to and the decisions that you make for your business is an absolutely critical component to customer research. So don't forget that one. But at the end of the day, it is a bit kind of a superpower because nobody's doing this. So Aberdeen Group found that those who conduct and operationalize, which I will talk about in a second, enjoy 54% greater return on investment. Watch, I'm going to give you a deluge of stats now about why you should be doing research. 18 times faster average sales cycle, 10 times a reduction in 10 times the cost of customer service, 3.5 times greater revenue from customer referrals, a whopping 56% of cross-sell, increase the cross-sell and upsell revenue potential. But none of us are doing this. So we need to sort of wrap our heads around the fact that understanding our customers and our customers' job to be done, and then operationalizing that knowledge for our team is one of our most competitive advantages. It's our most competitive advantage when you think about marketing, when you think about positioning, when you think about product strategy. All of this, if we can really leverage it and operationalize it for our company, we will be laughing. Again, cost of acquisition has skyrocketed in recent years. Switching costs have never been lower. 90% of startups fail. And I was recently listening to a podcast with Mark Roberge, and funded companies, Series A funded companies fail at a 70% rate. But the same is true for Series B and Series C as well. So throwing money at this problem is not what's going to solve this. Resources is not the challenge here. It's actually understanding and then operationalizing. Also, I need to add, it's not even that hard to do. It's easy to mess up, but it doesn't have to be like this months-long research project. It doesn't have to take over the entire team. It doesn't mean diverting your focus away from your more immediate needs. You just need to prioritize it with some of your resources. Now, I will say it is easy to mess up. I have seen people mess it up. So it is important to plan and be really smart about it. And then the other thing that I see happen a lot is that it's easy to forget. Like you can collect this customer data, be like, cool, hold a meeting, have a conversation, say, awesome, that was cool. And then you never act on it and you never look at it again. And it sort of falls by the wayside. One of the best ways to operationalize what we learn about our customers is to reimagine and look at and really get critical about how we measure success. So let's talk about operationalizing these customer insights that we can gather. So the vast majority of companies, all of us for the most part, we disproportionately prioritize with the metrics, with the things that we measure, we disproportionately prioritize business value over customer value, especially when we're talking to our teams and how we measure performance of our teams. It could just as easily be about value to our customers. So I'm going to talk about what that means a little bit more specifically. Before I do that, I'm going to pick on the funnel metrics that you are probably using right now. So they are transactional. So if you think about like credit card entered or somebody signed up, or my absolute favorite to pick on, daily active users or monthly active users, which is not necessarily tied to value at all. The other problem is that they are generally pretty generic. So all customers, all products, all, companies, all our tools are all kind of the same. So we use, marketing and sales and customer communication automation tools that sort of give us these buckets to put our customers in. And we're like, well, there's nothing better, so let's just use those. But they are generic. They apply to everybody and not necessarily to your customers, which leads me to the next point, which is they assume too much. So many of the metrics that we use to measure our success oversimplifies what are sometimes really complex decisions. This is especially true for B2B SaaS. They are incomplete, so I don't think any of them take into account life before being a customer. So the struggle that somebody has is often completely void of what we think about building strategies around. And some of them even, God forbid, stop when somebody becomes a customer, which obviously we are in the SaaS business, so WTF. And then the other problem with them is that they are largely based on lagging indicators of success, right? Rather than leading indicators, which makes them much more hard to sort of act on. So I'm just going to run down here's my hate list here. So the typical buyer journey: tired, generic, self-serving, stops at being a customer, rarely executed on well. Think about the butting of heads between marketing and sales here, right? Pirate metrics, better because it accounts for retention and referral, but it's still completely self-serving. It's focused on the business. It's generic and it is overly simplified, especially when you think about that evaluation phase that customers go through. And then these, I don't even want to don't even get me started. We named our company Forget the Funnel. So obviously I've got an issue with the funnel, but they're generic, super basic, lazy. There's so much more going on in your customer's life than this. So if we can actually do this research, we can identify your unique customers' unique success milestones, right? We can identify what those leaps of faith are in our customers' relationship with us, and then we can figure out how to help them get past that and move past that and grow and get value all along the way. So if we back up and sort of look at the holistic customer experience for our customers, the first thing we have to do is flip the script from being focused on the business to being focused on the customer. This is back to the Airbnb papers taped to the wall, right? Imagine also the entire arc of being a customer, of being your customer, from before they even saw your logo for the first time, right? When they're experiencing that pain. Also, that evaluation phase that I was talking about that can be quite complex depending on your product. Also, the stuff that's happening outside of your product. Life doesn't end when somebody logs out of your product, right? There's a lot of other things happening. And just because it isn't a direct touch point with your product or with your emails or with your comms, it does not make it not important. And it doesn't mean it's not valuable to you as a company to understand those success gaps and address those success gaps. And then the other thing is that life doesn't end at being a customer. There's a huge opportunity for what comes next because, of course, we are in the SaaS business, which this is the dirty little secret. Number 2 in SaaS is that we are so obsessed with acquisition. And I've been harping on this for, 10 years, ever since I discovered SaaS as a marketer. I cannot believe the obsession with acquisition. If you talk to a founder, I talk to a lot of founders, and every time I talk to them, what are your growth goals? They all talk to me about traffic and leads. It drives me absolutely bananas. We spend 75% of our time focused on acquisition when our revenue, the revenue makeup of a healthy SaaS company should be about 30% or more in expansion revenue. But most of us, we're only doing about 10%. We're less than that. Companies who focus on retention and repeat purchases and customer lifetime value grow 60 to 90% year over year than those that don't. And I hope you are all familiar with this one too. 5% increase in retention can increase profits, not revenue, profits by 25 to 95%. It is absolutely massive. So these existing models, right? These existing models, and now I'm back to the actual customer experience. That was just my little rant. My business partner was like, don't even include that. Claire was like, don't even include that. Everybody knows that. I'm like, no, I still, all the emails that I get are still about like, I need more leads. Anyway, so back to the customer experience map. The existing models do not cut it. They are generic. They've been created for every other company in the world. They have nothing to do with your product. If we can sort of quantify value, and then we can come up with more relevant KPIs and we'll know that we've done our job. So this is just like the thing that I'm trying to communicate with this slide is that there are value moments in your customer's relationship with you. And we just need to identify what these value moments are. And we can do that with research, of course. Now, moving on to the next step of actually operationalizing these insights that I mentioned earlier, nothing happens if you can't execute. If you cannot put what you learn to practice and to work in your company, all of this is for absolute nothing. And I suspect that this is why a lot of companies have trouble with customer research because they don't know how to operationalize it. So here's dirty little secret number 3 is that we're total tactics junkies, especially if we have marketing and growth titles. We are just so desperate to show results. We're so desperate to prove our value in companies where engineering and devs and product reigns supreme. You know, we're all guilty of this. I'm guilty of this too. And we talk about open rates and page views, but not why they matter. We just have a really hard time seeing the forest for the trees when we're really desperate to prove our value inside of our companies. We get stuck in like just quick win territory and like low hanging fruit territory. And we have a really hard time zooming out. But if we can start from this place of understanding customers and operationalizing that understanding, then we can take all of these ideas, all of these tactics, all of these, amazing, success stories and figure out how to apply those tactics for our customers and for our product. Additionally, we can measure our team's success against those same value moments. So we'll know we've done our job when our customer achieves these milestones of success. So it's generally pretty well understood that if you want to influence your lagging indicators like revenue, you need to be focused on your leading indicators. And this is where rubber really hits the road with customer-led growth. So we need the entire team to understand, what does good look like for our customers, and we need to we have to actually measure ourselves against delivering value along the way. And that is how we can scale, and that is how we can co-create strategies. And as founders, kind of take our hands off the wheel a little bit in terms of driving the strategy all the time and having to be that one that comes up with all the ideas and all the strategies. I love this Richard Hackman quote. I bring it with me everywhere I go. Although many aspects of our collective endeavor are open for discussion, choice of mountain is not among them. Imagine how powerful it can be for your business if everyone on your team understood the same opportunity and understood what good looks like for your customers and had a way to sort of measure their ability to help customers do that. Imagine how powerful that would be. So when we started in this process back in 2013, it was that I needed to grow really quickly. I needed a framework to make better decisions. It was a chaos sort of startup life that I was leading. It's even harder now, right? The SaaS industry has exploded in the last 10 years. Competition is fiercer than it has ever been. Cost of acquisition is super high. Switching costs are super low. COVID also pulled the rug out from underneath many, many companies that need to reimagine themselves. And so depending on, which one of these you might be focused on right now, they can all be addressed, right? All of these problems and all of these challenges and opportunities can be addressed with a customer-led strategy like I'm describing. I'm going to give you 3 examples of companies that we worked with where we drilled into specific areas of the customer experience in order to influence things. So for Autobooks, the goal was to reposition the product for an SMB market. We used about a dozen customer interviews where we were able to identify what their true product activation, that aha moment, we actually identified what it really was through those interviews. And then we refined our messaging strategy and increased new user signups by 65%. The goal for Sprout, when working with Sprout, was really about getting full return on investment for marketing. And so we needed a way to improve onboarding for those lower ACV, those SMB customers. And for Sprout, we didn't even have to do new research. They were already doing ongoing research. And so we just tapped into what was existing already. And we were able to pull in enough insights to influence the onboarding and improve things by 92%. For LifeLapse, in this example, they wanted to move to a new market from B2B to B2C. From B2C to B2B. We came up with new messaging and we did some lightweight research, and we were able to increase signups on the website by 92%. So these customer-led growth strategies, I'll skip over this one, but what I want to make clear is that the results are good, but the even more important results are the impact they can have on your team and your company and how you operate. If nothing else, please, before you try that next growth tactic, take a look and really ask yourself, where does it fit? Where would be the best place? Don't just assume that it's at, awareness or generating leads. There may be other good opportunities across your customer experience that really needs, there are some success gaps that you can address. Also, be honest with yourself. The measurement of success of that experiment, is it business value, how you're measuring success, or is it value to your customers? So the process is, again, seek deep customer insights, identify that top job to be done and really understand them. Then you're going to map the customer experience and identify those leaps of faith. You're going to use more meaningful measures of success. You're going to democratize it across your company, of course, and then, do your job, right? On repeat, identify and address success gaps. And then it's going to keep going because you're going to expand your knowledge of that customer experience, and you're going to be able to validate constantly and improve over time. This is me. Sorry, I took full 30 minutes.
Alrighty, so forget thefunnel.com. Reach out to Gia. Absolutely awesome presentation. So much value and packed here. Unfortunately, we don't have time for any questions right now, but hey.
Email me, guys, or find me on Twitter.
Exactly. Yeah, she's so approachable. Go ahead and just ask the questions, the follow-up questions. Thank you so much for all of this value that you dropped here. And I really hope that we'll be in touch again really soon with you, Gia.
Cool. Sounds good. Thanks, guys. Have fun.
Thanks a lot. Bye. Hey, and we are live again in another session with a very special guest that I reached out to probably a little bit too late, just a few weeks before the event. And I'm so glad that Chris agreed to be here on this summit as a speaker. And I welcome our next speaker, Chris Lema, entrepreneur, consultant, also an author, because originally I think I learned from you, Chris, from a bunch of the books that you've published. One of them specifically is Dun, something about Dun culture.
Yeah.
I loved it. I highly recommend everyone take a look. I think you have a couple of very short books, very easy to read. The ideas are absolutely awesome just because Chris has so much experience in the space. But Chris has been building and marketing SaaS products since even before they were called SaaS products. And today he's working on turning the most widely used e-commerce platform, which is WooCommerce, into a SaaS. Chris, welcome. And the audience is super excited. I'm super excited to hear from you.
Hey there. All right, you can see my screen now, right?
We can see your screen. I am gonna hide my video, and then you rock.
That's great. So actually, I'll start back over here, and I'll check in with you to make sure that we're all on the same page. I wonder if you've heard the story of the milkshake, right? And what we're talking about here is a moment in time, if you go back, where a fast food company decided that they wanted to sell more milkshakes. And so they went and got, as you would do, a management consulting firm to come in and to help them figure out how they would sell more milkshakes. And of course, they have all the standard questions, right? Like, should we have more milkshakes, like bigger milkshakes? Should they be smaller milkshakes? And you know those kind of questions, right? When you're dealing with products, where you send someone out to go do a survey, and just the way you shape the question, given how sweet, how sugary a milkshake is, would you prefer it if it was in a smaller container? And people would say, oh, yes. And then they'd go to other people, hey, given how tasty a shake is, would you like it in a bigger size, right? Not just a large. What about an extra large? And people said, oh, yes. They said, well, this place sells vanilla and chocolate and strawberry milkshakes. Would you prefer additional flavors, root beer, peanut butter? And of course, the people said, oh, yes. Because no matter how you ask the question, if you're trying to get market feedback and you send people out and you go collect this data, you will hear people say yes to everything. Yes, I want smaller milkshakes. Yes, I want larger milkshakes. Yes, I want peanut butter and mint and chip and other flavors of milkshakes. And then you start asking more technical questions like, what about the viscosity? Should the milkshake be thicker? Should it be thinner? And you're going to have people who say yes to both. So the research comes in. Of course, the answer is yes to just about everything. And they go do some more work. And nothing moves the needle. I don't know if you've ever been in that situation, right? With your SaaS, you go out, you leave the building, you interview people, and people say yes to everything. Do you like this? Do you want this? Would you want this? Would you like this? Yes, yes, yes. You go build those things because we have this inclination to build. We build things and it doesn't drive the growth we want. Well, in the milkshake case, what happens is after enough people have gotten frustrated about the fact that the needle's not moving, they grab one of their data analysts and they send him to one of the actual physical locations, and he sits there. And he sits there with a little clipboard and he starts watching who buys a milkshake. And he's collecting all the data that we would expect, right? Demographic data and time-sensitive data, so a time series. So we're looking at who's coming at what time. Are they a man or a woman? Are they, how are they dressed? What age are they, right? And he's collecting all the data. And they come back and they sit down, they look at the data, and they discover two dynamics that were different than everything else they expected, right? They come back and they discover that there are a lot of people who are ordering milkshakes in the morning. There are also a decent number of people who are ordering milkshakes in the early afternoon. So they go back the next day and they interview some of these people. And they ask them, right, what are you doing? And what they discover is a framework called the jobs to be done framework, or what now is called jobs theory. And it's this notion that people were hiring the milkshake to do a job, right? You may have heard of this. If you've heard of Clay Christensen, you may have heard of this research where the jobs theory is this notion that people came and said, well, I like this milkshake because on my way to work, and I have a 45-minute commute, that notion of that viscosity, in sucking that milkshake, it took a little bit. And so that my breakfast lasts longer. I have a 45-minute commute and my milkshake lasts longer. Other people would talk about, well, it's super clean, right? Like if I was going to order a croissant or an egg McMuffin, it's going to be all over my clothing. But with that straw, I have a perfect breakfast distribution mechanism with no spill, no mess. And so they start looking at this and they're like, so you're really talking about a breakfast replacement, right? That's what you're doing in the morning. And they go back and they discover, yes, that's what they're hiring it for. They're hiring the shake as a breakfast replacement. At the same time, they went back in the afternoon and discovered parents, right? Young mothers with young kids would take their kids to a fast food joint for a milkshake as a treat. Like, hey, you got a good grade, or you stood in class and you did some public speaking and I know you were nervous. And as a result, they used it as a treat instead of, say, going to a toy store, right? So they used it as a gift alternative. And that jobs theory is what we're talking about today. I work with a lot of software companies. I work with a lot of product companies. And I spent years, more than 10, before I got into the WordPress ecosystem, more than 10 working in B2B SaaS. And in all of that, right, what you discover is there are some mistakes we make when we tell our story. And so I want to use this jobs theory to influence a content framework or a storytelling framework that helps us. Now, what you're going to see here, right, is that I use a framework to tell stories, and that's what we're going to show you here. But also, I use a story to explain the framework. So I want you to sit back for just a second, and I want you to imagine that it is Saturday morning. I want you to imagine that you have spent years saving money for this ultimate bread maker, right? I want you to imagine that you've saved the money and you've done the research and you know that there's a special bread maker and it happens to be in your town. Like your town is the center of where they make, and there's only one place in the world where they make this kind of bread maker. And this bread maker is pretty unique, right? Like, bread makers have a little paddle, but then when you bring the bread out and you take the bread actually out, there's a whole divot because the paddle was there. This one has no divot, right? It's paddleless. And you're like, that's amazing. Or normally you get this long, tall loaf instead of a wide loaf like the supermarket. Well, this one takes care of that. You can get a bread maker for £1.5 pounds or 2 pounds, but this goes up to 3 pounds. Like everything about this bread maker is exactly what you want. And you've saved your money. And so you wake up on a Saturday morning and you say, today's the day. I'm going to buy my bread maker. And you look outside your window and you can see the road that goes from your house, from your front door. You can see the road that goes all the way up the hill. And at the top of the hill is this special manufacturing plant that has your bread maker. And you can see it from your house. And you go, I'm going to walk on this road. It's Saturday morning. The weather's beautiful. I'm going to go and walk out there. And I'm going to walk up and I'm going to buy the bread maker that I've been waiting for. So you get out and you start walking down the road. It's a beautiful day. You're taking a nice stroll. But halfway to this bread making company, you hit a river. And the river is not a little stream. It's not a little brook. It is like football field wide. I'm going to have to walk across this because you can see the road start right again on the other side of the banks of that river. And you're like, okay, I'll just walk across. So you step gingerly down into the river and you start walking across, but you take 2 steps and the water is already at your chin. And you back up and you go, okay, wow, that got deep fast. No problem, right? You grab your phone, you grab your keys, your wallet, you stick it in the plastic bag you just happen to have in your back pocket. You grab it all so it's waterproof and you dive in and you take 2 strokes to swim across the river. But you're barely 2 strokes in and you're half a mile downriver. That water's moving fast. So you climb back out and you walk back up to the path. And now you're hot, wet, frustrated. And then you hear a sound. As you hear this sound, you start looking around, and here comes a motorboat. And the motorboat pulls up right to where you are. And when they get right there, the guy says, "Hey, do you want a way across the river?" And you say, "Yeah, absolutely." Right? He goes, "It's $10. So you open up your wallet, you grab your last $10, you hand it to him, and before you can get on the boat, he drives away. Now you are super frustrated. And you're broke. And so in that moment, you start walking up the river. You're just walking to dry off and to cool down and to relax, but you're walking up the bank, and an hour into that walk, you see the bridge. And you're like, oh my God, this is it. And so you jump on the bridge, you make sure it's sturdy, and you walk across the bridge. And now you're walking back an hour to get back to the path. You're extra motivated. Today's the day you're buying that bread maker. You come back, and right before you turn up the path and go up the hill, you see a group of people on the other side of the river. You see some of them with, water up to their knees. You see others who are sopping wet, others staring at an empty wallet. And you scream across that river and you say, I'm not better than you. I'm not smarter than you. But I can tell that some of you tried to walk across the river. And I can tell that some of you tried to swim across the river. And I can tell by some of the, you're looking at an empty wallet, some of you already got ripped off by that boat guy that comes up and down the river. I'm not smarter than you. I'm not better than you. But I've been where you are. And if you're trying to get across and you're trying to go up this hill to get a bread maker, I know where the bridge is. I know it's out of the way, but if you go down an hour on that riverbank, I was just there. You go down an hour, there's a bridge, and you can cross it and come back. And if you're trying to go up to the bread maker, I'll wait and we can go together. That's the bridge framework, right? And what you'll see in the bridge framework, right, is that when we start the conversation, we start with the destination. We start by talking about the bread maker. We don't talk about the river. We don't talk about the bridge. We talk about the destination because everybody has a goal. Everybody's trying to get something. And more often than not, few people want to buy our products as their goal. They want to buy our products to use our products to get to something else. They're looking for another goal, right? Something different. And in that scenario, we need to make sure that we align on what's the destination. When we can align on that, we're going to be in a better place. We're going to know that we're connecting to someone and connecting to their deep desire. Then we talk about the strategy, right? That's the road. Imagine if someone said, yes, I want the bread maker, but I have a helicopter in my backyard. So I'll just go get in the helicopter and fly to the top of the hill. If they're going to fly to the top of the hill, they will never hit the river. So I got to understand the strategy, right? I have to make sure we sync on strategy. If your destination is where I think it is and your strategy is what I think it is, then I can effectively predict that you're going to hit the river. And when I know you're going to hit the river, then I know the roadblocks that you're going to face. You're going to try and walk across. You're going to try and swim across. You're going to try and buy your way across. I know that. And I also know that you need a bridge. And now I can tell you where that bridge is. And you'll notice at the end, right? If you're trying to go where I'm trying to go, right, then I'll wait for you and we can go together. The final part is the reunion, and that's where we end up inviting people into a larger community. This is the bridge framework. I use it all the time because more often than not, when I'm working with product companies, when we're trying to engage a customer and sell, they make a few mistakes. They make a few mistakes in how they tell the story, and that's what I want to look at, right? So if you take a look at this, and this is not you, this is just people you know, right? Mistake number one, we pitch the bridge, right? We get out there and we're like, I want to tell you about my software product. My software product is so awesome. My SaaS is amazing. This is what like, look at what we've built and it's so awesome and it's so great and you need it. And they're like, I don't know. I don't know where this would fit in my world. I don't know how it works with my situation because they don't feel like they need a bridge until they're facing a river. We jump straight to the solution. We jump to the bridge. And we haven't figured out if they've even hit the river. So more often than not, we make that mistake. We start pitching solution, right? Instead of sitting with pain, right? Before you can ever get to gain, you got to sit with pain. You have to connect and understand, right? Like, yes, I can predict if I know your destination, if I know your strategy, then I can predict where your pain's going to come because I know you're going to hit the river. And so if I'm selling software, I need to make sure that I don't sell the software too fast, that I don't start by saying, I have the world-class best SaaS for blank. And they're like, I don't know that I even have that problem. Which brings us to the second problem, right? When we're pitching, is that we pitch too soon, right? We pitch before someone has struggled at all, right? If you sell an amazing SaaS that takes my phone number off everybody's list, right? If you just, I put in my phone number and then it goes and finds everybody who could be crank calling me, right? And you take it off and you say, that is like, here's my service and I will charge you $1,000. If I've never tried to get myself off a list, $1,000, I'm like, that's insane. Why would I pay $1,000 for that? But if I have tried to get off one of those lists and I've been on the phone for 2 hours waiting for someone to reach me and talk to me, I'm on hold. And then someone says, I'll get you off all of the lists for one price. Oh yeah, I'm there. But it's only because I've tried to get over the river myself. I've tried to solve the problem my own way. I tried to walk across. I tried to swim across. I tried to buy my way across. And when those don't work, now I'm ready to buy a bridge. I'm ready to go out of my way. I'm ready to go an hour out of my way to find the bridge because I have tried myself to get over my own problems. And sometimes we pitch too quickly. We pitch too soon, and the person on the other end isn't ready yet. So we have to work to filter a segment to a customer base who has already tried. I use the phrase often when I'm working with people. I'll say, well, if you're like most of my customers, you've struggled with blank, or, tell me if this has ever happened to you. And we deal with another pain. And the more pain we can connect on, the more I know they've tried. And in fact, what tends to happen is as I'm predicting pain, they will start saying, right? Oh my gosh, wait, are you telling me you found the solution? They're reaching for their wallet already because they're like, I think we're going to get an answer, right? But if we pitch too quickly, none of that is in play, right? Mistake number 3, right? When we were talking, we spent a lot of time on the roadblocks, right? If you measured it with a stopwatch, we talked more about the walking across and the swimming across and trying to buy the boatman and get our way across. We spent all that time doing that. We barely spent time saying, oh, there's a bridge, right? When we said there's a bridge, everyone's like, great. And then we went on the bridge. But when we sell, we normally skip the empathetic part of the connection. Like, I see you, I get you, I know your situation. We skip all that to check it out, I have a bridge, right? And when we go to pitch the bridge and skip the empathy, right? When we spend more time on the solution than we do on the pain, we don't build that proxy trust. That proxy trust that comes from someone saying, just by what they're telling me, I know they've been where I've been. And then lastly, mistake number 4. We could sell the most incredible piece of software. We might have the most amazing SaaS. But if people feel all alone, if it's just me and the software, it won't nearly be as sticky. You have likely sold your product to lots of people. That means, by definition, there is a community of users. Now, you may not be doing anything with that community, but if you are, that's a big deal. And if you aren't, it's time to start, because what you want to do is invite people into the broader community. So these are 4 mistakes that we make, right? When the bridge framework is not in play. I have this great example, and you can go find the slides over at chrislema.com/ the bridge framework, right? And as all 3 separate words with dashes, but you can find the slides there, and you'll see these 2. If you go to iSpot TV, these are 2 perfect examples, 2 commercials that you can watch. Maui Jim talks all about themselves, very little on the pain identification, very little on the pain resolution, right? It's all them all the time. And then if you go look at Citizen, their proximity, a smarter watch, you see a completely different dynamic, right? There's pain identification, pain resolution. It's pain and gain, and pain and gain. And then they get to the pitch, and then they add the community part at the end. It's an incredible thing to watch 2 at the same time and go, oh yeah, I would totally buy that, and I'm not buying that, right? Here's the bottom line, right? When people believe that you've been where they are and can see that you've gotten to the other side, they will follow. If I was standing on the same side as they are going, I think I know where the bridge is, I don't win. But if I say, oh, I think I know where the bridge is because I'm on the other side of the banks, and I went an hour down and I found the bridge and I came back over. When you have the proof that you've been where they've been and you know how to get to the other side, people will follow. That's it for me. My name's Chris Lema. You can find me on Twitter at Chris Lema. I blog over at chrislema.com, and I'm the vice president of products over at a company called Nexus, or nexus.net. And with that, I think we have a little bit of time to open it up for questions.
We absolutely do. Alrighty, everyone. Feel free to either raise your hand, and then I'll let you in and join the stage. Or if you drop your question to the Q&A section, we'll be happy to see you there as well and answer your questions. I think definitely gave us a lot to think about, for sure. Usually people are really fast and they're typing their answers there. And with your session, I think people were just taking the time to think about, to let it sink. Alrighty. I've been preaching my product and not my story. What is the best way to transition?
The first thing you do, if I were you, Austin, is start by interacting with some of those customers that have already bought and understand, why did you buy, right? I have a series of product managers that work for me, and every time someone buys one of our products at a certain price point, they have to go and get on the phone, right? They just call them and they're like, hey, who else did you look at? What made you buy my product, right? What were you struggling with? What were you hoping to solve? And all of that is getting at questions of pain. That pain is what allows us to turn around and create any of our stories. We know that customers are going to connect better when we start with their pain, not with our solution. And so learning that from your customers, understanding what pain they had, and a ton of people that switch to you are more than happy to tell you what they tried before and what didn't work, right? So reach out to them and pull that in. You may even hear some case study worthy material like, well, I used to do this. I used to spend this. I used to try this. It couldn't work. So then we came to you guys. Now we do this. We saved ourselves this. And now everything's great. You're like, you just gave me another.
Sounds good. I just kind of hidden your last slide to let people see you and look at you, if that's okay. And then the next question, Chris, is can this storytelling format be used when raising capital? Hey, Chris, can you still hear me? Hey, Chris, can you hear me? Uh-oh. Did we lose you? Yes, we can hear you. Awesome, Chris. Thank you so much. Can you hear me? Are you able to hear me? I don't think that you can hear me. Hey, Chris, can you hear me? I don't know. For some reason, you cannot hear us. But hey, Chris, thank you so much. This has been great. Thomas, thank you so much for letting me know that you can hear me. 2 of them are on sale. Okay, the books are on sale. They're only $1 each. I don't know what the heck. But hey, great books. Go ahead and grab them. Chris, thank you so much. Yes. Back to another session. This is we have 2 more sessions to go, and the summit is going to be over. I know this has been beautiful, and so many of you were so active. But this session right now, Sanjay is going to share with us acquiring SaaS customers via partnerships. Sanjay is a serial founder based in San Francisco, and currently he is on his 3rd startup. Oh, wow. Alrighty, Sanjay, share with us. Go ahead, take the floor, take the mic, and let us know if there's anything that you need from me. Otherwise, go ahead and share your screen.
Hello all, great meeting you. Happy Friday afternoon, evening. Sorry to keep you away from your Friday evening festivities. I'm sharing my screen now. I feel like it's not fair that I have to follow Chris. I was just watching his presentation and he's just such an awesome, inspiring speaker. I feel like I need to hire him, first of all, but most likely I can't afford him. But also my presentation is a lot more down to earth and possibly more focused on practicalities. So I assume most of you guys are relatively early stage SaaS founders or startup founders. And when you start out building your company, typically you end up focusing on, the immediate. So how do I get my first few customers? So you go and reach out to your network, your immediate friends and family network. You look around for your first few customers. And then you say, okay, how can I also grow organically? So you start looking at any kind of inbound user acquisition. So SEO, content inbound, all of those are great things. The thing that I want to highlight is how you can acquire customers using indirect channels. That's something that earlier stage startups don't think about or focus on because they're so busy getting the first few customers immediately. But if you step back a little bit, I will show you that there's a lot of benefits to be derived from targeting or accessing indirect channels. So indirect channels will be any kind of partnerships or marketplaces, etc., etc. So a couple of data points. Just to give you some context. So our current startup is called Nacho, and we are a marketplace for B2B SaaS. So our buyers are SMBs and our sellers are SaaS vendors, from the largest to the smallest. So during the course of the last 6 months or 1 year, we have spoken to more than 1,000 SaaS vendors, from really large ones like iStock, which is part of Getty Images, or Constant Contact, Typeform, to relatively small ones that are just recently launched but have very, very good product market fit. So, and when we talk to these companies, the context is that we are trying to figure out if they're a good fit to be listed on our platform, Nacho. But as part of that, we actually ask them a lot of questions and we learn a lot from them. So typically the questions I ask is, how many customers do you have? What's your vision? All the high level stuff. But then also we ask about what are your user acquisition channels? So how have you grown? Or how are you growing currently? And that has given us a lot of very deep insights into how SaaS companies grow. So I'm going to share with you some practices that have worked by other SaaS vendors, and also share a small case study with you. So here are some examples. WP Engine, I recently had a call with the person who runs their partnership program. And more than 50% of the revenue comes from indirect channels, basically through partnerships. And what's even more mind-blowing is that the LTV of customers that come from those indirect channels is 7 times the LTV of the customers who come from direct channels, like outbound sales or SEO or whatever else. That is completely mind-blowing. 7 times LTV. Another example is a company called Accessibility. They're based out of Israel. They provide accessibility framework for any website to help them meet all the Disability Act guidelines. Again, more than 35% of the revenue is coming from their partner program. So these are very noticeable numbers. And I can give you tons and tons of other examples of really successful partner programs. So let's go a bit deeper into different types of indirect channels and what are the pros and cons of each of them. So one general type of partnership is technical partnerships. So you think about, for example, Expensify. If you go to QuickBooks App Store, you'll find Expensify is listed in their App Store. But for Expensify to list their product on QuickBooks, they had to do deep integration with QuickBooks. So that's one kind of technical partnership. DocuSign has a deep integration with Salesforce. So now if you go to Salesforce, if you're a Salesforce user, you will be able to use DocuSign much more easily, and therefore you're much more likely to use DocuSign if you're a Salesforce user. So by being integrated into Salesforce, DocuSign is getting a lot of visibility and a lot of incremental customers. So those are the benefits of having a technical partnership. But some of the issues are that you're basically revolving around somebody else's planet, right? This is not your planet. This is Salesforce's planet, or this is QuickBooks' planet. And you're a satellite at that point. So you don't set the rules. Somebody else is setting the rules, and you have to play by the rules. If they change their tech stack, you have to change your tech stack. And they can do anything they want. They can kick you out if you're not behaving according to the rules, etc., etc. The other thing is that there's a long lead time for you to actually partner with any of these big platforms. From a technical perspective, you have to put in a lot of engineering effort up front, which is typically most companies' most scarce resource, engineering. But if they work really well. So I know many cases where, I have an example of a founder in San Francisco. He built an invoicing app, and he launched it on Salesforce App Exchange, and that's his only user acquisition channel. And he drives around a Lamborghini in San Francisco, just as an example, as a kind of a funny example. So it can work, but it has a high cost up front, and it's risky because it may or may not work, right? So that's a kind of a technical partnership. Another type is service partners. So these are, there are many different names for it. You have your system integrators, implementation partners, managed service providers, value-added resellers. So I put all of them in one bucket. There's many, many different names, but they all generally are in one bucket. So how does that work? Basically, these companies are typically focused on their customers, and they typically work on a project basis or on an hourly basis, right? So they are focused on solving the customer's problem. So for example, you could be a value-added reseller or a system integrator helping businesses with their digital transformation. So that's your main job. But typically, many of these service partners have close relationships with certain SaaS vendors, and they help implement those particular SaaS products. So for example, Microsoft Azure has a very large service partner ecosystem. So if you're part of that ecosystem, then you will be most likely proposing and implementing Microsoft Azure as part of your service offering to your customers, right? But then in addition to that, you can also offer, they might also be offering your product if they think it's valuable to their customers. But keep in mind that for them, their bread and butter is actually the check that their customer writes to you, to them. which is basically offering their consulting services or their development services to their customers. Anything they do with you is a secondary, right? So you will not have the highest priority. It's like dating somebody who has a child, right? So you'll always be number two. So basically, these kind of partnerships can work. Typically, the service partners will anywhere focus on larger vendors, and if you're very small, they may not pay attention to you unless you're providing a very specific service that is very valuable to the rest of their ecosystem that they're promoting. So one of the questions that came up is how would these service partnerships be structured, commission-based or fee? Typically, they're commission-based, so you will give them a referral fee or a revenue share of some kind. And then you will only pay them, obviously, when they bring you a paying customer. The other type of partnerships are referral partners. So this is, again, I'm trying to clump everything into broad categories. So this can include affiliates, influencers, bloggers, where once you develop the relationship with that entity, then you can just be on autopilot. Let them do the work. And if they bring you a customer, that's great. If they don't bring you a customer, you just move on. So basically, you have companies like PartnerStack that focus primarily on SaaS. And I've talked to some SaaS vendors who have had very good success from PartnerStack. The difference between a company like PartnerStack and a company like First Promoter is a PartnerStack also will claim to bring you actual affiliates. They claim to have access to a large number of affiliates. I think they claim 500,000. Whereas, or you could use a platform like First Promoter, which gives you the software infrastructure to create an affiliate program, but then you have to actually find the affiliates yourself. So they give you the infrastructure, but not the actual affiliates. So you can pick either direction or both. They're relatively low cost to implement, and it's basically see what happens, right? It's kind of the thing you try it and see what happens. The question that I've been told by many SaaS vendors is the quality of those customers. In many cases, SaaS vendors have told me that the quality of the customers, primarily measured by LTV, was very low, so they were not really highly qualified customers. Part of the reason for that can be a lot of times these referral partnerships have an upfront incentive. So they say, if you bring me, let's say, a free trial customer, I'll give you $50. If you give me a paying customer, I'll give you $200, let's say, just as an example. The question is that we don't know. We have to pay the fee upfront, the $200, but we don't know the motivation of that buyer. We don't know how long that buyer is going to last. So there can be a misalignment of incentives where the affiliate is incentivized to bring you a high quantity of customers, but not necessarily a high quality in terms of LTV. So as an example, Monday.com, another Israeli company, this is an example of referral partners gone right. So in their case, they have a 40-people team focused entirely on partnerships. So that is probably bigger than most of our company's entire team, right? Just 40 people dedicated on partnerships. And 20% of the revenue comes from partnerships. So what do these 40 people do? Obviously, there is an outreach program to sign up partners. Then there is a partner success program. Just like you have a customer success program, you also have a partner success program. And to build relationships and keep in touch with people who are your partners to make sure they're happy. Then you have all these reconciliation you have to do to make sure that the customers that are coming in are attributed to the right partner. And then there is distribution of referral fees. So this is a kind of a whole infrastructure that they have built around partnerships. And they're quite vocal about it. I attended one of their webinars, which is where I learned a lot of this. So if you guys are interested, look around, maybe attend their next webinar or find something online, and they'll tell you how to do it. But this is, again, a success story in my mind. Another indirect avenue is review sites like G2 Crowd and Capterra. So here's the thing about these sites, right? So I've again had very good feedback and not so good feedback. The good feedback is in some cases, some of the vendors have told me that this has become their primary channel for user acquisition, at least top of the funnel. And it's expensive. So in many cases, you pay per click. In other cases, you pay for lead gen. But if it works, it can work very well. That's what some of the vendors tell me. The question here is that once you list your product on these sites will tell you to go and get reviews from your customers. So actually, you have to do all the work, right? So you have to go and get reviews written by your customers. And in some cases, they will offer money, real money, like $25 for you to give to your customers to write a review, right? So because money is changing hands, there's a question of whether those reviews are covering the entire spectrum of all possible users, or they're just users who are motivated by a small incentive, or basically doing the vendor a favor, for example. So there are questions about the objectivity of the reviews. I'm not saying the reviews that are being written are not objective. The question is, do they cover the whole spectrum of feedback, right? So, but again, like I said, in cases that work really well, in cases that don't work well at all. I'm reading a comment here. To share your, okay, let's go through the comment in a second. So another indirect source is app stores. So as I already mentioned, Salesforce App Exchange, you have Microsoft App Stores, Google Workspace, Marketplace, and tons of other app stores. So GitHub has one, Intuit has one, almost every large brand, HubSpot has one, almost every large brand will have an app store. Do you want to get listed there? It depends. Are you closely aligned? Is your product closely aligned with one of those ecosystems? If it is, you definitely should list. So for example, if your product works really well with HubSpot, you definitely have to list your product in the HubSpot App Exchange, right? Because then you will get more and more customers discovering you through the HubSpot ecosystem. But you have to do a lot of work up front to get listed. So you have to do engineering work, for example. And the bigger the app store, the more picky they're going to be. So they're going to give you the runaround. They're going to make you do a lot of development work. They'll reject your application many times. They'll make you recode stuff. And then you get listed finally. And then you say, okay, now what? I spent all this time getting listed. Now I'm waiting for my results. Sometimes pin drop silence, nothing. It's just another check the box, you got listed, and that's it. Other times you can start getting a trickle of inquiries. I would say the success of this channel really depends upon how closely you're aligned to one specific ecosystem. I want to mention our own SaaS marketplace because we're very unique and we're different from all the other indirect channels we have mentioned so far. So our platform is agnostic to any kind of technical architecture or operating system. There is no coding requirement. Everything is done using our UI. Vendors get listed within half an hour, literally. And there's no cost to list. So we have about 120 SaaS vendors listed, from some really large names that I mentioned earlier to some smaller names that are up and coming. The benefit of the SaaS, Nacho SaaS marketplace is that we have direct relationships with both buyers as well as sellers. So on the buyer side, we help businesses manage all their subscriptions in one place. And we also help them buy new ones from a marketplace. And from a seller perspective, we have direct relationships and they give us a revenue share. So that's basically a real marketplace with it meets all the criteria of a marketplace. So here's one case study. Looking at early stage startups. So Gemelius is a company out of Lausanne, Switzerland. And we started talking to them. They came out of Y Combinator originally. And they have built a team collaboration solution inside G Suite. Meaning, think about your Trello, your project management, your customer success management, all of that, but inside your G Suite ecosystem. So we started talking to them, and I want to understand. So they're doing really well now, but I want to understand their journey. So so they started basically exactly what I said earlier. They started with hustling and getting their immediate friends and family to use them. Then they started doing content based marketing. So they started getting inbound. Over time, they now have a sales force, so they also do outbound. So classic journey of a SaaS company that starts from nothing and then slowly builds up. And as you get more revenue, you can hire more salespeople. They tried affiliate program. And so how did they do it? They actually signed up on First Promoter. And so then the next question is, how do they find those affiliates? Signing up on First Promoter just gives you an affiliate link, right? But you still need to find your affiliates. So how did they do it? In their case, they actually, a lot of their existing customers became affiliates because they were incentivized to bring new customers to them because they were going to get paid. So it was mainly a monetary incentive. So many of the current customers became affiliates, and over time their ecosystem grew, and then real affiliates also found out about it, and they also signed up as affiliates. The problem was that their quality of customers from affiliate channels was very low. LTV was low. They were not really highly qualified customers, so it didn't really work for them in their particular case. They then discovered this whole world of resellers. It turns out that, remember one of the things I talked about earlier was the reseller, the service partners. So it turns out that there's a whole bunch of resellers who are resellers for G Suite. I didn't know that. I didn't know that Google will actually need resellers, but actually they do, and they have resellers all around the world for implementing and G Suite. And so they found these resellers, and because their product is very deeply integrated with G Suite, those resellers were also became interested in reselling not just G Suite, but also other products that work well with G Suite, and Gemelius is one of them. So this has been kind of their success story. I thought it was very interesting because it covers many of the things that I've talked about today, and it's inspiring to see that they finally found that what works for them. So I would say the moral of the story is that there's no one size fits all. There is all kinds of possibilities and options available for indirect channels, and I would say one has to try all of them in the order in which you think they're going to work. Try the most likely one first, but if it doesn't work, don't be afraid to try other ones. That's all I got to say for now. Any questions or comments? I'd love to have a discussion, actually.
Absolutely, and we usually have really nice discussions. Let's see. If you have any question, you can raise your hand. We actually have 6 minutes left, so you can raise your hand, and then I'll let you join the stage, which is going to be awesome, and they're interactive. If you want to just drop your question in the Q&A section, you can do that as well. While you are doing this, one of my questions is, what do you think is the lowest hanging fruit or the biggest problem that you see companies make with partnerships?
So there are two different questions, right? What's the lowest hanging fruit and what's the biggest mistake they make, or is it the same question?
Yes. Two questions.
Okay. So I would say it depends on the size of the company. If you're already a large-ish SaaS company, then the answer would be very different. I think because in our audience currently is mostly early stage companies, I would say definitely try the affiliate system. I would say that is relatively low cost to get started, and be as scrappy about it as you are with customers. Consider your affiliates to be your customers. So just like you go around, you have to go and be scrappy in finding actual customers. Be also scrappy in finding affiliates. They have their own forums online. They have their own Slack channels. Go and find the ones that are relevant to you and try it out. You can get started very cheaply. You can set up, affiliate program with something like a First Promoter or any of their competitors, and then just see how it works. What I can tell you for sure is that whatever you end up paying the affiliates would be way less than your fully loaded CAC. So it is definitely worth trying. The biggest problems that I've seen vendors face is expecting quick results, and especially the early stage founders. Obviously their resources are very precious, their time is very precious. So when they do get involved in any kind of indirect channel, they've done the effort. Now they're saying, okay, what are the results? So like anything else in life, anything good you have to wait for and invest in. So it's a bit like SEO. SEO doesn't give you immediate results, so you have to spend time in it and nurture those channels. So it's not just a question of starting a channel. They have to be nurtured as well.
Got it. Sounds good. I'm going to hide your screen right now so that people can actually see you are a little bit bigger. There you go. And we have Falak who wants to ask a question. Falak has been so active. Hey.
Hi,
Falak, what is your question?
Okay, my question is, I want to build something along the intersection of AppSumo and you can say that. What's your company name? Nacho. So how you can suggest me to go to these big guys and get them on my platform, which is basically at zero growth. Which marketing roles will be best to reach out so that I can get them listed on my platform?
Sanjay, did you get the question? I think he cannot hear us. Oh my goodness. Hey, can you hear us? I think every time. I think here's the problem. The same thing happened with Sanjay. Can you hear us now?
Yes, I can hear you. I'm trying to figure. Oh, here we go. Yeah, I can hear you now.
Okay, I will repeat my question. I was saying that I want to build something along the intersection of AppSumo and you may know about Giant Secret, a new platform for founder perks. So what is the best role which I should reach out so to get them on my platform?
So you want to build a competitor to Join Secret and AppSumo, or you want to have AppSumo and Join Secret on your platform?
I want to build a competitor with the intersection of both of them. For example, I can't disclose full right now.
Got it. Okay, so you basically will become an indirect channel for SaaS vendors. So then basically what you'll have to convince SaaS vendors to join your platform, and ultimately it's going to come down to what's your value prop for the SaaS vendors, right? So the main value prop needs to be, what is your reach? How many customers can you bring them by joining your channel? That's number one. And number two, what do they have to do to join your platform? And that's really where a lot of these platforms fail, because the higher the engineering effort involved to join the platform, the less likely is that the SaaS vendors are going to make the effort to join, because engineering resources are very limited. So as far as I know, AppSumo actually requires integration. So I've talked to many SaaS vendors who decided not to list there because of the upfront effort involved. So those are some of the criteria you would have to think about.
Okay, the last question. What is the best marketing role which I should reach out for getting them on my platform? Basically, best role to reach out so that they can integrate with me.
You mean what's the best way to reach out to the SaaS vendors?
No, I am saying that what's the best, for example, I should reach out to marketer or founder who you think is the best person to reach out in that case?
Got it. Okay, very good question. It depends very much on the size of the SaaS vendor. If you're dealing with large companies, typically the person to reach out to would be somebody in partnerships or channel management or business development. If you're dealing with smaller companies, you're typically dealing with the founder or head of sale or head of sales or head of marketing. But typically larger companies have specialized teams that deal with these one-off relationships, business development type relationships. Natalie, I don't hear you. I think you're on mute.
I was on mute. Thank you so much. We don't have more time, so I had to reject a couple of people who raised their hand. Thank you so much for being active and wanted to ask your question. Now we're moving right into our final session. Sanjay, thank you so much for all the nuggets and information that you're sharing.
Thanks for your time.
All righty. There you go. Hi, everyone. Welcome back. All right. This is going to be our almost final session. All righty. Almost final because there's going to be one last session, and that's a networking session. Yesterday, we hosted such a great networking session on my Zoom channel just because we couldn't figure out how to get a few dozen people on Zoom. So everyone who wants to join, be prepared. Have your mic and camera ready. Thank you so much for staying. This is our very last session, and I think I saved the last for the best. Samia, welcome to this session. I am so excited to have you. Thank you so much for agreeing to do this session last minute. I'll be honest, I reached out to Samia probably a few days ago, and you were so gracious and just accepting the invitation. But you and I connected, I think, first on Clubhouse. You were so active, and I just thought that organizing the summit, you'll be one of great speakers to actually add value, because what Samia is going to talk about is building high-performing SaaS product teams. I cannot tell you how long we've been talking about high-performance teams and just overall high-performance team SaaS teams as a growth channel. So many people, so many founders think that they just need to have more traffic, more leads, even like conversions, which is all of that is important. But if you do not have a strong team, a high-performance team, it is going to be very hard to grow anything, right? And so today, Samia is going to talk about high-performance product teams. All right, Samia, take it away.
Thank you so much for inviting me. This is a topic that's near and dear to my heart. As someone who leads products across multiple industries and has done that for years, I think the human side of it is one of the most important factors. And yet we take it for granted a lot of times. So excited to be here with you all today. And Natalie, thank you for the invitation. And all of you, thank you for letting me be your last session and sticking through it all. So to start, I'd love to introduce myself. I'm Samia Bingan. I'm at VMware, working with Spaceforce on platform on the product side. And before that, I was at a number of other companies, large and small, including Ernst & Young, GE, Remedy Health Media, mostly working with customers in the healthcare, financial services, and media spaces. So happy to be here today and to talk about building high-performing teams, specifically within SaaS, but a lot of the lessons I've learned over time, I think have a broader application as well. Let me share my screen so you can see some of the content I prepared. Hopefully I don't mess this up. Let's see. All right. So I hope you guys see it. And now that I can bring up the other side of it. Okay. So in terms of what we're going to discuss today and what I hope that you get away with at the end of this 20 minutes together, there are three things. The first one is the concept of balanced team. So when I'm thinking about who are the people I need in my team and the kind of interactions that I want to create and the type of collaboration, there is this concept of balanced teams that has been in the industry for a while. And one that we have co-opted at Pivotal Labs and now at VMware and use a lot. And I think it's one of the most effective ways to create teams and to empower them to do the right thing for the customer and for the product and the business. So we'll talk about that a little bit. And then the second thing we'll talk about is the hiring and the hiring that basically results in creating the best types of teams that you need for your organization and to deliver on your vision. And then the last part is really about retaining and nurturing and growing those teams, because once you get them in, how do you keep them? beyond the Maslow's laws of hierarchy, the initial, you pay them well, you give them the right benefits, but beyond that, how do you really keep them motivated, and how do you keep them engaged and focused on your product? So I'll go through that, and I'm open to reading your questions and answering them throughout our conversation. So please keep this in mind. Happy to make it interactive. So the first thing I want to talk about is the concept of the balanced team. It's essentially, forget about the term balanced team. I just use it for, ubiquitous language purposes. But in reality, all we're looking for is a product team that values multidisciplinary collaboration, and wants to deliver value to the customer in an iterative way. This is all stuff that we probably, all of us here, believe in. And I'm sure this is, at least for me, this is why the balanced team concept resonates a lot. What it looks like for us, at least in my product teams, is that what we bring product design and engineering together, and all of them together, all these three different groups, they make decisions on the product. They make decisions from different perspectives. There's the user perspective, there is the business perspective, there is the technology perspective. And when they sit together in a room or are interviewing users, they all are doing it. Not 100% of the team, of course, but representation from each one of these functions. So like I said, product user interviews, there's always someone from engineering there. Design studios, there is always someone, a PM and an engineer there. There is no single activity that the team does that is done in a silo. But what does that mean at the end of the day in terms of accountability or work or results? So when it's the team has the shared leadership and trust amongst each other. They take joint responsibility for the work, but they have ownership of their domains. So the PM, for example, at the end of the day is still responsible for prioritization of what needs to be done. And the designer is responsible for understanding what the user wants to be done. And the engineer is responsible for delivering what has to be done. So there is this shared accountability and shared leadership and shared trust, but with the understanding that there is a responsibility and ownership for every domain. The discipline piece starts to take a lot of importance when you're talking about delivering at scale. So maybe when you're starting and you only have 10 people in the team, your biggest challenge might be, how do we communicate all of us 10 together without having to have everyone in the room? Maybe just have 6 people in the room and then they can propagate the information. But when you're talking about 50, that becomes even more important, and then 100, and you just keep multiplying that complexity, and the management of it becomes impossible. So don't even attempt to do that. Managing complexity, as we know, is a losing battle. What you try to manage for is, of course, risk. And to do that within the team dynamics is you try to bring them together to make decisions together and then allow them to go apart and deliver on those decisions. And then the last couple of points here is all about mindset and attitude. So there is low ego in this because we all share in the wins and in the failures. And when everyone shares in that, believe me, the ego piece goes away. There is a lot of humility around it because every action we take is about the learning, is about how do we build on it to progress, to move forward. And everyone rises to a leadership position essentially because of that ownership. So those are a couple of points around balanced teams. I have some, because of the short time we have together, I included at the end of the presentation some resources on what does it mean to have a balanced team, what does it mean to hire for a balanced team. And that's the next thing we're going to talk about, which is the hiring process. So I just focused on a couple of things here around the hiring process again. And these are areas where I've seen most people have challenges around. I see a lot of hiring processes done slapshot, like, oh, we have a position. Let's write the requirements for the position. Let's post it on our career page and then on LinkedIn. But there is not a product approach to it. So as a product leader, I like to take a product approach to everything that's important in my organization, to everything that's important to us as a business and to our consumers. And the hiring process is one of those, because bringing in the right talent, bringing people that believe in the vision, and bringing people who are going to contribute to everything, not just building a product, but building the culture, to me is 50% of what a great leader is going to do. And depending on what stage you are in your company's company's growth, it can be as high as 90%. So when it comes to the hiring process, the four important things that I think people often forget about are, one, the articulation of the expectation of the role, and this is beyond just the job description. So understanding what are the practices that matter to our culture, to our company, to our teams, and setting down some things on paper, so that there is a common understanding of these expectations. And everyone on the team who's going to end up working with people in this role need to have that understanding. The second thing is understanding how you evaluate and the process you're going to take to hire. And that includes every piece of the hiring process. So everything from the initial sourcing to finding, ensuring that you look for diverse talent, and then you actually evaluate it without bias. Those are all important things to take into consideration. A couple of quick tips there. Look for communities that are based on, for example, underrepresentation. One of the communities I use heavily for hiring are Alpha, the Women's Network, and the Women in Product. And in both of those groups, I find product managers and engineers from a very diverse set of people. And then the last two are about making decisions on good fit, but as a group, because it's not just about you being as the single hiring point, but everyone in the group making that decision with you. And then at the end of the day, we want everyone to be satisfied with the objectivity of the process and the rigor, regardless of what the outcome is, whether it results in an offer or not. Your team needs to be satisfied in the fairness and the rigor of it. So those are a couple of things that I think are really important for people to keep in mind. There's so much more to this, but just because of the time constraints, I wanted to highlight the things that I often see people forget about. And then, of course, as any product-minded person, we have to think about the metrics that matter. A couple of these metrics you probably see all the time, either as a candidate or as a hiring manager. For example, the third one, the number of new hires who stay for 3 months. This is a common one. I've seen it in every single company and startup I've worked with. But then there are other metrics that really matter and that will help you refine your process as you move forward. It's good to know these, even if you're not able to act on them right away. It's good to collect them and to understand them. So these are just some examples, including everything. To me, the most important one, actually, that speaks a lot to basically the equivalent of an NPS score, is the number of candidates recommended by peers. So all of us have networks that we're part of, and the higher the number of candidates referred by people internally, the higher the satisfaction of your employees is. There's a huge correlation there. I'm just going to look very quickly if there are any questions. People would like me to go into presentation mode. Let me see if I can do that.
You know what? I think that's totally fine because you are almost done with the presentation. Oh, that's better. Thank you.
Now I don't see anything.
You minimized that, I think.
Yeah. All right.
There you go.
The last two things I want to talk about are really the retention and high growth of your performance, the retention and growth of your high performing teams. And I put those together because you don't want to just think about retention. You want to be able to create pathways for your team to grow within your organization. And within your company, whether again it's 50 people or 100 or more. When it's smaller than 10, I think the dynamics are a little different. Although the basics of making sure you try to build programs for your teams that are satisfactory and they address their personal growth needs still exist. But I want to talk about the 5 things that are important, and this is based on research that was done by Google. Many of you might have seen this. It was part of Project Aristotle. They did a lot of research on this, and it's now something that's being adopted by a lot of companies. I, for one, focus on it as something that I do with my teams. And that I talk to my clients about, such as the Space Force and others. So the first thing is psychological safety, just ensuring that people on your team are willing and able to take risks around the work they're doing. So risks can manifest if you're building, a SaaS software or a product, a SaaS product. They manifest themselves in everything from reaching out to customers, prospective customers, to building a feature and testing it. The world of risks is often underestimated because when you think of it from a big picture perspective, you're thinking maybe about market wins or market losses. But truly, at the end of the day, every single day, everyone on your team is actually taking risks. It can be risks of them speaking up. It could be risks of them analyzing a piece of data that they don't own. Again, it's manifests in many different ways, and you just want to ensure that you have a foundation of psychological safety where people are not blamed, where people are not rebuked, where people are encouraged to take on thoughtful risks that contribute to a culture of learning. The second one, dependability. We all, we know what that looks like. People make promises, people commit to things, and people deliver on them. So I won't spend much time on that. Structure and clarity. So structure and clarity, I think, is something that continues to be a struggle for teams as they grow, because the structure keeps shifting. So as you go from 5 to 10 to 15 to 20 to 50 to 100, the concept of a structure becomes a fluid thing, and it changes constantly over time. So how do you create that framework, like a framework or a semi-structure for your team so they can hold on to and understand that they're going for this ride, this growth ride that everyone is going to be a winner in, and the clarity and the communication around that is extremely important. Again, I think it's an area that a lot of organizations struggle in. I myself, over the years, I had to be a lot more mindful of it. The next one around meaning. So we all find meaning in different ways, whether in the features we build or in the impact we end up having with our products, or just in the interactions we have with our colleagues. So understand how your team finds meaning and how your team members do that, and try to highlight that for them, or make sure you build it into their interactions and into the work they end up doing. And then last but not least is impact. I think impact is another underestimated area. As we focus and, we're heads down building products, we don't talk a lot about the impact on our customers or society or region. But we always have impact. If we're building software that is helpful to our customer, understanding what that impact looks like and making sure it's part of our consistent language. It should be part of how everyone understands their work ends up at the end of the day. Then we're doing well by us and by our customers and our teams. So those are the 5 things I really wanted to highlight. They're all soft, as in there isn't a template that I can give you that said, oh, this is what psychological safety looks like and check the boxes. These are all behaviors, and as leaders, we need to be mindful of them and truly self-regulate ourselves around certain behaviors so that we can promote the right culture we want to promote. An example of that, for example, when it comes to people taking risks and then the risks failing, how do we treat those situations? Like being super mindful of the behavior and the words we use as leaders is really important. And that's the end of really what I wanted to talk about. I have a few resources here and links to things where you can find more information. But happy to take questions if any of you have any.
All righty, let's see. There are a couple of questions. What is the way to identify skill set of relevant team?
So this is before hiring, or you hired someone and you want to find their skill set? I just want to.
I think Alton means before you make a hire.
Got it. So that's an amazing question. I think for every discipline there is a different approach. But my favorite approach to all of these different discipline areas, and what I try to do, is to bring people into exercises that replicate real world situations. So I don't actually believe in giving people take home, but for example, for product managers, we have a problem that we would like to see how they go about solving it. And in the room, it's not just me. We have a representative from engineering and a representative from the design team. And together we collaborate on building that solution together. To me, that's an extremely important way to understand how the person thinks and how they interact in real time, and what kind of tools and techniques they're using and the kind of mindset they have. So that's definitely one of my techniques. And then the other things I do, like especially in the early screening before they get to this point of doing this real life example, they're all about questions that try to understand, are they thinking from a first principles perspective? What kind of work have they done in the past that will show me that how they think about challenges, how they think about collaboration, how they think about learning or failure. Those are all, the kinds of things I try to look for early in the hiring process.
Awesome. Another quick question. How many PMs should you have versus developers?
So here's what I've realized over time. There is not a right or wrong answer, only because it depends on the product. It depends on certain complexities. I have come to a number that I feel comfortable with, and that number is one pair of PMs for every 4 pairs of engineers. So I manage teams that use XP, so extreme programming, and so it's a rate of essentially one PM to 6 engineer maximum.
Another question is from Falak, and this is a very dear to my heart because so many founders struggle with this. Falak is saying, I was working with 1 or 2 freelancers, but I find it difficult to manage people. What is the best book to read and learn team building faster?
So get a psychology degree. Honestly, this is I think the most, the hardest part of leadership, especially as you cross from being an individual contributor to a manager. There is a great book, I think, called Crossing the Chasm. I forgot the name of the author, but he talks really about that, the type of thinking you have as you move from individual contributor to a leader. But beyond that, I think the most helpful books to me have been books about leadership and understanding how to manage people, how to work with people, behavioral psychology or behavioral economics books are my favorite. I listen a lot to podcasts. Steve Dubner and Angela Duckworth have this podcast called No Stupid Questions. I listen to that all the time. It is an ongoing, growth thing for me, for sure.
I want to add to that 2 things. Number one, I would highly recommend the book E-Myth Revisited. I think every early stage entrepreneur should read the book, early stage manager. Get the book E-Myth Revisited. Can't remember the name of the Michael Gerber. I'm not sure.
Yeah.
Highly recommend. Hey, everyone, please take the book. This is the best book that you're going to read if you have not read it just yet. The second thing is there's a podcast by 2 very smart guys, and that's all that they do. It's called Managers Tools. There's a podcast, and they've been doing this for years. I don't know, many years. It's just wealth of information about specific topics. But overall, I think it's just there's no way to go around that. If you're planning to grow a company, there's no way to do it yourself. So unfortunately, I see that so many founders say, it's too difficult, I'll just do it myself. Well, you got to do it yourself. There's a limit to the size of the company that you can reach with yourself or with, 1 or 2 freelancers. So that's why there's no way around that. You just need to learn that, and you just need to know that you're going to make some mistakes. Accept that. Let the people that you hire know that I'm not pro at this, and that's totally fine for you to share this, be vulnerable, so that people know and they come to you and they can be open and saying, you know what, I didn't really like how you micromanage me, or I want to have more meetings, so that people come to you with those suggestions. Instead of you saying, hey, I'm the manager, I'm the boss, so do what I say. No, be open, be human. So that would be my long-winded answer, but I really think this is a very important topic. Thank you so much for asking this. I'm afraid we don't have much time for any other questions. Everyone, feel free to connect with Samia. Is there a contact information? Do you have a slide with where people can reach out to you?
I forgot to put that, but I would say you can find me on Twitter at Samia or on LinkedIn. Happy to respond to DMs on either, or actually you can email me at sumeyab@gmail.com. So just my first name and then the letter B @gmail.com.
Awesome, everyone. Thank you so much, Samia. Thank you so much. Last thing, I am going to try and do something here because we're going to move to our final session, networking session. If you want to join, I'm going to try something there. So let's try first on AirMeet. If it's not going to work, then we'll switch to Zoom. Okay. But so the next step, let's all go to AirMeet, the last session here that is just with me and called networking session. We'll try to figure out something if I can bring at least 10 people in a row, and then we'll see how it goes. But hey, thank you so much, everyone.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. If you can, join as well. We would love to have you there.
Will do. Thank you.